Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. What you got waving there, Tamara?
Oh, well, I was fighting this little, leftover, and my kid all of a sudden hear this screaming from all of a sudden this whoop, and I'm like, what the hell was that? And screaming from upstairs.
Oh, okay. All right. Nothing serious, though?
No, it's a teenager thing.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought maybe you were waving a flag there.
No. I was just kind of whipping back around because I said, you all of a sudden hear this whooping coming from upstairs, and it's like, what the heck is that? But yeah.
So did I see? Okay, now you live in town on a Main Street type thing at the corner, and did I see you had to post or put up fencing around your side door to prevent deer from coming in your house?
From coming on my deck on my red room to eat my damn tomato plants. And I already have where the opening was, I have some netting already there so that they can poke their head in to eat my tomato plants, right? And they jumped in the dog pen, which is only a 4, it's not even, it's a 3 foot, just wiring across because the dogs don't try and get out.
Right.
And, jumped in there and walked right onto my red room and ate my kale, or not my kale, my arugula. Didn't touch my carrots. Didn't eat half of my coleus. Then promptly walked out. I saw him leaving on the camera. His ass just wagging his tail as he was leaving, and I knew it was a male because he has the antlers, right? Yeah. It was a steed, but came in nicely. Seen on both cameras.
This morning, Gail sent me some pictures. She spotted the deer out front in the front yard here, and she watched it walk across the front yard, go over to our vegetable garden, and start eating from the vegetable garden.
Oh, yeah. You brought us a grocery store. People moved in. No food for us. Woo! We'll tell all our friends.
So then she went to do something, and she lost sight of it. And when she left, she started going down the driveway, and there it was. It was sitting at the end of the driveway.
Yeah. As soon as
Bye. Thanks for breakfast.
Yep, flagging it. It'll be waving its little white tail at you, flagging you.
Yeah.
Just coming home from work too. Actually, we've got I just live 2 blocks up. Same busy. It's not busy on the side street here, but driving down and there's 2 spotted fawns on the front lawn of somebody else's yard chewing down their bushes. Right, Mama's down, 2 doors down, fucking chewing down somebody else's fucking stuff. We've got a real. We've got a real issue, actually.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, I love them. I've been here for 10 years, and since when I, first moved back here 10 years ago, it wasn't so bad. But the year they got my fucking pot plant was fucking not too nice either. And that's when the netting went up, right? Because they fucking nibbled down half of one of my fucking pot plants on the red room too. And that was a couple of years ago because I had it in a big garbage, a big green garbage, on the back. I was 5 feet fucking tall, and a fucker ate half of it. It wasn't bloom yet. I don't know which fucker, but one of them fuckers ate it. So that's when the netting went in that opening, because that's where the pot plant was in that opening, and they could just get their head in there and just yang. And thankfully it bounced back, and but actually in reality I brought it in the house, and within 3 weeks the fucking thing died, and don't ask me why. But it was a big, beautiful plant outside. As soon as I brought it in and put it under lights, it just curled up like a fucking dry popcorn fart and died. I don't know.
Is it in bloom
I don't
already?
know. No, it hadn't gone into it. Was still in veg. So I don't know if it had aphids or there was something in the, like, you know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
have such an aphid problem right now. That's why my cucumbers aren't. They're flowering, but they're not turning into cucumbers because I've got aphids, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Such an issue because that fucking Virginia creeper. Anyway, so I think that's what got the pot plant. But yeah, that fucking deer. Anyway, that's when the netting first went up because he ate my pot plants. Now there's a piece of chicken wire across it, and that's another entrance. No, so I still got the netting up, and now I put chicken wire across
protect the plants.
Oh, my fucking tomato plants! Oh, that was the garden I wasn't growing, right? Like tomorrow
Right.
didn't buy one bedding out flower, didn't spend one dime on gardening this year. Threw some tomato seeds in a fucking pot, in a pot with some dirt, and said, "I'll water you, and if you grow, okay." Then I got tomatoes on it. They're the little tiny Tim cherry tomatoes. I was so excited, like right on. Fucking thing ate them all. Not all. I think he left me a few little ones, but I mean, he took all the tops, and then all the I had nice little vines with they were just like waiting to be like basically ripen up.
We have apple trees here on the property, and
they'll come for them.
They'll come for the apples, correct? Oh yeah, yeah.
They will come for everything. In fact, in town they're not supposed to eat junipers, right? We have all these invasive trees and flowers that you can apparently buy that'll keep them away and whatever, right? So Grandma did. That's why there's junipers, right? That's why we got carraganas. Them fuckers were eating the junipers last year too. They didn't give a flying fuck.
No, eh?
I couldn't imagine a juniper tasting good. The juniper berries taste like shit. I can't imagine what the fucking branch tastes like.
Yeah. I see out on the apple trees, there's usually a piece about this long where it's broken, and it's the end of the branch is hanging there, and it just that just doesn't make sense. And I figured because I noticed them, then I cleaned them all up, and all of a sudden they appeared again. So and it wasn't even apples on them yet.
No, they're not. They don't care about the apples. They want the leaves, right? They do the same thing with my lilacs too. Like they eat all the underbrush, so the leaves they can't reach. So it looks like my lilacs are a canopy, right? That's because the deer are eating all the fucking leaves along the wall. Yeah, because like I said, I don't know why they're eating all the leaves. Like there's no grass to eat. You could come mow my lawn. No, you don't want to eat the grass, so you could keep my lawn done, like a goat would. Like no, they wanted to do the grass. Like eat the grass, then we wouldn't mind. Then I wouldn't have to buy a lot more, right?
Yeah, exactly. They look after your land for you.
How's your outdoor flowers doing?
There you go.
Oh, how's your outdoor flowers doing? Like how's your
had
some rough weather.
I love to say everything is just hunky dory, but there's always issues. Never, there's always whether I was going indoors or outdoors. But I believe I got a little bit of a pH issue going on in some of them right now, and so I got to attend to that.
A pH issue in your water or in your soil?
In the soil.
Ooh.
Outdoor, right?
Ooh. What are they doing? Are they curling up?
A lot of I say I'm trying to think of what would you brown spot to brown copper spots, dry just dots. Huh?
I know what you mean. Do you have any rust in your water? That could be high.
Train water.
Okay. Is there any acidity in your soil?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So
it's a soil issue, and I got to try to.
I would just water with Epsom salts.
Yeah, that's what I've started to do is add some Epsom salts to them, and I'll be adding like some oyster shells and others to try to deal with the pH in the soil.
Can you get some Mealworms?
Mealworms?
Yeah, or live. Can you get earthworms? Can you get some earthworm? Like
Oh,
not.
can I get some earthworms? Yeah, I can get earthworms. I can order them online. You can order them. I've ordered them in the past. Comes to you, it looks like a pound or a half pound of hamburger.
Yeah, yeah. But if you get, because that'll aerate around it too, right? Which
Mm,
helps because once you start aerating the dirt, because that gets clogged up, right? Too, which holds
yeah.
that acidity.
There are worms there, just so you know. There is some worms in the soil.
Well, you have 8 worm casings in your mixture, no?
Oh yeah. And then the when I dug the dirt, dug the holes, there was worms.
Oh, there should be, yeah.
Yeah. I told them they're going back to work.
Right? Yeah, because like I said, like I said, that's the only thing. Yeah, Epsom salts and water to deal with that. Some of that, especially when it's outside and it's in the soil, like it's not in a pot.
Yeah, you can use lime as well. It can deal
Yeah,
with
you really
it.
want to stay away
I
from
know.
it's,
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
yeah, salts, yeah.
So that's why I was talking about the
I mean, and I know this from working at the garden.
oyster shells.
Like I
There's
didn't
the
know about
oyster shells
Epsom
and
salts so much until I started working at Top Crop last year. Like I didn't
the-
realize that I could cut the acidity of my pH using Epsom salts until I started working at Top Crop.
yeah,
Until that shit last year working at the garden center, it's like, right? But it was
right. Yeah, there's not the lime, but the gypsum as well. I don't know if it's going to make much of adjust pH or not.
What zone are you guys in, like for growing? Like, because we're in a zone, like you know how Canada has regions of zones for growing. Do you know what your zone is? Because that has.
No, I haven't got a clue.
Hang on, let me find it. Because that'll have everything to do with
Yep.
whether you want to add lime or whether you want to add gypsum, right? Because there's sulfur too, right? Because you can add sulfur to your soil too. Right?
Yeah. It drops it.
And the
Right?
acidity of that helps
Yeah,
with the pH.
I've got sulfur.
Because that's another thing. Like that's why it's good to know what. So you're in Southern Ontario, right?
Correct.
Southwest, though, right?
So it's north central,
North Central.
south central.
So you're zone 6.
6.
And
So what's that?
so you're the same as we are actually, because we're a 5. We're a 5, right? 562. Where I am in BC, it's the same
Okay.
thing.
So what's
So,
that mean?
so it depends. So that means that the acidity in the soil, you might want to go with more sulfur than Epsom salts. So you know how potatoes scab too because the pH levels are too high in the soil, right? If you grow potatoes, you have to put sulfur down to help them not scab because the pH levels are too high. So what sulfur will do is it'll actually cut the acidity in the soil. So you might want
Right.
to just add some sulfur around the base of them and water them. Just that's because you're like I said because we're in that same zone. But if that's what
Yeah.
they do for
Okay.
potatoes to cut because usually potatoes get scabby. Just talking about potatoes, right? Get scabby.
Right.
It's the same thing that's happening to the cannabis leaf. It's getting almost like scabs on the leaf, right? Almost looks like little brown spots, like little brown
Yeah.
scabs.
Yeah. It's like it's got the measles.
Right. Exactly. The same thing that a potato will do if it's in the ground and the pH levels are too high. So I would go with sulfur.
Sulfur, eh?
Yeah.
That'll lower it. I've got some sulfur. An extra shot of
That'll lower your
bloom
pH.
food. Some bloom food will help bring it down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either or. Don't use both, right?
Yeah. And then I've got some guano. That's phosphorus guano that'll bring it down. That shit.
I wouldn't use that. It's got high in nitros.
No, not the veg version.
Where are you
There's
able? Oh, is there vegan?
there's a phosphorus one. Yeah.
How do you get that? Yeah, I know you
Well,
can.
you can buy. See, it used to come as back guano, but now it's called phosphate something. Some I haven't bought it in a long time
Are you
because
buying?
I've had some of
Because you can't get guano anymore because of the whole
no
China.
cracked.
You can't even get it. That
No.
was people would come into the store asking for that too, like that we're growing like at the back where the hydro stuff and all the nutrients and stuff were for cannabis at the store, right? And they would offer
Right.
for that, and I'm like, man, we can't get that since COVID. Like, there's just no way we're getting that stuff out of China. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
The states you
they've
can get it, but they won't
you
bring
can't
it
even
across.
buy it. You can't even buy it now. So what they've done now? Mineralized phosphate.
Oh yeah, are you getting that from the green?
Gaia Green, yeah, yeah. Because that's the product. Those are the products I use.
Gaia Green's a good product actually. There and what was the other one? Uncle Joe's or Joe's something or Frank's or something like that. Some old name.
Yeah.
Frank's, I think it was another one that said like that standard like you can use for everything. Like Gaia Green you can use for vegetables and you can use it for cannabis
Mm.
too. Like, you can use it for both.
Yeah. So
Where you know
it's mineralized phosphate,
yeah,
which is a natural rock phosphate. That's what it's derived
yeah.
from.
You can use that, yeah. It's the same as like using, like you said, oyster shell. That's the same type of stuff too, right? But you want the oyster shell for calcium. Because oyster shells is for calcium.
Oh,
Right?
yeah. There's all kinds of things.
Yeah. I use those for my chickens.
The
And
eggshells.
actually, because if the tomatoes get tomato rot, you can use the oyster shell too for the calcium for your tomatoes.
Right, yeah. It does take a while for it to break down, the eggshell.
Tums work really well too for calcium.
The what does?
Tums. You can take tums, white
Oh,
tums,
yeah.
and stick them in the dirt
Yeah.
for calcium. You can.
Well, I've never fed my plants some Tums, but I know what you mean. Or as some people just say, instead of taking Tums, take some baking soda. So could you,
No, it's the baking soda, no, because it's the
not in the
calcium.
plant, no, but it settles.
Bananas are too for potassium, right? They say to soak banana leaves overnight in
Mhm.
water with banana leaves. I've never done that before. I have a hard enough time getting water in the plants that I've got right now. I am
Right.
like I'm so off schedule and like so dysregulated working these night shifts. It's just
Oh, yeah, I worked night shifts in the past. I worked it for many, 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 many years.
it would be better. Well, I used to work the midnights, right? Like when I worked at the potato like bar factory and did taxi cab dispatching. Those were all night shifts, right? This is like
Yeah,
an afternoon night shift, so it's kind of like breaks up your day into the night. So it's like you don't get the whole day, and then you don't get, and it's 10 o'clock at night, so it's too late to do anything, kind of
yeah,
thing, right? And then you're up till like the middle of the night just so you can wind down. It's just kind of sucks. When winter
yeah.
comes, only working till 9 again. That will be probably better.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we were gonna discuss the difference in markets.
Yes, we were talking about that before the show. Difference in the markets, the cannabis market, that's going on out there. As far as between there's the legal market, there's the indigenous market, and there's still lots of people who rely on the legacy market.
Well, that's because the legal market really, dropped the ball for patients, right? When it came to the
Oh,
milligram
big time.
for edibles and,
Yeah,
whatever, wellness, whatever they've got in their wellness cabinets and stuff as far as salves. But again, we were talking about the capsules and you can get the caps and then that's higher milligram because there's so many in the capsule or in the
right.
ball,
Yeah, you get capsules at 10 milligrams a capsule. You can buy them at 100 in a package.
right? So
So
that's
you're
like
taking.
well above the 30 milligram level, right? Or 10 milligram
Oh
level,
yeah, that's 1,000 milligrams in a bottle.
right? But you have to take the whole bottle to get any effect.
Well, that's the problem. Like, I've sort of gone that route a couple times. I just gone in and grabbed some just to see, and I swallow pills in the morning. I swallow pills in the evening every day
Yeah.
for my medication, and so in the end, I just thought, geez, I'm swallowing more pills. I'm gonna have to swallow quite a few of these. Do I really want to keep?
Of them, like if there's 100 of them, that's 100 pills a day for 1,000,
Yeah, and that's to get the 1,000 milligrams,
right?
correct?
You jam that in if that's what you want. 100 pills.
Yeah, I thought, well, let's say it took me even 500 milligrams. So do I want to swallow all those pills?
Well, I've had other people that have eaten a gummy bear from the stores and have slept for fucking 14 hours
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
knocked out right on their asses too. And they're like, and they're not like maybe patients that are everyday kind of users like we are too, maybe. But yeah, my one friend, she is a pretty, chronic user, and she had a gummy at one of our friends' camp weekends, and she went in the camper and she
Mm.
didn't wake up till Monday, and she take the gummy on Friday.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Like they couldn't get
It's,
her. They couldn't get her to wake up either. They didn't think she was dead 'cause she was still breathing, right?
right. Right.
She was
Yeah.
like she was out, like she was sleeping, and when she woke up, she said she figured she'd only slept for a couple hours. She had no idea she'd been asleep for like almost 72 hours.
So she didn't feel like she overslept. Wow.
No, she woke up feeling like she only had a little nap, like she just barely like she felt better, like she felt good because she had a good
Yeah.
sleep. But yeah, but she didn't feel like she'd been asleep that long.
Oh yeah. There's people who
Oh,
I've come across. I've experienced with people who have had the 10 milligrams, and that was plenty for them.
yeah.
But yeah, it's unfortunate the government has dropped the ball on that. Um,
I think and here's the thing: it's not like they didn't have a lot of consultation from patients.
oh, they did. They had
Had
lots of it.
consultation from patients. They heard from a lot of us, and like I
Mm,
said, we were at roundtables with them. We were, speaking up for the patients everywhere we went against this recreational market because if they were going to leave the patients out with the milligrams, right?
yeah, like and I've said on more than one occasion, why not allow a medical dispensing within the retail stores, just like you do when you go into we got like economy fare and or yeah, that used to have in Campbellford. You could walk in there or any Shoppers Drug Mart or any other convenience store, or not convenience store, but drug store. There's more than just prescription drugs available in there. It's a separate counter. You're going in, you can get all kinds of convenience items or
Oh,
house.
yeah, well, exactly. Like it's like that at
Yeah,
any place. You still have to go to the back counter of the pharmacy to get your pharmaceuticals. You have
correct, exactly.
counter. You can have everything else in there and do whatever else
Yeah,
you need to do. And I
yeah.
and I and I agree with that. But again, they need to have
And you
need to
can
come
do
up with
your
some sort of educational thing, right? Like an educational course of some sort to educate people on the benefits of have the studies done so that people can actually know what strain to to recommend for certain things, right? Where a lot of us know that because we've been around forever and we know what works for us, but again, what works for us doesn't work for the next guy,
correct.
right?
That's right,
And
and
that's
that happens in the pharmaceutical end as well.
right for exactly that's exactly what I was going to say. Like you're taking a risk on every pharmaceutical that you put in with having an allergic reaction if you've never taken it before. Because if you've never taken it before, how do you know how your body's going to
I'll
react?
tell you, doctor always say to you, here, take these. If they don't work, give us a call.
Right? Yeah. Like if you're having any
Yeah, or if they
reaction to
bother
it,
you.
like because they don't know you're an experiment.
Yeah, yeah,
Like everybody's an experiment when it comes to your doctor,
yeah.
right?
I know. I was on a biological drug that I took for basically 10 years. Um, and I know a guy who, on his very first time, he ended up being hospitalized with
Oh yeah.
pneumonia.
Oh
On
wow.
just one, on not even like they took him there into the hospital after his treatment. So like he didn't go very far.
Oh wow. That's
Yeah,
scary.
he couldn't take it. But then somebody like myself, and the only reason why I ended up coming off it is because I ended up with melanoma.
Well, that's not a that's a pretty bad
Yeah,
side.
yeah, exactly. It is. It's one of the worst cancers to get. Now, whether it was connected to my medication or not, but the fact
Well,
that I did end up getting it, and it's a drug that deals with your immune system.
well, methotrexate too, right?
That too, yeah. I was on it.
Yeah. Like I mean, I know that there are side effects out. I mean, thankfully my liver's holding up because it can give you liver cirrhosis or cirrhosis, right? As well as you're supposed to stay out of the sun as well. when you take
Right.
methamphetamine,
Yeah.
right? So because
That's
it can
right.
increase your chances of melanoma as well. So there are side effects, and it's not so much the fact that they're suppressing your immune system. You already have an overactive immune system that's already, on the cusp of fucking who knows what, doing whatever in your body already, right? Because your white cells are eating your red cells or whatever the fuck eating each other kind of thing, and your insides are just, and you
Yeah.
can't see any of it. You just have the effects of it.
Yeah.
Crohn's disease, colitis, rheumatoid, any of the rheumatoids, autoimmunes, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's so many, like
So
there's a
many.
list, arm's length of all these autoimmune diseases, right?
Is it because there's just more people in the world, or is it because the further and further that our systems don't get access to a cannabinoid therapy by having it, whether it's eaten through the food that we eat. For example, people who eat cows will eat cannabis out in the fields.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was watching a documentary the other night. No, yeah, that's about enough. I have to let her in after the break because if not, we're gonna have to listen to that thing all day.
Yeah, we got a couple.
They're saying now that 1 in 30 have autism, comparably to 30 years ago. Now, I'm not sure if that's because they're actually being able to be diagnosed autism a little better and earlier now than they actually did 30 years ago, where they just ignored it and figured the kids had bad, behavioral problems and there was nothing wrong with them. They were just spoiled rotten kids. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference too, that science has evolved to show, and they can actually like see and understand better. But they're saying that 1 in 30 children now are born with autism. In some, right? And they don't know what it's causing. And it's not, and they've definitely, it's not vaccinations, because some of these kids have never been vaccinated, right? So you can't say that the vaccine caused that child's autism if the child's never had a vaccine. So what's the cause of autism, right? And then they've gone back and said that it could be linked to alcohol, and it could be linked to the father's side of,
genetics.
Let's say your genetics, the father's father or father's side have alcoholism.
Yeah.
Some form of addiction issues. Yeah. So there's all kinds of things, right? But yeah, it was quite an interesting documentary, but nothing about, cannabis helping with anything, which they don't.
No, well, yeah, it's woo.
I think we've always said it should be one of the first line of defense rather than the last line.
Well, yeah. The after all your other options existed or have been used up and no longer exist.
Well, that's the thing. Like that's what kind of convinced my one doctor in Hannah. Never mind, it wasn't really the cannabis that he thought was working. It was more of my quality of life. But at the end of the day, I've got lymphatic colitis. There's zero treatment for it. I'm like 1 in 420,000 people that get it. It's that rare. So when you're 1 in 420,000 people, there's no treatment for lymphatic colitis. None.
Well, and as we were just mentioning there, the difference between the markets, being the legacy one, the legacy as well as the indigenous market has those higher dose edible products, or beverages, all that type of stuff, that patients can consume.
Yeah.
Without,
Yeah. It would be like you said. I wish that they would have allowed some of the more of the legacy edibles into the market, because
they have. Okay, now cannabis, they got 2.5 milligrams, got 5 milligrams, they've got 10 milligrams. But when you compare it to, beer and alcohol, you got your low alcohol, and you got your 5s and your 7. You've got alcohol as far as your rise and all that at 40%.
Yeah, you can't get Everclear 90% alcohol in British Columbia. You can get it in Alberta. You can get it in Ontario, but you cannot.
Yeah, I've had it. Yeah, I've gotten it here.
You can't get 90 proof in BC. They don't allow that for some reason.
Alrighty, I see it is break time.
All right.
All right. When we return, we got to talk more about some legalization including why. It's sort of a bit of a follow-up from a question that I asked back in April and May, and that's why do we need to still protest for the benefits of access to cannabis? So, alrighty. So yeah. Other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, and I got so many videos loaded up. I have to find the right one. I found it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, plus at several other places as well. So tomorrow, before the break, we're talking a little bit about the legalization and some advantages over market-wise, indigenous market, as well as the legal market and the legacy market. There are places, I would say, in the indigenous market that maybe all products aren't being tested like they are, for example, with our sponsor here at Legacy 420. They have their own lab, so all their products are all tested.
Right.
But yeah, you could go to another store on the reserve, on any of the reserves, because where they have them. For example, I'm in the middle of two, probably 80 stores between the two of them.
I just find that crazy, but I guess if they've got the the population in Ontario is a little higher than it is out here too, and I imagine you've got more people, but that just seems excessive. But again, if they're able to stay, obviously they're still open, so they're able to be viable, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, so I sort of I know that through Legacy themselves doing some testing on some products that have been bought by Secret Shopper, that there is some question of the test results on some of the packaging. Is it something that's been maybe a mass produced package, but different batches of product has gone into those containers, and not all batches are the same, right?
Well, I mean, Legacy is pretty well doing from farm to table on their,
As far as Legacy 420, correct?
like right from plant to kind of like all the way down. Where are all the other ones doing that? Are they all growing their own? Are they getting sourcing elsewhere? Do they, are they testing it as it comes in?
Exactly.
Right?
I know that there are places that have their own testing, but I don't see every place having it, and it's relied on what's on the package. And I know from experience myself where I've had a bag of a product that said it was 500 milligrams and not feel effect, and I've had another product that said it was 400 milligrams, and holy Christ, I kicked my ass and fucking couldn't believe it. I was just asleep in the recliner for 3.5 hours.
Right? Yeah. No, like I understand that, because I've when I won that basket on 420, there was some gummies in there.
Yeah.
Right? I don't make a habit of buying. When Mariana was here, I bought her a couple of them, but she was like pounding through like 4 or 5 of them at once, and really wasn't anything. I didn't see any change in her. She wasn't falling asleep by any stretch, right?
Right.
But again, too, we had those free ones. So there's a couple CBD ones, which I find kind of funny in a recreational market, right? Like, isn't CBD
It's
more
like facial creams,
right? So there was some CBD one, and they're all gummies. So I gave those to Taven, honestly, and I kept a couple of them for myself, and neither one of us got anything out of any of it.
right?
So that's my experience with legal markets edibles.
Yeah,
I was making my own. I would eat shards off the counter. I'd have to quit eating shards off the counter, because if I did, I'd be sleeping for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know. Like for example, I've gone in and bought some stuff, and I look at the dates on it, and I go, "Wow!" But I've had some of the stuff that has been fresher, much newer.
Right.
And I think about an edible. Like, how long can they allow those edibles to wait? Like, I know that they gotta be shelf stable and stuff like that, but would it still be there like 8 or 9 months later, getting a brownie that's been sitting in the store for 9 months?
Get brownies here. Well, all we can get is like candies, like chocolate, gummies, capsules. There's no brownies. We can't get brownies here.
You can't get brownies?
Not in the legal market. Not that I've seen.
Oh, okay.
Anything like that. Well, you can. Can you get them from the legal market? Or are you talking about like the Legacy 420?
No, I'm talking about the legal market.
Oh, we can't get them. I don't think. I've never seen
them.
I'm not sure I've seen them. Maybe I never look in the fridge. I don't buy the drinks. There's a fridge in there. Maybe they've got them in there. I know they've live resin and stuff in the fridge there, because it's been so warm that it didn't melt. I know that.
Right.
But I don't go digging in the fridge. But I will. I guess I could look. Maybe I'm a liar.
I'm just looking at my local store here.
I'm just gonna look at
and see what it says on the edible end of things. Gummies, 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 chocolates. You know, soft chews. As far as I'm concerned, soft chews and gummies are the same thing. Gummies, 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 chocolate. Gummies. All right, I thought the brownies were available. I guess not, eh? It's all gummies and just gummies and chocolate?
caramel chocolate,
Really?
chocolate, strawberry mango sativa sours, watermelon indica sours, gummies,
Yeah.
gummies.
Oh, well, I can tell you that I can go to Legacy 420 and I can pick up brownies there.
I know, that's what I mean. Difference, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at if they're using bread and eggs and milk, I imagine. Oh, here we go. Oatmeal treats and treats oatmeal s'more cup, 60 grams. What is that?
What's
Looks like a
flowers?
cookie.
So edibles, just like I don't know. That
Oatmeal s'more cup. $9.99. Looks like an oatmeal cookie. So it looks like
oh, we found a cookie.
I found a cookie. It's called a s'more, and I'm not sure if that's what it is. It could be just a chocolate.
Right. Edibles. I'm looking at another store here. Chocolates and munchies.
Yeah, no, that's not
Or gummies.
peanut butter cup. That thing was like the same thing. It was like a
Yeah.
well, you can get a peanut
Here's
butter.
a salted caramel crunch. It looks like a chocolate covered almond.
900 milligrams each. What?
Oh, here we go. Look at this. A double chocolate brownie.
Oh,
Yeah.
right on.
$4.50 for a 10 milligram brownie. And they got cookies.
Something you'll find interesting.
So
These are Wildflower Daily Bliss grilled pineapple CBD chews, 105 grams, 30 pieces, 900 milligrams each, it says. 0 milligrams of THC, 900 milligrams of CBD.
CBD, yeah.
0 milligrams of THC.
If you want CBD, that's got lots of CBD.
One piece of chocolate, $3.99.
Yeah. I came across a store and I was out of town and I was looking for something to use as a beverage. And they showed me a product and it actually had THC, CBD, CBN, and CBG in it. And it's just something that you add to your own beverage, you know. But
We used to have those.
When it goes into the fluid, like when I take the stuff and I put it into my drink, it all sort of it starts to sort of go foamy, like you see it reacting in my drink, and I'm going, what?
Oh no, yeah, that's normal. Do you remember when Mike and Amber used to have those unicorn drinks in little bottles? Did you ever drink those? And you just add water to them? Oh, okay. Well, there was that guy. I can't remember who it was, but they used to have the little drinks. We used to have them, and you could get them in a little, look like a pill bottle, like just one of these, but it was with a label on them. It had unicorns on them, and they were THC drinks, right? And they were powder.
Wow.
Add them to water. Whatever was in it to stabilize the THC in the mixture does foam a little bit. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, because like I poured it into like a mango drink, so it's orangey looking, and I pour that stuff in, and it all starts sort of reacting in the fluid, and it goes all white right there.
Ooh,
And I was going like,
I don't know. Like, I don't know about that because, like I said, these were flavored.
what is this?
Oh, these were flavored. Like you get like peach, grape.
No, I don't know. I don't think they're flavored. Hang on. Yeah, there was. I got just the same thing. I got two of them.
The legal market? Or the
legal market. Out of the legal market, yeah.
Never seen them.
Yeah.
The beverages, I see them like when I leave. I know there's a fridge there by the doorway.
Right.
I don't even look in there because I'm not looking for edibles and drinks.
Mods or something. I don't know what it was called.
Weird.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, like when I get my stuff from Legacy 420, it's the pop based stuff. It's made out of whole plant extract. It's not something that's been sort of chemically produced. And, who knows what it is.
Right. Well, the thing is with Legacy too, like you can get like edibles that are being made by a chef. So
yeah. Well, see, we've excuse me, like we've obviously the big problem. We look at these THC limits that a lot of people and patients are missing and would like to see higher. And that's why those things that we've talked about earlier this year at the global marijuana marches or any protests, people always ask why, cannabis is legal. Why do you need to do that?
Well, because it's not all over the world, and it's a worldwide marijuana march.
Well, that's right. That's right. So what I did is I took I made some little video clips that we'll be running on the network.
Well, Vietnam just met with, China and Russia. So, and Thailand's got a new female. There was just a coup in Thailand.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a coup in Thailand, and they've actually ousted the president, the previous president, and put a new female president in.
Oh, I haven't heard this yet.
Of the previous president. Yeah.
Oh, so what are they going to do with cannabis laws? Because they keep changing them around.
That's what I'm waiting to hear because they haven't done anything with it.
Oh.
She's young and progressive, apparently. So
I've got a couple of videos here. If you remember at the time, I asked you, why people should be protesting, the cannabis laws, and you explained, about cannabis law reform and stuff like that. So what I did is we did the march, and I asked people that day, and I've taken it and condensed it down to a 30-minute video. But what I've also done is condense it down to individual ones as well. So I'm going to run some.
Oh, right on.
All right. So here we go. Here's Ashley Cleo, Sofa King. So they're just talking about the legacy market, right?
Yeah.
So here you go.
We need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality, too. We definitely need lounges.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto.
Yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
Like 4.
We'll get there. As I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website?
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you.
So there you go. And she's the person that's involved in the legacy market,
Right.
and she'd like to see legalization expand to be able to bring everybody in.
Right. I was talking about that on my show on Monday about how why can't we have lounges and the whole point
Yeah.
of it is you have a bar, right? You can go and grab a meal, have a drink. It's okay, right? That's a safe same thing. Why can't we be able to serve whatever strain you want? Bring you out a volcano, give you a little cup of tea, like the same as they do in Amsterdam. But yet Amsterdam now has cut people tourism away.
Tourists. Yeah. Yeah, because apparently tourists are busy peeing in people's backyards, so on and so forth. There's more to it than that, but yeah.
But
yeah, I can understand why they don't want you to. Like I like vapor lounges. I was there at them quite often.
Toronto too, to be fair. Like people would go to Toronto. People went to Vancouver specifically to go see cannabis culture, right? Go up to the cannabis culture lounge. As much as I hate, to mention the person's name, we will not mention. People went there to see it, right? See the lounge, see the whole, realm of things. Go to the vapor lounge upstairs. Go see Amsterdam Cafe, which is still there on the Pop Block in Vancouver. I mean, that lounge is still running downtown Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
So there are lounges in places that were still there, like I said, downtown Vancouver. Up top of cannabis culture is still running as a lounge, right? You can still go there. It's just the other ones that were opened afterwards that nobody can open another one. And I don't know how that works, but yeah. But again, like look at the ones that were in Toronto. Vapor Central, Vape on the Lake. There were so many of them, and people would go to Toronto to go to those lounges.
To go visit them.
Yeah. Right. And what happened to all the 420 Airbnbs that everybody was going to have across the country? That was supposed to be a big thing too, and it didn't really pan out either. I don't see a lot of 420 Airbnbs across the country because now there's no events. You know what I mean? Nobody's flying to Toronto or flying to Vancouver for cups and Halifax for cups, and there's no need for it because nobody's doing that anymore. Like it's like legalization kind of shut our community into it.
Well, it's like they're part of it's what people lost with legalization. We lost those lounges when legalization came in, especially here in Ontario. The Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and I know other provinces had their smoke-free acts, and workers are protected from being in a workplace that's got smoke in it.
I think that that should be a worker's choice, and they should be able to sign a waiver.
Well, I know that at lots of jobs, people are put through around worse environments.
Right. Again, like I said, there's so many elements to that. But if somebody's willing to apply for that job, knowing full well what they're going to be exposed to, that should be their choice.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be up to anybody to say, well, you're a worker in British Columbia and you can't work there because of the smoke. Well, that's not their choice.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. I think
they're not, why not provide some, like they've tried it before with the smoking of tobacco, like in a donut shop. They had a section and they'd have it glassed off, right?
Right. Well, that was the whole thing, right? We're going to have this non-smoking thing and make all the restaurants make a non-smoking zone. And then we're just going to cut out smoking altogether so that they just spend thousands of dollars making non-smoking areas and smoking areas. And then, 6 years down the road, we're just going to cut smoking all together and fuck the restaurant over. It was that was just brutal. Like that was overall brutal. But again, these non-smoking acts just made it so that cannabis lounges had to be shut down. But even when the lounges, there was very few of them that you could actually smoke joints in them.
Well, there was actually in Toronto the ones that we did for the magazine, for Treating Yourself magazine. Of the 9 we reviewed at that time, there was only one that you couldn't smoke inside. you had to vaporize inside, and that was the hot box run by Abby. She
Right.
wouldn't allow smoking inside. So
No.
you mentioned Vapor Central.
Yeah.
No, I got a little clip here. So just a second.
Are they not?
There you go. Some of the stuff that was going on at Vapor Central, games, bong,
I
because
know.
they had the big one. There was an air can filter. That was one of 6 that they had hanging from the ceiling
Right.
in there. You know, even though there was no regulations or controls over them, they were self-regulated, and a lot of them had those filtering systems to allow air exchange.
A lot of good stuff came out of it because they did Matt's show from Vapor Central, like Matt Murner's
Yeah,
show.
yeah. I actually, this past weekend, actually, late last week, I aired a video that we recorded 12 years ago, 13 years ago. What we did is we called in to Matt's show from Peterborough. We had just had a meeting at the Carpe Diem Cafe in Peterborough. We had a Legacy 420 meeting, and during that we called into TMZ, as Matt ended up calling it, and then we had a big discussion. So I aired that again as a one of these memory things, and I got more of them coming. I got one that I have to put together because at the time I was only allowed to run 15-minute clips on YouTube.
Oh.
So yeah, that was so I had an interview with Ted that was almost like, I'm gonna say, an hour and a half, 2 hours long with Ted Smith. Every 15 minutes. I'd have to start it again.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So it's got. I've got all the pieces. I'm gonna put it all together and air it as one big thing. But it's good to see, or interesting to see, what people were doing all those years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I was Googling here to see if there is any vapor lounges listed anywhere. And excuse me. It's all like vape lounge, like vape stores, like for your nicotine and stuff. There's nothing listed for a vapor lounge.
No, eh?
No. Vape shop, vape stops.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to commercial break. You keep looking. I'm gonna run another vape lounge video before the break, before the commercial runs.
Oh,
so we'll see everybody on the other side of that. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. What are you checking out, Tamara?
Well, I found that Cannabis Culture is still running their lounge in Vancouver.
Down the what?
So Cannabis Culture is still running their lounge in downtown Vancouver.
Yeah.
So that's on the second floor. And just the vapor volcanoes.
Right. Okay.
No, I was just reading like something on the RCM.
There's still some in Toronto. There's just not
out there
like there used to be.
Yeah. Well, there used to be like several of them. Like, I don't know. I didn't look to see if Vapor Central was still there. But no, I was just reading like the RCMP put out a thing saying that I didn't know there was a bunch of threats and stuff going on today across the country. Did you?
Of what?
Threats made today to a number of institutions, synagogues, hospitals across the country. We're working with local law enforcement who have actively responded to ensure locals are safe and secure. Did you hear anything about that? Oh.
No, I was...
yeah, the life of living in a little town that nobody bothers with. Yeah, anyway, I just came across that as I was looking for lounges.
I've been busy today. I haven't been able to get caught up with all the other news.
Well, like when I found Facebook, like when I Googled it, Cannabis Culture didn't come up. Like I said, it was mostly just like the e-juice vapor lounges. And then it took me to Cannabis Culture, but then it took me to Facebook, which then took me to Facebook, which then came across as RCMP, whatever notice. I was like,
right.
Yeah, so it's good to know that I'd like I said, I'd like to have a place where you could come and, but again, have the legal cannabis, like say at a store per se, and have a little store, have a little coffee counter where you can go in and you can buy your cannabis and you can roll it up there and maybe have a coffee and smoke your doobie, or like, but have it as like where you can purchase. And but anyway.
Yeah, well, probably for a good example would be the town that I used to live in, Marmara, that opted out of cannabis stores. You remember me always dealing? Yeah. Well, they now have a cannabis store.
Of course they do.
And
they got a new council.
When they got the new council, they opted in, and it took a year and a half or so, but cannabis store has opened, and so I went in and talked to them and give them some business cards so they could share them around. But it was good to see that it's happened, and so far the lady I was talking to said that they've been well received. So what I did is I took a picture of the business it had the locations of each of their stores. So it had Marmara, so I circled it, and I posted it in the local group, and said that it's good to see there's a store here. Unfortunately, the past council didn't allow them, even though that 75% of the people wanted them.
I know. I just can't believe that. Like that just just kills me. One person on council dictates, like in these and like everybody screams about fascism and all this shit. Look at your mayor first and foremost.
So it's at a intersection where there is there's convenience store on one corner, and then there's like a Service Ontario building, and beside that is the kids playground. Directly across from it is like the community ball diamond and dog park. So I posted congratulating them from opening. So somebody was upset about where the location was at, and I said, well, because they comment, well, it's right where the kids are, and so on and so forth. And I said, well, the stores all have to be approved for because there are regulations as far as distances where they have to be from something.
Yep.
Well, then out come the big rant going on about how it's going to make all those kids into crack addicts and crackheads and so on and so forth. And what was that, Gail? Yeah. And so on and so forth. And it just and so he was blaming the federal government for all these people walking around smoking cannabis all over the streets and everything. And I said, no, that's a provincial matter. And I shared a newspaper article headline that says Doug Ford approves public consumption and all that. And I said, you're blaming the wrong people here, buddy. Take quotes out of it. Yeah. In the end, he said I was uneducated and I didn't know what I was talking about. So it was good to see that the town has, they've opened up, they've got a store there, and they're still opening, really, because the store, even the inside of the store wasn't finished yet. So.
Well, that's terrific. Like I said, everybody, that's one thing with access, right? Like the more access people have, the better, right? Like I said, there's, I'm not real happy about the whole way it all kind of panned out. And yes, I'm not impressed with the fact that patients don't have the milligrams of edibles that they require and they need, and we don't grow flower plants. I think that's a little bit, over regulation. On my, I think that's just my thoughts. I think it's just overdone on a lot of aspects. Like well overdone. Like take the reins off. We're adults here. You don't. What I mean? People make you may let people make as much wine as they want. Somebody can make as much wine as they want. They have their whole basement full fucking filled up with beer and wine that they made themselves. Like, why is it different? And that's it. That's the only, like I said, well, we know it's different, but you know what I'm saying? Like, why is it different?
Why can you not grow an unlimited amount of cannabis if you can produce an unlimited amount of wine?
you can't sell your own homemade liquor, so you don't sell your homemade pot. Like, it's a no-brainer. You can't sell your homemade fucking pies either. We get it, okay? Nobody's gonna, and whatever. But come on, like, it's just over-regulated. Like, take the
Oh
right
yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
adults. And I think that's what pisses me off the most about the whole thing, is that we're all adults, and you've made us all feel like we're little fucking kids. Oh, you can only have 10 milligrams. Oh, you don't want to overdose on cannabis. We know we're not going to overdose on cannabis.
Well,
It never has.
You
So
know,
like, well, you're overdosing on cannabis. Like,
yeah, and that comes down to education, knowledge, let people know. It's if you don't educate, especially somebody who's first time trying out. Unfortunately, some people don't have common sense.
Oh.
To start low and go high, right? They just start high.
you drink too much alcohol and go puke your fucking guts out in the field too, right? Like, nobody's saying, hey, you might have had too much alcohol. Again, over-regulation on cannabis.
Yeah.
It's the same stupidity. Nobody's saying, hey, don't drink that 90 proof.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't say that. Print it again, Gail.
Okay.
And Gail's looking for something. She printed it off.
Right on. Hi, Gail.
Hello.
It's not
Sorry.
printed.
I have to figure it out.
Yeah, like, I just think it's so, like I said, that's probably the biggest piss off with it all, is the low milligram, because they're treating us like we're little kids.
Yeah.
So we're regulated. We have to take care of ourselves. You already put an age limit on it.
Well, no, look what they've done out west, in Calgary or Alberta. They have it at the Stampede. Other events are going to be bringing cannabis in. I think I'd like to see that grow, obviously, across the country.
Absolutely, but bring it in and normalize it, just like liquor, just like your coffee stands and your little fruit stands. Let's have a cannabis stand at the farmers.
Yeah, why not? Because by not having them in this, it just continues the stigma.
It does. Like I said, it needs to be more like it's a $1 billion industry. They need to. Like, I've said this a number of times, and I've said this to some of the liberal, whatever you want to call them. Why are you not embracing and saying this is where some of the money's come from our investments in this new industry? Why don't you embrace that? Why don't you own that? Why don't you do a victory lap on that one? But oh no, we're not going to talk about that because we're too worried about dental and pharma and everything else, and feeding kids for lunch. I get that. But do a victory lap on cannabis, because the only reason why you have money to feed those kids for lunch is because of cannabis.
Well, yeah, why not promote what they're using it for?
Right? Don't tell me all that money's going to law enforcement. You aren't, because there's no more law enforcement. We're missing. We don't have enough cops. Okay, so don't tell me all that money that you're making off cannabis is going into all these community units and recovery. That's bullshit. So where's it's going into the regular COFRs. Well, then you're feeding those kids off cannabis. You fed all of us during syrup off cannabis, but embrace it.
Yeah, if you're willing to take the taxes from it, then embrace it. Yeah.
Quit ducking it. Like, when you ask them straight out, they just kind of
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then you find out that they're going to a store in the next town.
Oh, they don't care if they get their assistants to fucking bring it up. They probably get it delivered. They don't give a shit. No different than you see Trudeau standing there with a glass of beer in his hand. It's like, he's skirting around the back of the house. Pass me that joint there, Charles.
Jean Cousin.
He did inhale.
Yeah, well, Christian, he'd have his joint in his hand, right?
Christian, yeah, but he was battling cancer, but apparently the old bugger's in remission and coming along quite well. His health is improving.
Oh yeah, really? Eh? Oh.
I heard that from one of my. Well, he's a TikToker, right? But his dad used to work for them. He used to be the chauffeur.
Oh yeah. Oh.
At dinner with Christian, and he was telling everybody that Christian had been battling cancer, and he's doing quite a bit better. He was able to go out and have dinner, and he's like, 86, I think.
Yeah. He was old when last time I saw him.
Right? And
that much older now.
But yeah, apparently he's doing much better. So whatever's working for him, maybe it's the weed.
Maybe it's the weed. Yeah.
You know, like how many of us how many of us sent Jack Layton messages saying, Jack, like, come on, we'll send as much oil as you want. Like, come on, like, let's get you on the RSO, Jack. And like, how many? It never got a response. Nobody ever said. But I think that, you know, maybe it's three.
All right, I got another GMM memory here.
No.
Yeah, and this is from D-Bud. We'll see you in a couple minutes. There we go. And I was surprised when I asked him if this was his first march that he had ever been to. So, see you on the other side.
So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, you know, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
you know, yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of, like, you know, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, you know, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I like, you know, like, I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
lots of times.
Like, you know, so if you don't believe, like, you know, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. You know, we have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. Yeah. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, you know, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. Yeah. You know, so it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. You know, I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
Here we go. D the Bug Guy. I met him in March. First time I'd ever met him. He was up for an award, an activist award, at Can Expo, and I had never met him. So I, met him there at the march, and we had a talk.
That's awesome. Well, you know, that's the thing. Like, you know, we've been around for years, but there's always new people coming up, and we need to keep the momentum going so that it is interesting to the younger generation, right? So they keep the culture alive, so that they don't miss out on doing events and enjoying other people's company and having that community. And that's what it's all about. It's kind of like a, you know, a fellowship, really. Like, kind of like everybody gathers together at an event. We have a good time, a big party, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, like even Nimbin in Australia and, you know, all the hemp fests.
Oh, yeah.
Like all the big events that.
Big celebrations.
Right? And that's what they should be celebrating, where we should be celebrating the fact that we've got legalization, I think, too, now. But again, there are so many places in the world that don't have that opportunity.
That's
And
right.
that's March, right? But
Well,
everybody-
as you were saying earlier, something about Thailand and coups. So what,
yeah, so
if this just happened in the last week or two, what,
yeah, the
what's
government's
going
changed
on there?
again. Like I said, like they changed the government in Thailand like last week. So there was a coup, and they ousted the president, whoever he was, but they all have to answer to the king and the queen. There's still a monarchy in Thailand, right? So ultimately, the monarch are the ones that don't rule politically, kind of like the queen and king, but they still have to be accepted by the monarch. So, but this is there's they had a coup over there, and I'm not sure, but she's a young woman. She's 37 years old. She's the youngest woman to ever hold the seat in Thailand.
Oh,
Okay, so
I just see that there now.
yeah.
Huh. Yeah, interesting, because the cannabis, industry there has just been going one way and going another way, and
Well, that's the thing, and if she's the president's daughter, not the last one, but the previous president's daughter, and I believe he was the one
previous one. Okay.
legalizing cannabis in Thailand, and then the new one came in and decided to behead everybody.
Right, crack.
So this is his daughter that's now the new president of Thailand. So maybe things
Oh.
will change back in Thailand. It's hard to say, but yeah. Yep. Pettigrew becomes a new PM, youngest ever in Thailand.
Yeah, I just glance through it here on the
So that's
one of the articles I saw.
that just
Oh.
happened this week. Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting. See if it goes back to where it was on the
Well, like I
cannabis
said,
end.
she's young and progressive,
Yeah.
and to see things change in Thailand, and her being a young woman, progressive woman,
Yeah.
maybe
Well,
she's not meeting up with old, Beijing there, where the Vietnamese are. So, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like swinging. Also, it's very dangerous in that area right now. So.
All righty, we got 5 minutes left. So what are you up to this week?
Just working.
Working. Yeah.
Yep. And so I don't have a lot on the go this week. Last weekend I had the wedding. I did the wedding thing on the.
Oh yeah, you did you did. You also served.
Yeah, I did the hair and then I did the bartending.
Right.
And then
yeah.
So that was last weekend, and this weekend I'm off my regular day and back to work on Sunday. So nothing too extraordinary. It's been rainy and stuff here, so it's not like I can do a lot outside either, because it's been kind of miserable.
Yeah. No, I'll be working in my garden.
Yeah, well, as mine stays wired up, I'll have tomatoes maybe.
Yeah, well, I go to my garden to watch the deer in the field next door. Keep my fingers crossed that they don't come for a visit.
Do you have a fencing around your garden?
No.
I would put one up.
They have to be a big fence.
Hmm?
It would have to be a big fence.
Yeah, they have to be at least 7 feet high.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, because that's what we've got. That's what we're allowed. We're allowed 7 feet fence in town because of the fact that we've got deer. And most cities are 6 foot, right? But we can go 6 foot with the 2 foot skirting above, like with lattice or something, even as high as 8.
Last week, Gail and I were out, and there was a mother with his 2 babies in the field, and Mom jumped over the fence, and the 2 babies went to the fence. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze again. And they ran to the fence, and then they backed up, and one all of a sudden disappeared. And then I saw it again, so it got down into the long grass, went underneath the fence. It came up, and then the other one, it ran down along the fence line looking for a spot while its sibling and its mom just sort of stood there. And it went underneath the fence. It probably went down, I don't know, like maybe 50 feet or something. And it went underneath the fence. And then it came back up to where the mom and the sibling were waiting for it.
Eat all your fucking vegetables.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know from being involved with the provincial parks, too, that they, at one provincial park, they actually do a cull of them.
Yep. That's what they want.
So many deer, yeah.
And they tried doing it here the 1 year, and it was funny because I reposted.
The First Nations come in and hunt them.
They hired some contractor anyway, but I had reposted something that somebody else had posted at the RCMP for me, thinking I was involved in this. They were sabotaging all the netting and all the traps. Here in town, so they couldn't catch the deer. And that was the last time they tried calling, and now they can't get anybody to come in because they're worried that these people are going to just sabotage it, and the deer will get away anyway. And now we are like overpopulated, like
so many of them, man.
Way too many. Yeah. They should have just taken the 30 that they wanted to take. Now we've got 300 instead of 100.
Right. So they took more than they were going to take originally.
They didn't get any because the people were sabotaging the nets.
Right.
And like I said, I got the call from the RCMP saying, "Are you involved?" I said, "No." "Well, you are on your Facebook." I said, "All I did was repost something." I said, "I'll take it now." And she's like, "Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And if you don't know anything, you don't know." I said, "I don't know anything more than that. I just reposted a post."
Right.
And he was like, "Holy fuck, what are you that for?" I'm very careful with my post now because really they're watching.
Alrighty. Well, I see it's about the hour. It's that time.
We said we weren't sure what we were going to talk about.
What's that?
I said, and you were worried, but we wouldn't have nothing to talk about.
Oh, I know. We always get something to talk. We always come up with something to talk about. Alrighty. Well, you got anything else you want to mention before we say goodbye?
No, just thanks for, anybody was watching, and I'll be back next week with you. And I guess on Monday on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana. As long as Alexa,
What's that?
As long as Alexa reminds me.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. As long as she reminds you.
She did. I got her all
right. You can find us on Facebook. We're on Twitter. Unfortunately, we're not broadcasting Twitter anymore because now we have to pay to be there. And we haven't been paying to be there for years. And all of a sudden now we do. So
I thought Elon Musk was rich and didn't need money.
Well, apparently he does. Needs it more than me, I guess. All right. Thanks. Go to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. Plus, a big thank you to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. Other than that, thank you and good night. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how. Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good
Here we had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yes.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video, too.
My fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're going to, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are going to sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system, plus I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in race. Going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. Until we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste, who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you've got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with red. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it so throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. From Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked, and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall. Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
That's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all of the
understand.
media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy. Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children. There was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Got anything else you'd like to add?
That you know, place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, you know, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event it is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history. So we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, like, you know, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, you know, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So, we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Yes, thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're we're gonna close
Yeah.
we're
All
closing
right.
the place up here.
Thanks
so,
for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful
You
night.
too. You too. Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
What time is it?
It is 17.
17. And time for number 7.
Time for number 7.
Number
Number
7.
And the letter L.
Ooh.
L. Sounds like
L.
L. L.
Sounds a little bit.
It does, doesn't it, eh?
If you got a Canadian Ontario accent.
A Canadian Ontario accent.
Yeah.
You know the problem with the name is everybody writes, put all your information into Al.
Been working good for me.
Okay. Oops.
Got the plate?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got it because there is 7 this time.
Yeah.
There's no duplication.
None.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Moisture pack.
Yeah, that's cool.
Looks like
That's got to be the first one.
boost. Well, I don't know where this one came from.
Oh, that's mine. I
Oh.
found it in. Yeah, one mine. Yeah. One I
Oh,
have.
okay.
Okay. So
But this one's interesting. It's like a little sugar pack.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did they do with? I didn't do anything.
Oh, that looks interesting.
Oh. Oh, my package.
Yeah.
Trying to package one of those square ones. You got to fold them in half. So a chance they could break. I believe
There
that's
you go.
one.
Yeah.
Yepper.
Okay, it's 4:19. Anybody got a minute?
No, I'm busy.
Can't like that yet, Bob. Like not.
You got to taste
Yeah,
it. Dry
come on.
taste.
I don't know.
That might not get back to Wayne by 4:20.
It's now
All right, here we go.
4:20.
That's 4:20.
Happy 420s.
Cheers.
I hear all the alarms going off, phones vibrating everywhere.
Yeah, eh?
Visual appeal.
4:20.
Quality of
Now,
roll.
Deb and I will be celebrating 4:20 at this moment because
7:20.
Selection of rolling paper.
7:10.
That'll
and
work,
supposed to say- 7. It has to be 7:20 because next Saturday is Deb and my birthday. Both of us.
Selection of filter.
Ah.
Selection of filter.
Yeah. We're both born on the same day, different year. Who do you think's older?
My hair.
Number 4, yeah.
Rose's birthday is on the
Number
21st.
5 is the dry taste. The inhale.
Huh?
Who do you think's older?
All right, 6.
He's pointing at me.
And then we got to wait for the rest.
You gotta wait for them.
Oh,
Got to wait till we smoke it, yeah.
All right. I'll let them go by me now. Ladies and
No, it's
gentlemen.
funny. The first time
This
I heard Al say it, something, he went,
Excuse
"Oh,
me.
my birthday's on Thursday," and I'm like,
Let's watch that now.
so he came over because it was his birthday, and I said, "Oh, happy birthday!" And then I said, "Guess what?
Bogarting.
I'm sucking the dry stuff."
No, you're only sucking in air.
I think I got a taste.
But he came over and I said it was my birthday too. It was like, no way.
I'll leave this one out.
It hauled through pretty good.
I was just looking at the roll. Filter.
Nothing was better than my 50th birthday.
Is it?
We could barely drive home.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll
We went to 5 places that
lead
day
the way.
in Toronto.
That's yeah.
Smoking all the way.
Fit
and
right in
having
there
people
with
meet
John.
us. And,
That's good.
oh my God.
That's really good, huh?
2 would have been enough.
Yep.
My 50th, we did 5 places in Toronto.
Yeah, yeah. Vapor
And we
lounge.
said we'd never do that again. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you were there. That's right.
Yeah, that was a lot. I know I stepped out of Vapor Central and went outside for the air.
The fresh air.
Yeah, I couldn't even. But we had so many.
Alright.
I was double
There you go.
dipped in
Fire it up.
Fire
vapor
up.
bags, and it was like,
Okay,
okay.
does anybody need another?
Yeah.
Does anybody need to look another look?
And I looked at my daughter and said, I need to go outside.
Then me?
for a cigarette."
No, I didn't
She's
see
like,
anybody.
Okay, I'm coming with you. She came outside. She was like, holy shit, Mom.
Are you making her?
And she couldn't believe my one friend. It was like, how was that lady? But yeah, we had a lot of friends that were our age.
Yeah, you give me a hand.
Nice. Just look at that. That's
They're not the
perfect.
men do it every time.
Burning
that,
good.
Bob?
That's good.
Was it a sexy looking joint?
I'll let you know if I cough.
Yeah, when I do these, I do it in stoneware. Too, I just pour the butter in, and let it melt, and then move it around.
Oh yeah, I gotta try that one.
Dump the bags in.
Yeah.
Got a spatula.
All right.
Flip it around. So everything looks like it's covered.
Does it taste like it smells?
6?
Yeah.
Let's go
Tastes
in
like
the
it smell?
oven for like at 200 degrees, just enough to heat up the pan.
Yeah.
And let them unheat. And
Harsh to smooth.
zip up the bag.
They're the birds.
Yeah, six.
It makes us feel like we're in the jungle.
Every time we light the joint, they get closer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ash
yeah.
color.
Something draws
Hmm?
attention.
Ash
Something
color.
does, right?
Instructor. Yay.
Not pleasant to pleasant. Overall enjoyment. Would you buy it?
This is the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last one.
Okay. Good.
Oh yeah, look at that. How do you sort this shit out? Or somebody else does?
I'll be doing that, Bob.
Oh, you don't want me to?
Huh?
You don't want me to sort this all out,
I
neither?
know exactly what it is.
You sure?
Yeah. Oh, don't do that.
Have we ruined our day?
Oh, that'd be awful.
So, you know, overall, there's some good things. And, you know, we'll
Good
discuss
shit,
some
isn't
things.
it?
What we thought overall.
That right
all
there.
after we get done, final.
You know, it's really, most of it's all good stuff. Really excellent, yeah. What I'm used to.
There's actually some whiteness.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the closest to
To a nice clean burn.
a white ash, gray ash. Yeah.
What the fuck do I care? I'm colorblind.
Good thing there's not color coded.
Yeah, I was changing my eyes at it there. And coming up for sale. There she beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, yeah.
And so does aroma translate to taste?
Turkey quesadilla. Oh, I really like that.
Smoking
Better than
experience.
chicken, even the steak. I like
Yeah,
the
I
turkey.
caught once.
I had leftover turkey.
Ash color was much. The ash color was much better than some of the other ones. Was it pleasant? I don't know. Maybe with those two numbers. Yeah. Okay. This is the last thing.
All right. So when are the winners announced on this, Sal?
Okay. All the judging has to be in by the end of summer.
Yeah.
For everybody who's buying kits and to get their
So
samples.
there's a couple months left. People can still do it.
And then they release the.
Yeah. Then they will announce the winners.
I guess it's all digitally done, so it's not like it takes time.
Well, I believe last year they did have some type of celebration, awards presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe this year it might be, opened up a little more, or I'm not exactly how it was done. But it'll be nice if they could still have some type of presentation.
Yeah.
Which isn't a festival, but it could be something that leads to that.
Coming up on today's show,
our word for the week this week is cherry.
As well, we're going to be looking at Timmy's top 5 yoga poses.
And part 2 of our interview with Olympic gold medalist Ross Rebliati.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane. I am the doobie.
Today we are celebrating Yoga Day.
That's right. I feel like Y-O-G-A.
Oh, I like that. That's cute. Do that again.
Really?
Yeah.
Y-O-G-A.
That's kind of like a W. Put those arms up.
I don't.
Loud and proud.
Look. Do
What?
you see?
What, because your wrists go back? Oh, how did I never notice that before?
Really?
I think I just gave our producer probably a big loud earful there.
Okay, get this camera. Get this camera.
I've never seen that before.
Close your eyes.
How have I never? Wait, no. What? Oh, jeez. Wait, I think I just heard you like twist. Oh my god! How did I not know this?
That's why I try not to put my arms up
How did I not
too much, because I'm like, wait, this is like
I can't
straight.
not see it now. Oh.
And I don't even do yoga. Y-O-G-A.
I've known you for over 3 years.
Yep. You know I have different thumbs too, right? Like my thumbs don't match.
No, I understand that.
No, you seen
Listen,
that.
I'm not even close to my mic now. That was a legit.
He's like totally grossed out. That was awesome.
Look, there are some things on this show that we plan. Most of the show we don't. And that was one of those. How did I not?
When am I ever?
When do you ever do this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
For the longest time, I won't extend.
You can't not see it now.
I love you.
I said.
What was that? Right? I said I love you. That's funny. Remember that thing you said to me the other day? What did I say? You said, I don't need to understand you to love you.
And
that's okay with me.
I don't need to understand to love. Yeah, I love
So
you
you
too.
don't need to understand that my arms go backwards. You just
No, I
love
don't need
me.
to understand it, but I cannot not see it now.
Well, of course you cannot see it because I'm just got my arms like this.
No,
now.
I know, but now
you're looking at my arms like they're not real. Like
okay, so that was. I thought we were gonna come on. We were gonna talk about yoga because I regularly.
YOGA.
If you don't yet, after all the episodes that we've done, if you do not yet understand why you need to watch this on YouTube and not just listen to it
you have
in
no idea
podcast
what
form,
just happened.
You have just missed out one of many treats that can see. Okay. All right. So guaranteed, if this doesn't alone let our YouTube views on this video go up with people going, "What just happened? What did she do?" Go check that out. Are you done? Do you have any other morphines that you need to do?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Now
I'll save those for another like 5 years from now.
Some people right now are going to think that this transition is going to somehow disprove my statement that we didn't plan what just happened. Because
what are you gonna say?
Well, I'm about to talk about extreme flexibility. I swear to you, I didn't know that was going to happen. When we sat down,
that's not flexibility. That's like disjointness. So
she said she was going to. What would you say you were?
I
wanted
wanted to do a headstand.
She said she was going to do a headstand
on the chair.
We were talking about how we were going to make that happen here, and then we got counted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She goes, "Look what I can do!" No, that's not what we had planned. Look what I can do. Okay, so
like Stewart.
Look, what's his voice? I can't do it.
Look what I can do. That's good, Stewart. That's good.
That was on Mad TV, right?
Oh, I love Mad TV.
Okay, so
he's looking like a man. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so I want to say. I don't know. I'm trying to somehow get my mind off this. So let's just quickly transition here. So, I do yoga on a regular basis,
daily, multiple times a day. Sometimes
I will say this once and once only on this episode. I'll say it many more times on other episodes. Yoga changed my life. Okay, the flexibility, the strength. I thought it was just for women and for flexibility, guys. That was wrong. Wrong thinking. The first time I saw a bead of sweat drop from my forehead onto my mat, I was like, oh my goodness, this is doing something else. These yoga shoulders weren't there before. Just strength in general, just inner calmness, the breathing, the ability to do that, the flexibility, the strength all around, core, just all of it. We don't even have the space here, but check out our social media. I'm sure sometime during this week we will put something up there or a few things that show various.
Oh, I'll definitely be
yoga
doing a
things.
headstand at some point.
So we go to check that out. But what I wanted to bring to the table on this one is the fact that I do what's called Yo-Jo yoga. Well, it's what I called Yo-Jo yoga, because I was the one who named it.
Yo-Jo.
I have my G.I. Joe set up. I have all my G.I. Joes. It was like one of my few prized collection pieces. And I do my yoga in front of it. I have some pictures on my my Instagram at The Real Timmy Boyle called Yo-Jo Yoga. And when
you told me an interesting fact about G.I. Joes and yoga.
I know.
And why you do the yoga in front of the G.I. Joes.
It's a good reminder for me. So this little guy here, I don't know what you can see on the camera. Black on black probably doesn't work, but so this is Torpedo. It was the very first.
I'm just gonna put that behind him because pink. There you go.
Back here. He was the very first G.I. Joe figure I ever bought. I have over 100 of these men in this nice little tin at home. He's got a little bit faded. You can see what color he used to be on the gray there.
A little bit faded. It looks pretty much brand new. How old is that thing you said?
Oh, this would be, what, early 80s?
Yeah, so...
I think, so my guys are, because I didn't play with my G.I. Joes. I displayed them. So other than some dust, I think they're all in some really good shape. So this is Torpedo. My thing, though, that I found very interesting, though, is I was watching a show called The Toys That Made Us.
Yeah.
On Netflix, I think 1980s. And then for those who know me, the 80s is my jam. I'm an 80s prophet. But see the movement that they have, like the joints.
Can actually bend the elbows and the knees.
Elbows and knees and stuff. Okay. Before these guys came out, if I remember any of this correctly, but listen, we're not scientists. We don't even call ourselves truth tellers sometimes.
And we don't work for the toy department.
No, we will try to do my best to recall this. So the thing I found fascinating was before this, they had the 3-inch guys, the Star Wars characters came out in their late 70s. But their arms, they only did this.
Like the Barbies, the
Yes,
straight legs and
straight
the
legs,
straight
straight
arms. Yeah.
So the G.I. Joe developers were trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we take this to the next level? And if I got the story anywhere correct, one of their people was walking down the street, looked in an art store, saw those mannequins that can move, that
The
are
little wooden
all
guys.
flexible wooden mannequins.
Yes.
Bought a whole bunch of them, brought them back to the workplace, whatever it may be, and basically said, this is what we need to do. And G.I. Joe, I believe, became, as a result of that, what would have been called fully posable. Now, they've gone another step forward. The ones later on, I think even the wrists.
The fully opposable thumb? Do they give you the thumb?
I don't think they have the thumb. But this extra joint stuff, the Star Wars guys didn't have. G.I. Joe brought this in, and it was all a result of, once again, great ideas sometimes come from places you're not looking for them. And he was just looking around, saw these things in the art store and went, that's it. And hence these little posable figures were born. And so Star Wars figures, Luke, he's a Jedi Knight. He can't do the splits. But Torpedo can, and I can almost do it too. Stay tuned. Try to watch that video possibly on our social media as well.
It's funny, that wasn't the splits.
But this
That's
is
about
Torpedo.
as well as I could do the splits.
Look, you can do the full splits.
That's
Isn't that awesome?
more impressive than the Star Wars.
Yojo
for sure.
Yoga. That's what I do. Check out our social media. For
When
more
was the last time
information
you
about
bought a G.I. Joe? Because maybe they do have
that.
opposable
Oh,
thumbs
man.
now.
Jeez, long time ago.
Maybe they do.
We're talking early '90s. Would have been the last. It could have been. I don't know. Early
I'm going to have
90s.
to Google this and see what a
When
G.I.
I took
Joe
all my
looks like
GI
now.
Joes out of their containers and stuff, they were all wrapped up to finally display them, because now I have space to display them for the first time. They were wrapped up in newspapers from 1993.
Wow.
So they are now out on display, not fully, but on their way to full display. But this is Torpedo, fresh out of that box.
Out of storage.
Out of storage. So there you go. So happy Yoga Day.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing one of your collectibles with us.
Thank you. My kids weren't even ever allowed to touch them. Although I think one of my kids has claimed all my G.I. Joes when I die. That seems to be, I think that was one of the things they claimed.
It's funny. Wasn't it just their birthday, too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was
But
Jade's
he's
birthday.
not gone yet. So you
can't have my G.I. Joes yet,
Yes,
Jade.
but they are yours.
But I hope your birthday was great. Whose
Speaking of
birthdays?
birthdays.
Yes, well, very good transition.
Right?
We're nailing the transitions today.
Yeah, we've got someone else who nailed transitions in High School Musical.
Oh, look at this.
Vanessa Hudgens.
Look, people, we may not be truth tellers, but we are professional.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Professional shit tellers. No, shit. No shit in there.
No.
No.
All right.
I can't think of the word. Anyways, not professional there. So Vanessa Hudgens turns 33.
She's a High School Musical.
Yeah, I believe so.
I am a Sharpay fan to the core.
That was the blonde one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the only thing good of the Zach and Cody shows, too. Those Zach and Cody. I hated those. Zach and Cody, those twins.
Yeah.
Oh, one of those annoying TV shows.
The Sweet
kid-
Life?
Oh,
no.
If it wasn't for what's her name that played the same girl that played Sharpay.
Okay.
What's her name?
I'm pulling a blank. I'm pulling a blank.
You
It's
think of
horrible.
that. I'm gonna.
Okay, so think of the next.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
I
there
just
she
see
is there.
Sharpay.
Ashley Tisdale.
Okay,
Ashley
okay,
Tisdale.
okay.
Without her, Zach and Cody would have been the worst show possibly on TV. Is that even their name? Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
It, yeah. Horrible
Yeah.
show. Horrible show. Ashley made that whole show. Go ahead.
Okay,
And
and
happy
the last,
birthday to Vanessa.
The last birthday we're talking or celebrating today is King George VI.
King George. Now you said that.
Yes.
And I looked up who King George VI was.
Okay.
I thought this was somebody who would have died back in the 1700s.
You know, like King George VI.
Yeah, right? Because it sounds like this, but
well, I thought so because I'm like, oh, he would have been 126. Like, that's old.
He
But
died in like the 1950s.
What did he do? Like, was he the king of what?
I don't know who he was, but we put him
Is
on the
there
list.
a King George the Seventh?
Maybe that's Will and Kate's son. His name's George.
No, that's not right.
No? I don't
No,
know.
because then the dad, it would be like,
But isn't it weird though? I thought it was weird that there was a King George the Sixth that was born in the that died in the 1950s. That just it sounds like medieval.
Like the artist formerly known as Prince?
Well, that sounds very 90s and 80s.
But that's what I mean. It was like, it's weird for King George the
Hi, I'm
Sixth.
King George the Sixth. It's like the 1950s. You're what?
I don't know.
That seemed weird. But happy birthday to that dead man.
Yeah, 126. Looking good.
Well, shall we get this thing rolling?
Oh, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it. Well, it is time for yet another word of the week. Mary Jane, what is the word? The word is the word. That was a song, right?
It's
the
bird.
Oh, the bird is the word.
Bird. How did you not know that? Well, everybody knows about the bird, yeah. No, I messed up the words. Moving on.
What is the bird, Mary Jane?
The word is cherry, or also known as the heater.
The heater.
The heater.
Give him the heater, Ricky.
No, you don't
Do you know
want
what that
the
movie's
heater.
from?
Trailer Park Boys?
She lives off of...
The only
like,
Ricky I know is from Trailer Park Boys.
She lives off of the thing of play me a little bit of a song or do a quote from a movie, and always is like, what's that from? And I never ever know. And then she's always like, oh, how can you not know? And then it's a big, long, week-long battle. Anyways, I'm throwing it out here on the show. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Trailer Park Boys.
No.
That is the only
From Major
Ricky.
League, one of the best baseball movies ever. Charlie Sheen, and the manager yells out, "Throw him the heater, Ricky."
Okay, well, this is a different heater.
Okay, but I like.
You don't
want
to catch this heater.
I always what I'm enjoying too is word of the week now. Is going into this every once in a while. There's like, this is the word of the week, which is also known as this word, which is also known as this word, which is sometimes known as this word.
Well, we could call it the cherry.
Oh yeah, yep.
But then you'd be like, some people call it the heater.
Okay, so it's two words.
Yes. Well, it's
bonus
it's the
episode.
same thing.
Bonus
it's like
episode.
potato.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's a reason why it's called both the cherry and the heater. There must be a connection here.
Yes. Okay, so it's the red hot glowing bowl on the bong or the red hot end of the joint. So it's called the cherry most of the time because it looks like a cherry. It's red.
Yep.
It's round because it's either in the bowl or it's on the joint. They also call it the heater because it's hot.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? So I always say the rule of thumb, if it's red, it's not dead. Okay?
Like this record circle right there.
If it's red, it's not dead. We're still going.
How many times have we recorded when that circle wasn't there and then wondered what went wrong?
You know, the best is when we go over and hit stop and it's actually recording. You're like, oh.
Funny in hindsight, not when it happened.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if it's still red, it's not dead, keep smoking.
Okay.
This also is the #1 reason why you should not consume cannabis while in a moving vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
Don't smoke and drive.
#1 reason.
I'm like, I feel like I should have another rhyme here. Like, don't drop the heater in your cedar.
That's a good one, actually.
Right?
Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Oh, how about this? If you drop the cherry, it's going to be scary.
I like both those.
Because it is. Like,
right.
you just don't do it.
This is more than word of the week. This is like literally like...
Life lessons.
Life lessons from MJ.
Yeah.
Literally.
And it's illegal. Hello. Reason #1 right there.
I love how that was... Yeah. Okay, what was it though? Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Yep.
And what was the other one?
If you drop the cherry, it's gonna be scary.
Drop the scary. Yeah, drop the cherry is gonna be scary.
You're already tongue tied.
I'm actually just surprised that this segment is already done.
We're done.
We ended. Those are two good phrases to end it on.
It is.
Yeah. There was your words of the week. Today's high five list is Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know if I would ever have a high five list of favorite yoga poses.
Didn't you actually used to preach against yoga?
I used to preach against yoga. I was I thought it was for women. I thought it was for flexibility, and that was it. I didn't think you could get a workout of it. I mean, it is no secret that there was a point in my life where yoga was a joke, and it has now radically changed my life. But I am here to tell you that there are 5 very, very, very helpful moves that not only helped me with health and strength and balance.
Are you going to go to the shoulders?
Well, they did help create and form these amazing yoga shoulders.
I feel like I should
This is why you watch the show and don't just listen to the show. So if you've been listening on podcast form, thank you.
But you're missing the shoulders.
Namaste, but you're not getting the shoulders. So these were also, not only did I see improvements in my body because of learning these poses,
okay.
But they also, each one of them along the way kind of were signposts to show that yoga was working.
Okay.
Right? So it was like I would look around the room and be like, why can't I do that? Because there'd be like, when I first went, there'd be like, I don't know, like a 60-year-old woman who, I don't know, I don't want to guess their ages. They're older than me.
An older woman.
And I was sitting there thinking, I can do that. And then they'd be holding these poses and I'm like, I can't do that. But each one of these poses was a place where I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this pose now. And each one blew my mind a little bit more. And I realized this thing is actually beneficial.
Yeah, you took me to one of your yoga classes, and I don't know about the beneficial part.
It is for a special breed of human being.
Oh.
But your shoulders would be amazing. It would help with that back posture. So here we go. Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Number 5 was the tree pose.
Oh, I like that one. I know that one.
Right? The tree pose, you stand like arms up in the air.
Are we going to put a photo up?
Yes.
Where are we going to put the photo? Are we going to put it like right here?
It will show up.
Here?
Maybe.
Ooh, what if we put it like right here?
Oh, right there. Okay. So if you're listening, you'll have to go over and see these poses. Also during the week sometimes, they'll be on our Instagram page. So the tree pose. It looked really easy. So your hands are in the air and you do like this thing where you fold your one leg and you got to put your foot on the inside of your thigh.
Yeah, you got to like bend your leg.
It's like bending like a triangle thing. And it looks really simple. But I realized very quickly that I couldn't keep first of all, I'd have to like hold my leg and like lift it into position and move it into the right spot. And then one leg was stronger than the other.
Isn't that the trick to the tree pose? Is the foot that is off the ground is to be rooted. I say rooted because that's like a yoga term, right?
And for tree pose, very, very appropriate.
To be rooted into your other leg so that way you can ground yourself with the foot that's on the ground.
Yes.
No pun intended. And
it should have been intended. It's very well done.
And so you need to kind of push that leg into your other leg or your foot into your leg.
When I first pulled that off and realized that I was able to have balance like this with my leg bent in, I was like, okay, I see this. Because I also didn't realize how important balance
was.
See, I do the swaying tree.
That's a good move, a good yoga move. The swaying tree. Actually, they call it yoga. It's funny. I always think it's funny when they say the reason why we call it yoga practice is because we're always practicing. We never get there. And so if you sway, that's exactly what somebody would say. Oh, that's okay. You're doing the swaying tree. Yoga is actually kind of very much, although it's an ancient form of health and exercise type of thing, it's very much fits in today's culture of everybody wins. It's like you can't do yoga wrong. Oh, that's okay. You fell over. You're the falling over tree.
That's not true, because I went to the gym one time and I signed up for a yoga class, and I remember I was in the didn't want to go in the back because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also wanted to be able to see, but I didn't want to sit in the front. But yeah, somehow she was like, "Are you okay?" And at that moment, I was like, yeah. Do I not look okay? And she says, not really.
Just doing my yoga practice. I'm practicing.
I'm practicing not to fall over and pass out, because I don't know what we were like.
But I've seen you do the tree. You can actually do a tree pretty well.
Yes, I do know that one.
Number 4 blew my mind, and it was the headstand, which you absolutely love.
That doesn't feel like yoga, although it does a good stretch on the.
So here's what it was that blew my mind. Number 1, I quickly understood the benefit of being upside down. We have an inversion table, and
I don't know why they call it that.
Just hanging upside down. I guess you
should be a bed, inversion bed.
But just the gravity pulling on your spine, you feel it.
Yep.
And
all the way down your spine.
And you should spend some part of every day upside down, just because of, you figure.
We spend all day right side up.
No wonder when you're 80, you start to crouch like this, because you've had 80 years of gravity, like pretty much pulling you down.
Well, fun fact, they actually say you're taller in the morning than you are at nighttime, because when you lay down at night, your back stretches itself out.
That's why people take pictures of themselves in bed. Makes them look taller. So the headstand, what was neat about the headstand for me was, and if you've never been able to try one, number 1, I had never done one before. So I put my hands on the table, and I was working with at Creekside Yoga in Sterling, Ontario. That's the place that got me going. And so it was just me, and so it was kind of like a specialty class, even though it was supposed to be other people there, but it was just me.
Or a 2-on-1.
So I go to do the thing, and you got to bend your knees and slowly straighten your leg.
Mm-hmm.
And I was amazed at how quickly I was able to do it. And the reason why I was amazed was because I shouldn't be able to just do something for the first time and do it decently like that. But then I realized how important the core workout was in holding yourself up in that position. And I had already spent at that point 2 years of doing regular yoga classes. And so I had developed the core strength to be able to do it. It's kind of like when my daughter, she learned to ride a bicycle the very first time she got on the bike. I didn't even have to hold the bottom, because she was on a tricycle for so long that and people be like, how, she doesn't ride a regular bike yet? I'm like, no, she's having fun on this little trike. That by the time she had got on a bike, she had, she was older than most kids that try to buy a bike, but by then she'd already developed the motor skills and the balance and all that stuff. So by the time she got on the bike, I think sometimes we throw people into things way too early. And so we're like, oh, there's a learning curve. It's like, well, maybe there's no learning curve. Maybe you just put people into things way too quickly, because she picked it up like that because her body had developed to the point of doing
I don't know. I know what child you're talking about. I think it was just she was having too much fun and going way too fast, that there was no not riding the bike. It was just...
She might have just been a really quick learner. But that's what the headstand thing was. I realized that at that time, I realized I had developed some sort of core strength. Number 3 on Timmy's top 5 yoga moves is the cow facing legs. So the cow facing legs photo.
I'm all confused because, I don't get to see this photo, but is it like a cow facing a pair of legs?
Well, you've got your knees like this or like this. let's do it like, well, you can see. So they'll see the picture, but I'm
Yes.
doing this for your own benefit.
Okay.
But so it's like this. Your knees are like this.
Oh no, I'm looking at the photo.
Stacked on top. Okay. So look at the photo.
Okay.
So the knees are stacked on top of each other. And then you fold over and touch, well, in my case, I touch my chin to my knees. I did not know the importance of your hips.
Sounds painful.
I think it's cow facing because it's like, it looks like a cow's face. Anyways.
It's not a leg facing cow?
No. I mean, that might be the name of another. Believe me, the names that these things, and this isn't even the official name. It's probably called the Yaksui Salami thing. I don't know what the official name is, but the cow-facing leg was the best English translation they could come up with. But I didn't realize the importance of hips. Now, as a man, you are always raised up for things like, you want to, yoga shoulders, muscles. You see how many guys like spend their entire life so that their chest
they bulk
and
up
their
the
arms,
top and
right?
then the bottom with the little.
And some of that is health related. A lot of it is this aesthetics. Okay, it's like I look good. I want to be able to take my shirt off at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. At some point, that sort of muscle definition is no longer serves a purpose of health, except for the fact that when you get down to about 12% body fat, that's when the six-pack starts to pop. And as much as you might go, well, that's just for aesthetics. I mean, when you get down to low body fat, it's a healthy place.
Yeah,
to be.
but we don't need to add more muscle to that percentage of body fat.
Very true. So I started to realize that there are days now where it's like, if I had the choice to do weights or stretch out my hips, I stretch out my hips every single time. It's an amazing feeling, and you would be amazed when you first start to try to do a move like this one. You go, wow, I didn't even know that my hips were in that bad a shape. And then you realize how important hips are for moving around and walking.
Well, it's flexibility, right? Like if your hips, like you're like, oh, I'm going to choose my hips over my arms. But if you don't flex your hips, you're not going to be able to walk. Therefore, you're not going to be able to do anything, let alone work on your arms.
Don't underestimate the power of the hips. Number
hips,
two,
the hips don't lie.
My hips do not lie. Number two on my list of top 5 yoga moves is the half pigeon. Now, the half pigeon, as you can see, is it's another hip opening thing, but with your leg kind of bent 45 right in front and leaning your entire body over.
Where are they looking here? Is this where it is?
The picture?
'Cause that's where you're describing, you're like doing
Yeah.
the hand things, but if the box is there.
Well, I can move the box up here if I want to. That's what.
But you can put it right here.
Right now, just so you all know, she is looking at this screen, but don't worry about it.
I'm going to hold the box.
That's fine. You can. Okay, so you will hold the box there. So you might need to hold it bigger for people to actually be able to see the image. So on this one here, though, I remember looking around the room going, like, I could barely like move 45-degree angle. And the more I did it, the more I got to the point where I could actually put my chest to the ground, and it feels incredible. I'm telling you, all of these moves, you go, I can't. Maybe some of you are like, that's an easy move, but it's probably because you've been doing it for a long time. But some of these moves, you're like, I can never do that. Every single one of these moves, at one point, I was like, I cannot do that, and it hurt, and it was like, there's no way I can get down that low, never ever. And then eventually I could, and it's a good lesson in life. Just right the first couple times you try something, it's so important not to give up.
I've done yoga with Timmy a couple times, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've cried multiple times because it was really hard. And for some reason, being in the silence of the difficult pose and the strain and trying to stay strong gets in your brain, and I find myself standing there thinking, this is like life. Life is going to throw difficult things at you, and you're going to have to be strong and stand there and not give up. And next thing I know, the tears are just rolling. I'm like, how much longer do we have? You're like, it's only been 3 minutes.
Wait, does yoga counteract the effects of cannabis on you? Because you talk about how cannabis, your mind's always spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Does yoga counteract that?
No, see,
Does
okay,
it bring out
my
something
mind
else?
my mind spins all the time, but when I'm forced to stop, like with yoga, I'm forced to stop and be sedentary. And it leaves me with, now I'm forced to focus on this, whereas most of the time I focus on this.
Mm.
So if I'm focusing on this, I'm not focusing on this. And when I'm forced to focus in here, then it creates things like, what did I start talking about last time we finished yoga? Trauma from past.
Right,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, why? It was like 25 minutes, half an hour of yoga.
See?
It's weird therapy, but it's good for a stretch.
Well, I've heard similar things about cannabis, though, that cannabis doesn't it's not it's not an escape, because people talk about how people use these things to escape life. That in fact, if anything, it reveals things that you don't want to be revealed. That it actually and you allows you to
I'm not
enter
saying
in.
it's negative either, though. Like,
No, none of this is. It's not negative.
yeah. Well, I just didn't want anyone to misconstrue. Like, yes, I cried when I do yoga and whatever, but like, that's what I feel like is a part of healing as well. Like in life and in our journeys, things happen to us. It happens to all of us, and a lot of times we push it aside. We didn't realize that it affected us as much as it did, and then something happens, and it comes back, and now you're left to deal with all of whatever emotion is left. So I'm not saying it's negative. It was just something that I really feel the pain. It's the pain in my body that I'm literally, like Timmy says, the hips. I'm bent over and my lower back is hurting. And I'm thinking about the fact that I'm young and I shouldn't feel this sore. And why have I done this to myself? And now I'm hard on myself. And then it turns into a whole therapy session that I can't even.
Well, yoga for sure definitely reveals all the muscles and joints and stuff that you don't even think about for most of your life.
Well, no, because you don't use them on a daily basis.
You use them on a daily basis all the time, but not to the point of utilizing them to keep them, like, because our hips are always being used as we walk and stuff, but we don't realize that they're degrading over time unless we stretch them out more. And then we wonder,
strengthened.
The gift of life is not years 1 through 60. No matter how hard you live, 1 through 60, everybody can kind of get there. Yes, there's accidents along the way. The key, the true gift to life is quality of life beyond 60, I say. You know, I'm not a scientist. I'm just throwing this out there as a rough example to say that the stuff that we do now really does affect that later on.
I actually drank my water today.
And number 1 on Timmy's top 5 yoga positions, my favorite one all time is the crow.
I was going to say, I know this one because I've seen it almost anywhere that you can do it.
Anywhere I go, I will show people that. And it is literally, as you can see in the picture, people listening, it's a balance. You've got your knees on, you've got your hands on the floor.
I don't know where the photo is, but I want to leave lots of room
your
because
knees,
it's friggin' awesome.
Your knees go up onto your elbows, so you're balancing just on the palms of your hands with all of your body weight on kind of resting on your arms and stuff. I could not hold this pose for even a brief moment. I'd always have one toe touching down at any given time. And I'm looking around once again at these older women going, how are they doing this for like 10, 15, 20 seconds? And I was ready to give up the pose until one day my held it for like 3 seconds. And I remember, I think I cried that day. I'm like, oh, and then I did a 10 count one day. And that was just, that was actually the moment that I started to like preach for yoga and say, this has radically changed my life. I had tried weightlifting things and all these different exercise programs for years. The thing that gave me some upper body strength, it may not have built muscle mass, but the thing that gave me strength, which is very different than muscle mass, was doing poses like the crow. And I am stronger today than I was in my 20s because of a pose like this. So
I will say 2 times, very impressive times I've seen you do that. One was the last time when you did it at Lyft in the unicorn onesie because it was really cold. And we had been outside for a really long time. So, like, I'm impressed that you weren't froze and you were actually able to do it. And you did it for a long time. Like, I don't even know, 25, 30 seconds.
That one threw me off.
I was like, are you just going to keep doing it until you fall? Like, what's going on here? And the other time was on Eric's boat.
Yes, on the front of a moving boat. I was very proud of that.
Well,
one.
it wasn't moving, but
it was
on
rocking.
water. It was just
So
going to say.
is that moving?
It was. It wasn't moving. It was docked.
What's the definition of moving?
It was on a dock. It was like docked. However, like it's on water. I can barely stand and not fall on a boat when it's on the water,
So it
let
was
alone. I'm not gonna argue, and that's how you keep it fresh.
It was moving. Those are my top 5 yoga moves. I suggest that you all begin to try those, and believe me, hang in there and you'll find incredible benefits.
Or don't hang in there and fall, but you'll still benefit.
You'll be the falling tree.
That's funny.
Namaste.
Namaste here.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. Our special guest today is Ross Rebliati. I've been practicing that all week. With all the passion that you obviously exhibit right now for cannabis and the industry and breaking stigma and all those things, was that also true about snowboarding? Like taking it back one step now? Was that an all-consuming thing for you as well?
Well, it was. I ski raced until I was 15.
Okay.
I started snowboarding when I was 15. The same year I stopped ski, obviously. And that was 1987. In 1987, you weren't allowed to snowboard in Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
What do? There was no snowboard shops in Canada. There were no snowboard magazines. There was nothing. If you wanted to go snowboarding, you had to go to France, right? Basically, my friends went down to Oregon that summer of 87, around maybe it was summer of 86. Came back with snowboards from Oregon, and my friend from France who moved to Vancouver, where I was growing up, had a snowboard from France, and all of a sudden my friends all had snowboards and I got one. We started just snowboarding and like hiking up Cypress Bowl before it opened, and snowboarding on, or the local parks in Vancouver. Eventually my dad would drive us down to Washington, to Mount Baker, where they were already allowing snowboarding. But it wasn't until 88 that we were allowed to snowboard in Canada and in British Columbia. So there was snowboard prohibition. And then, so when we came, I was like the first person literally to go up the chairlift on Blackcomb. And at the time, Whistler didn't allow snowboarding. Just Blackcomb did. They weren't owned by the same people as they are today. And so opening day, 1988, I was like practically first in line out of everybody. And it wasn't like the mayhem that it is today on opening day. But I was literally like the first guy up Blackcomb on a snowboard, and there was so much discrimination by skiers. They hated us so much. We were like the skateboarders that somehow like tricked everybody to let them on the, and we were getting dissed. Like people were yelling at us off the chairlift, and as a 15-year-old, it was great.
Why would there be so much hate?
Oh, because they said that
are
we
a
didn't
certain
know
brand, right?
It's like, listen, there's right-wing skiers all over the place, just like there is in any aspect of society, right?
Wow.
And so snowboarding was like the new like enemy, right? It was like the big, they're dangerous, like fear them. You must be afraid of snowboarders because they're just gonna come out of left field and take you out. But yeah, they did. They would take you out, but the skiers would take each other out. It wasn't a different phenomenon. It was just like, oh, it was a snowboarder, right? And then they're like, oh, they're wrecking the groomies, and the next thing you know, they're building half pipes and snowboard parks, right? And like the mountains, literally at the time, if you look back in history, there was a huge recession, right? The stock market crashed. Ski resorts were going bankrupt. They had no choice but to do something to boost their ticket sales, right? Same thing happened to the Olympics. That's why in '94 they said we're going, because the kids weren't watching the bobsled, right? They didn't want to watch the cross country skiing or any whatever, legacy sports. They wanted, and so the Olympics had to figure out, we needed snowboarding, and the same thing now with Sha'Carri happened. She doesn't get to compete. Millions of dollars were lost on TV rights in that race that she was going to do, and the bonuses and all trickles down the line just because of the THC. So now they're reviewing the THC because like a big ticket event got affected, and the bottom line got affected. And so now all of a sudden they're reviewing, which is great. I don't really care why they're reviewing it. Yeah. Get it off the list. It's not supposed to be there. It's only there because of prohibition, racism, discrimination, corporate, interests, and nothing to do with keeping a level playing field, and nothing to do with the spirit of sport. Let's just get into that for a second. The IOC supports, like just as an example, LGBTQ right across the board. Okay, not all countries are behind that. The Olympics does it anyways, right? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing here with CBD and THC. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't matter if some countries aren't legal. It's the right thing to do. Get it off the list.
Agreed.
So I was talking to a friend a little while ago, and I have developed now friends on both sides of the spectrum. Obviously, most of my life was people who if they thought they knew anything about cannabis, it turns out they were wrong. Mm-hmm. But I was talking to someone recently about the cannabis and I guess performance enhancement. And obviously, you're fully in that, understanding that world. My assumption growing up was clearly it can't be, because it should have a negative effect. It should make you lazy, like the guy sitting in his couch with chips on his stomach watching video games all day. That's the perception of what it should do to you. But then the other side of it, when I was talking to this friend of mine, was, well, what if you needed cannabis because you couldn't perform on that stage because you got so anxious? So it actually kept the anxiousness down, therefore enhancing your ability to perform. Is that performance enhancement? How do you see cannabis in this world? Is it enhance at all? Not enhance? Just what is your perspective on when people bring that whole issue up?
Okay, it's all of the above, but just the last thing you said, the cannabis isn't conducive to being on stage. It's not conducive to having cameras in your face or being around people you're not comfortable with. It's just like doing acid. You don't want to be around people you don't know, and definitely don't want to be on stage on an international level, like with cameras and guys with machine guns standing around. Like, it's just not where you want to be, right? Like, it does, but what it does do is it trains you to be calm over the period of time that you use cannabis, because you don't, like, I'm a healthy guy right across the board. Like, I used to drink. I don't drink anymore. I'm 3 years into not drinking. Loving it. I don't want to, like, we can dive into that, whatever. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But I'm just healthy all across the board. So it doesn't, like, you could take one thing away from me, I'm still going to be healthy, right? But the thing is about, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? This is
performance enhancement.
Cannabis is not conducive to
cannabis. Not conducive to crowds.
So, as a cannabis user, right? I like use cannabis on a regular basis. I have since I was around 20, and I've learned that it can be part of a healthy lifestyle for me. And I've learned in situations while I'm on cannabis that it helps me in so many different ways, especially with my family and my wife and my relationships with other people. It gives me pause instead of like quickly saying something, like having a sharp tongue, or and it gives me a chance to reflect on things, like when I'm rolling a joint and when I'm smoking a joint. It gives me that opportunity to reflect, and it's introspective. Like I like to say, cannabis introduces you to yourself, right? As an athlete, you often hear how much of a head game it is. It's such a head game. It's all head game. Everyone has the best snowboard, the best skis, the best bobsled.
Right.
The gear is hardly the issue anymore, right? It's all upstairs. And, of course, you need the right coaching and a huge amount of support. So there's a lot that goes into it. to be honest. But it is really about, even if you have the best support group, if you're not feeling confident upstairs, and so here's the thing: our body has an endocannabinoid system. It's like our practically the biggest like organism in our body. It's like number 2 besides the skin, I think. Prohibition has caused us to be cannabinoid deficient. Okay, it's like being vitamin B12 deficient. It's not an excuse to be deficient in cannabinoids just because of prohibition. Our body needs this stuff, right? And mother's milk is super high in cannabinoids, but it's not. It's that's why babies are so like satisfied after feeding. Now that we have legalization in Canada, our bodies are legally allowed to run at their optimal level, right? So before prohibition, I would have argued, yes, it's performance enhancing for so many different reasons, okay? But now because of prohibition ending and legalization and our understanding of our endocannabinoid system, having it topped off with cannabinoids just allows us to run at the level we're supposed to run at. And by the way, they figured out when your cannabinoid system is topped up, every single cell in your body does twice as much as it does without that.
Wow.
Twice as much. And that's everything that your cells do, not just your skin cells or your hair or your fingernail cells. Like your whole entire body, your whole thing is working not just twice as much, but they're doing twice as many things. So it's an incredible, like, exponential amount that your body does for you when, okay, so when we talk about performance enhancing in the traditional sense of the word, you're like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint, I can run faster, that sort of thing. I don't know. No one's really like done that test. I'd be willing to like do tests like that and see how it turns out. But I would argue that somebody who uses cannabis is going to have a much more even keel, is going to show up to training much more regular, is going to perform at a better, optimal, is going to perform optimally at those training sessions. And at the end of the day, after years and years of training, all this positivity and the extra days of training on the rainy days and the cold mornings, and the late nights and being away from your family and somehow being able to handle all of that upstairs without intoxicating yourself in a negative way, and that whole lifestyle that goes with it, lends itself to being healthier and performing at a higher level. And so you can see it from lots of different angles.
Right.
It all depends. Like people interpret, like in law and in politics, people interpret the same thing like a million different ways.
See, I'm glad you brought up the endocannabinoid system, because that's I'm all about teaching and the education, and I like to put things in terms that other people can understand, because like everybody has a car, right? We all have cars or vehicles or whatever. We know to check the oil. We know to, the windshield washer fluid, the coolant, the gas, keep all that stuff done. But did you know that there's a little fuse panel in there, and there's like little fuses, and they all have different numbers, and a lot of people don't know that. But they also don't know that, like you said, we have all these endocannabinoid receptors, and although we're feeding ourselves milk or dairy or cheese, all the stuff, the meat, all your vitamins, but you're not getting the proper cannabinoids. So that's why when Ross is saying, yeah, we're just getting what we need to be in this state of homeostasis, in the best state that we could possibly be in. And that will eventually help you perform better.
And guess what? When they made weed illegal, whatever it was, 80 years ago, that was like the birth of Big Pharma.
Yep.
Because cannabis oil was the base of almost every single medicine.
Yep. THC tincture.
On the planet was the base. And then they would add other herbs and things to that to augment it, to do different things, right? But the base was cannabis. And then all this issues that we're having with ADHD, anxiety, stress, depression, these are all symptoms of having a deficient cannabinoid system. And the big pharma has capitalized on lobbying the US government to keep it that way, for one thing, so that they can sell people their synthetic drugs I mean, the opioid crisis, perfect example. No one's talking about the cannabinoid crisis because they want you to be on those antidepressants.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But the opioid crisis, oh, it doesn't affect me and you, so we don't give a shit. And who cares what the drug addicts do? And and they're just continuing to pump, regions of the country. Like Tennessee, for example, I think there's like 30 million people that live in Tennessee or less, or no, 7 million people live in the whole state of Tennessee, and something like 180 million codeine pills or whatever had gone into that state in the year before.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
For only that 7 million people, it's like 100 pills per person.
Yeah.
Per month or something like that.
Well, see, Dr. William Courtney, doctor in the cannabis industry, or cannabis user as a doctor, however you want to put it, he believes that cannabis is not just a vitamin, but it's a vegetable, and actually juices the cannabis plant and drinks it every day, like not blends, but juices with the wheatgrass juicer. It's disgusting. I've tried it, but super healthy. And like you're saying, to get a really big boost of cannabinoids, and we're trying to make up for how many years. Like my mother was deficient, her mother was deficient, and it's just been bred into us. And I've got just what I smoke, so.
Yeah, well, it's a generational thing because we do have to deal with the stigmas and things like that, to move forward. And we also need the numbers that we weren't allowed to gather, before. And once cannabis has been legal for a certain amount of time, they'll have the hospital visits that are related. They'll have the car accidents that are related. They'll have the various deaths. Like everyone knows there's never been death like due to cannabis like on its own. But they'll have these numbers.
Yeah.
And before they have these numbers, of course, we have these childproof lids, and you can't have like a picture that a kid's gonna like all of a sudden decide to smoke weed. Like just like there's no vodka bottle with a childproof cap on it.
Advil 72 bottle does not come with a childproof thing. I can open it with one finger. And I called to ask them why this was so. And they said if I needed a childproof lid, that I should buy the smaller bottle because that one comes with childproof thing. And I was like, wait a minute. Right? This bottle is 3 times as much. This is going to kill somebody, but it's okay.
No, but it's up to good parenting.
Of course.
They're leaving it up to the discretion of which they should do. I mean, I'm a believer of childproof. Okay, I've got 3 kids. I get it. Okay,
but why should cannabis be different though? That's my thing. Like, why do our cannabis packages have to be like ridiculous?
No, that's why they need these numbers that I'm referring to. So because the politicians don't know, they think this is like codeine or like a regular pharmaceutical drug because it started off in a medical. The only way we could get it through the courts was medically, and so it's been classified as a drug. But coffee is not considered a drug. Oregano isn't considered a drug. Rosemary or none of that stuff is considered drugs. It's the same exact sort of plant medicine that we're talking about with cannabis, and they're not classified as drugs. But the class 1 classification in the States has put it on the Schedule 1, and the prohibition that the States has spread around the world. Or else you can't be an ally of the states, has created this huge, like massive issue, right? And that's why, it's still federally illegal in the States because it's tied into so many diplomatic relationships that they have, and they have a hard time backpedaling it. They're gonna have to.
I really appreciate just as you walk through the cannabinoid system, and it's one of those things, as I've been on this learning journey, it's been amazing of how much stuff wasn't told to me. And when you talk about that, it makes sense to me. And I've learned a ton as MJ talks about that thing. And it makes me think about, like, I'm anti pharma, whatever you want to call it. Like, there used to be a time when I would pop a Tylenol every single day because I get these stress headaches. And then 4 years ago, as a joke, I started to do yoga because I thought it was just for women and flexibility, and I wanted to do something on my Instagram that was funny. And now I swear by it. I haven't taken a Tylenol in 3.5 years because I was only dealing with the symptom, and yoga, a natural form of stretching, actually removed all the things that I was taking the pill to kind of just get rid of the headache for. And when you talk about the cannabinoid system, that to me makes it sound like cannabis is as much a performance enhancer as get enough sleep, do regular exercise,
eat
healthy.
Yep.
Like if
It's
somebody
part of a
is,
healthy lifestyle.
what's that?
It's part of a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah, if somebody is an athlete, if two athletes and one is on a better sleeping regimen, eating healthier and doing a better exercise program, technically their performance has been enhanced over the one who hasn't. And that's exactly what cannabis is. It's adding another element, a natural element. So if you want to call that enhancement, that's just called healthy living is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in the sports like cycling, for example, like the Tour de France, like marginal gains are kind of what they're after. And running. Those guys from Kenya that run the Boston Marathon, they're literally down to like what shoelaces they're using to try to, and so it's these small differences that you can put together called marginal gains, and cannabis and water and potassium and all these things that you need as an athlete and as a normal person, just add up to being, almost unbeatable. And you do need all of those things because you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And stress happens to be, and anxiety and depression happen to be very good friends of athletes.
Mm-hmm.
And not drinking and sleeping, going to bed early, waking up early, having a lifestyle that's repetitive, that is sustainable for years on end, like for your whole life. Like I don't go on a diet. I'm on a diet. Like I'm not on a diet. This is my diet. Like that's the concept that you have to think about. Like you don't go on a diet. You fix your diet so that you eat like that every day of your life, or and it's just a different mindset, really. And it's the people that are open to using cannabis that are also more open to those different kinds of mindsets and thinking outside the box. And it really does make you more comfortable when you're uncomfortable. And that's what we're getting back to as far as stress and things like that. You don't need to smoke a joint that day, but if you've been training yourself, like yoga, for example, like smoking weed is like yoga, right? Like over a period of a decade, you will train yourself to be more calm.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch like interviews of me at the Olympics, like the reporters were like, "You're so fucking calm." And I'm like, I know, but I'm all torn up inside. Like you wouldn't believe what it was like being in jail. But yeah.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, quite frankly, I could probably say, look, the biggest win that you've had is I might walk out of this room and smoke a joint now because I'm healthy in all other areas of my life. And now I'm like, did Ross Gold just convince me to go smoke another joint?
Well, listen, if you do that, just remember dosing is everything. Like you match it to your tolerance.
Yeah.
Instead of having like a big puff, have a teeny tiny little hoot and flick that joint as far away from you as possible.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us today.
Please take a moment to join us on our Patreon page. Become a patron. If you've been enjoying anything that we're doing, a little bit of money monthly can go in there to help us continue to do the things that we're doing, go the places we want to go, and continue to grow this show. As well, you'll have access to full interviews of the people that we have interviewed, hence they're called interviews. Those will be available there because you only see clips on these episodes. As well, there'll be other extras and stuff available there too. So go to our Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie and help support what we're doing here.
And you can also connect with us on social media, Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, be sure to subscribe on our YouTube channel and as well your favorite podcatcher. Whether you want to watch us or listen to us, we always recommend watching based on things that you even saw in this episode. But go on to there at the Newbie and the Doobie. Push little bell notifications, whatever it may be, so you do not miss anything coming up.
And while you're there, why not share with your family and friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie?
And on that note, with this, I close.
Our podcast is a weekly podcast?
I was getting there. I was being more dramatic.
Okay.
With this, I close. Our podcast is a weekly podcast. So we will see you next week. But until then, please remember,
stay lifted
and keep on laughing. Cheers.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's August the 22nd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Al. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing better than I was a week ago, I can tell you that. And I can also tell you that it's an excellent day here in Ontario. The sun is shining, and I am outside.
Woo-hoo.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but I can tell you, it started a little chilly. Like it was like 9 degrees this morning when I got up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're switching into autumn early, even here in Nova Scotia. It's the leaves are already changing. We were talking about how leaves are changing there for you too. My tree in my backyard is probably a quarter gone already from like the leaves falling, and here it is. It's only August 22nd. I mean, it's normally a month from now when we're doing this, so it's crazy.
Yeah, because normally like, August here is dry. The lawns dry up, they're crunchy. You don't have to worry about even cutting the grass for 3 weeks. But that hasn't happened this year. Like, we're still cutting the grass all the time, and we've had a lot of rain.
Yeah. Yeah. There's seed in the skies, and Lord knows what we're going to end up with this time next year.
Yeah,
Snow.
it could be snow. Yeah, exactly. Well, we've had some hail on and off throughout the summer because of the storms.
Yeah, had some hail. There has been some crazy rain come down, although I am complaining about it because it did take a life, but at the same time, the rain is good for the earth, and it helps to keep the fires at bay.
Yeah.
And last year we lost like a quarter of our tiny little province to fire.
Yeah, exactly. So, alrighty, well, we're done with the weather news. On to the cannabis and psychedelic stuff. And the first story goes...
The first story is coming to us from Ganjapreneur. Morocco issues 5,000 pardons for cannabis farming.
5,000. That's for cannabis farming. This is going to be interesting. Good stuff. I always like to see when people are releasing cannabis stuff. Morocco's king on Monday pardoned nearly 5,000 people convicted of or wanted for the illegal cultivation of cannabis, according to the Reuters report. Mohammed El Garouj, head of the National Agency for the Regulation of Activities Related to Cannabis, said in the report that King Mohammed the Sixth pardoned the individuals to encourage farmers to engage in the legal process of cannabis cultivation to improve their revenue and living conditions.
Wow, the country's 2021 medical cannabis law was intended to improve the incomes of farmers who had held protests over income inequality and to protect farmers from drug traffickers seeking to exploit the region's cannabis as an illegal export to Europe. Moroccan officials issued the country's first cannabis cultivation permits in 2022 and then issued 54 cannabis export permits in 2023. Moroccan officials say the country's first legal cannabis harvest in 2023 weighed 294 metric tons, but legal cannabis exports since 2023 have reached just 225 kilograms, he said in the report.
Morocco is considered by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime to be the world's largest producer of psychoactive cannabis. Let's just say cannabis. But before the medical cannabis policy, Morocco's cannabis crops would have been primarily processed into hashish.
Oh, Moroccan hash.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And I was waiting for that to be mentioned somewhere in the article. Earlier this year, South Africa became the first country in Africa to decriminalize cannabis outright.
Wow. Going back to what you said up here, they're the world's largest producer of psychoactive cannabis. I think they say that because, for CBD plants, we don't just have hemp anymore. There is CBD cannabis plants. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's why they're, I don't know. I'm just throwing a guess out there. That's all.
Yeah. I know. Well, I have seen people, ask that question, or it's been like a question that's been a headline in an article asking, is cannabis a psychedelic?
Yes, I would have to go with the THC versions of it, the psychoactive versions. I would have to lean towards yes.
Yeah, I've never really thought much about it that way, but for some people, I can see it can be, for sure. Alrighty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, Senator says Harris will be ready to sign marijuana reform bills if elected president.
Oh, let's hope this is for good stuff. If Vice President Kamala Harris is elected president this November, she will be ready to sign cannabis reform bills into law, a Democratic senator says, as other lawmakers similarly predict more momentum on cannabis legalization at the state and federal levels under Harris-Walz administration. In a series of interviews at the Democratic National Convention, where delegates ceremonially nominated Harris on Tuesday, Democratic members discussed the future of cannabis policy with the first ever fully pro-legalization administration, as well as their concerns about what might happen if former President Trump, the 2024 Republican nominee, ultimately prevails.
Here's hoping. I think she will be very supportive of cannabis reform. Senator Jeff Merkley, sponsor of a bipartisan cannabis banking bill that leadership is aiming to advance, told Marijuana Moment. If we can get these bills through, she'll be ready to sign them. Asked about his own predictions for cannabis reform under a Harris-Walz administration, Senator Ron Wyden said he believes having them in the White House would embolden more states to take action on issues of private liberty, such as cannabis legalization.
He goes on to say that I think that we'll have a chance to work with the new administration on advancing cannabis reform. I have long felt that Congress is lagging behind the American people. Yes, they are. Well, the Democratic National Committee 2024 platform that was formally approved on Monday omitted an explicit endorsement of decriminalization. Wyden said he still backs the party's document because of its focus on civil liberties, which he says transfers to cannabis. The platform also touted Joe Biden's marijuana pardons and rescheduling directive while calling for expungements.
Senator Brian Schatz told Marijuana Moment he thinks that if cannabis rescheduling goes through, as the Justice Department has proposed, that is going to be powerful electorally for the Harris-Walz ticket. Also, while Trump recently indicated that he's coming around to the idea of decriminalization in light of the growing state legalization movement, Schatz said voters don't have to wonder what Donald Trump would be like about marijuana based on his prior administration's record, which the senator described as awful. The included appointing to Attorney General who rescinded federal cannabis guidance that had generally urged federal prosecutors to discretion when dealing with state legal cannabis activity.
Correct. They did. Jeff Sessions canceled the Cole memo that was written under the Obama administration that basically said that if the states are legalizing cannabis, you regulate it and control it, we'll stay out of it. But if things get out of control as far as the illegal market and so on and so forth, then they're going to step in. So that would basically gave the states to go ahead and do the cannabis thing, and Trump's administration rescinded it. They took that away. So, all right. The problem for Trump is that nobody believes him, and we have had 4 years of his policy, Schatz says. Of course, he's going to say whatever is popular now, but when in doubt, he'll do whatever the conservative think tank Heritage Foundation tells him to do. Rep. Hank Johnson said, well, he doesn't necessarily believe cannabis legalization will be at the top of a Harris-Walz agenda. Their respective backgrounds nevertheless bode well for reform.
I think the sky is the limit with those two, he told Marijuana Moment. They're going to govern very effectively on all the issues that we need addressed. I'm sure that Kamala Harris, when it comes to issues of cannabis legalization, or at least decriminalization, will be on the right side of public sector, Johnson added. The election of Tim Walz as vice president and Kamala Harris as president will herald a new day in America.
He also echoed Schatz's point about the Republican nominee, arguing that everybody knows that you can't depend on Donald Trump's word, including their recent remarks signaling support for decriminalization. Asked whether he feels Harris should publicly advocate for cannabis legalization, Rep. Steve Cohen says, I think everybody should. And I agree. It wouldn't just be good for the Democratic Party, it would be good for the world.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Representative Jim McGovern similarly said he would promote broader legalization if he was in Harris's shoes. But that's just me. He said he doesn't feel that cannabis reform is the major issue of this campaign, but it's nonetheless the right thing to do. Oh, I don't know if it's the major issue, but it is definitely a major issue and has been for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Senator Tim Kaine says he thinks it would make some sense for Harris to advocate for reform that goes beyond the current administration's rescheduling push. For now, however, he said it's most important for Congress to enact cannabis banking legal legislation, an incremental proposal that he says has the votes for passage.
Let's hope so. Senator Mark Kelly also told Marijuana Moment that Secure and Fair Enforcement Regulation Banking Act that moved through the Senate Banking Committee last September makes sense. He says that we've gotten close a couple of times on it, and I think we're going to get it done eventually.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, before Biden dropped out of the race, his campaign played into the contrasting cannabis policy positions under Trump, with multiple email blasts and online advertisements that frame the incumbent as the better choice for those who support cannabis reform. Since Harris ascended to the top of the ticket, however, her campaign has been silent on cannabis policy issues. Observers are also awaiting the formal statement from Trump about where he stands on a recreational legalization measure that will be on the November ballot in Florida, where he's a resident, after he said he's increasingly open to decriminalization and the state level legalization movement.
Yeah, Harris has more defined position on cannabis issues heading into the election, while critics, including Trump, have been quick to point to her prosecutorial record on cannabis. She's also sponsored a comprehensive legalization bill in the Senate and called for legalization as recently as March during a closed-door meeting with cannabis pardon recipients. Yeah, my understanding is that someone posted online about 1,900 people while she was a prosecutor that went to jail. So let's hope she knows. Obviously, from the stuff I've been seeing online, she has changed her ways and has seen the wrong in doing it and wants to change all that.
Well, that, and she was doing her job back in those days with tools that she had and believed in, and now that she's gotten more education, her beliefs have changed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate, choosing a candidate who backed numerous cannabis reform measures in Congress, called for an end to prohibition when he was running for governor, and then signed a comprehensive legalization bill into law in 2023. As president, Trump largely stayed true to his position that cannabis laws should be handled at the state level, with no major crackdown on cannabis programs, as some feared after then Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Obama-era federal enforcement guidance. In fact, Trump criticized the top DOJ official and suggested the move should be reversed.
Oh, really? While he was largely silent on the issue of legalization, he did tentatively endorse a bipartisan bill to codify federal policy respecting state rights to legalize. That said, on several occasions, he released signing statements on spending legislation stipulating that he reserved the right to ignore a long-standing rider that prohibits the Justice Department from using its funds to interfere with state legal medical cannabis programs.
DNC has separately played up the Biden-Harris administration cannabis reform platform on social media, but it's received some pushback after suggesting that the cannabis has already been rescheduled and that the country's failed approach to cannabis has now ended. Separately, a series of recent polls found widespread majority support for cannabis legalization, federal rescheduling, and cannabis industry banking access among likely voters in 3 key presidential battleground states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Well, I agree with those reps who are saying that she should come out and speak towards where she feels on the cannabis issue, where for it to be legalized.
Yeah, and I get that it's not the major issue of the day. There are many more important things out there for her to stand up for her presidential campaign. But I think that it is a very, very large issue. I think it is one of the bigger issues. And, whether or not it is what people should be concentrating on, I think it is something that could win or lose the presidency for either of them.
Yeah, no, I think with the 70 to 80% approval of legalizing cannabis, that there would be a large support for it. Obviously, There would be a lot of questions on what legalization would look like under there, so they would have to deal with all that. So there's like 75 days before the elections. Hopefully, we have some news to report down the road that talks exactly about legalizing cannabis in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping.
Here's hoping. All righty. On Monday, during the news, we talked about a fellow who passed away before the news articles even came out, and so today we have a news article on that, and here you go.
Here we go. Coming to us from CTV News, Saskatoon, the first person in Canada to legally access magic mushroom therapy has died at age 56.
That's right. Saskatoon man who became a trailblazer for psilocybin-assisted therapy using a psychedelic drug commonly known as magic mushrooms has died at the age of 56. Thomas Hartle struggled with end-of-life anxiety stemming from terminal cancer diagnosis, and in 2020 he became the first person in Canada to legally access psilocybin-assisted therapy to help cope with it.
I really felt like it made him be here for years longer because he was so passionate about it. Once he was able to try the psilocybin therapy himself, his wife, Marlis Hurdle, said, Thomas died on August 13th after a 10-year battle with cancer.
Marlis said her husband's cancer was difficult to detect, which caused him to have overwhelming anxiety. He began looking for relief and came across Therasville, a psychedelic advocacy organization. She said after his first treatment, there was an instant change in her husband.
He stopped worrying so much, right? The anxiety was lifted, she said. Thomas previously told CTV News it helped him deal with difficult emotions and came to terms with the idea of dying, as opposed to masking anxiety with an antidepressant.
His Health Canada exemption expired after 1 year. He reapplied, but in 2023, he was told his application was denied. Marla said they started traveling out of the country for treatments, but it was expensive.
Michael Kidd, a friend of Thomas Hartle, set up a GoFundMe page for a Thomas Hartle Memorial Fund to honor his legacy. He was such a dear friend, not just to me personally, but I think to so many Canadians and so many people across the world, because he shared his experience so openly and so courageously, Kidd said.
That's right, exactly. That's how you educate others, is by sharing your story.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. Kidd said Thomas had a profound impact on psilocybin-assisted therapy. Marla said she hopes her husband's story will help improve access for the treatment for anyone who needs it.
I hope that the psilocybin treatment becomes available for everyone, she said.
Yeah, exactly. And, she lived with them. She knows, firsthand experience, seeing how it improved his quality of life.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that it enabled him to deal with his fears and face his diagnosis with a straight back and his head held high, and
and
and as she said, it did give him extra time. She truly believes that because he had this fight, it helped his body fight the cancer, and he was here longer.
Exactly. So, alrighty, on to the next story.
Yes. Coming to us from Forbes, Mike Tyson drops new boxing glove weed gummies.
Heavyweight champion and cannabis entrepreneur Mike Tyson on Tuesday launched a new version of the weed gummies by his company Tyson 2.0, this time shaped like a boxing glove. Tyson made headlines in 2022 with cannabis gummies shaped like an ear, a reminder of his infamous biting of Evander Holyfield's ear in a 1997 championship bout. However, because of the ear-shaped gummies depict a portion of a person, they ran afoul of cannabis regulations in some markets, including Colorado, where the new boxing gloves debuted at select dispensaries on Tuesday.
We first delivered the Mike Bites ear-shaped edibles, which took over the world, Tyson said in a statement from the company. These knockout gummies represent another step in our mission to make plant-based wellness accessible to all. Whether it be through ears or gloves, I'm always looking for new ways to connect with my fans. And I think these gummies will pack a real punch in Colorado. Much like his career as a professional boxer, Tyson has become an icon of the regulated cannabis industry. His company, Tyson 2.0, launched in 2021 with a promise to provide the highest quality products in each regulated market it entered. In February, the company launched a line of cannabis seeds in partnership with Royal Queen Seeds. In addition to becoming a global cannabis brand, Tyson 2.0 has expanded into a variety of other consumer product categories, including apparel and accessories. To date, the company has a presence in 16 countries around the world.
Wow, that's quite a few, considering that cannabis is so dangerous to everybody. Adam Wilk, CEO of Karma Hold Co., says that Karma takes pride in bringing new products to market through our various brands, and we're thrilled to bring Mike's Knockout Gummies to Colorado first. They say that this launch demonstrates their commitment to innovation and our ability to adapt to different market regulations while still delivering the high quality cannabis products our customers expect from Tyson 2.0. There you go. There's a container of them there on the screen.
Mike's Knockout Gummies.
There you go. Go gummies. Yeah.
And it's made with rosin, so there's no chemicals.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Well, I see we're halfway done. That means it's medication time. We'll be right back after our joint session. Cut my joint right here. You got yours. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. In the second half, we've got a story on cannabis and dementia, as well as some research on DMT. So wait for that. Alrighty, here we go. First story.
Yes, coming to us from CTV News London. Cannabis locations closed by OPP with warrants related to illegal cannabis storefronts.
Police said that they executed search warrants on at least 2 London cannabis stores and other locations on the Chippewas of the Thanes First Nation on Tuesday. Both Spirit River Cannabis Co. locations in London had their doors closed today, and the Wellington street store had a sign on the door.
The notice with an OPP logo informed customers of the store closure and indicated that entering the property was an offense under Section 18 of the Cannabis Control Act. This means that anyone entering without court authorization may be charged with breaking and entering.
No such sign was posted at the Richmond Street location today, and the OPP said the warrants were related to illegal cannabis storefronts.
Although police refused an interview request, they did indicate that they will be releasing more information in the coming days.
I look forward to that information in the coming days, because like there was the raid on the reserve.
Yeah, that happened. It's happened down here too, in a small way. Like we have had the Indigenous down here have decided, like that own like a lot of the stores on the reserve land have decided that it's all Turtle Island, and therefore they have the right to open a store anywhere on Turtle Island.
Yeah.
So
Toronto has stores that are First Nation stores right within the city of Toronto.
Yeah. So the government has also here told the stores, now they haven't raided them yet, but they have told the stores on the reserves that they are not allowed to be open and conducting business. And they told them a few weeks ago now that they have to close.
Be interesting to see what happens, because I know BC says that their law applies to everybody, and they're going ahead and raiding the stores.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to watch what happens in all the provinces as time goes on, because a lot of these stores have been approved and supported by chief and council.
Correct. Yeah. You know, they've come up with a cannabis agreement.
Yep.
Within the reserve, so it'll be interesting to see as they release more information. So hopefully we'll have that for Monday's broadcast.
That'd be cool.
Find out what's going on, and then here in Ontario, like I said last night to Tamara, I'm sitting in between 80 stores on 2 reserves.
I was going to say you're right smack dab in the middle of the Green Mile and the Green Mile, like 2 of my most favorite places to visit when I'm in Ontario, right?
Yeah, like an hour either way. I'm there.
Yeah.
All righty. On our next story.
That's right. Coming to us from BBC News. Pair jailed after police uncover cannabis factory.
Cannabis factory. 2 drug dealers, they say, have been jailed after cannabis plants worth more than 300 pounds were discovered. Margus Gashi and Albajan Kukaku
were arrested on May 2nd at the farmer's home in Sheldon Road, Stand Ground, Peterborough. Not Peterborough, Ontario, people. After Cambridgeshire's police executed a warrant and found 285 plants worth up to 240 pounds.
That almost could have been Peterborough. I mean, Peterborough and Cambridge, you know,
Well,
Shire. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
when I first saw this story online, the headline said in Peterborough. And I thought, what? Oh, okay.
Evidence from a seized mobile phone then led officers to a house in Risby, Breton, Peterborough, where a further 114 plants worth up to about 95,000 pounds were found. At Cambridge Crown Court on August 16th, Gashi pleaded guilty to 2 counts of production of cannabis. Well, how did you pronounce this? Kuchuku? I don't know. Of no arrest, admitted to 1 count.
It almost looks like coo.
Yeah.
It almost looks that way. So there's the plants. Look at the plants. Aren't they monsters?
Oh my goodness.
Now, how could they be worth thousands of dollars? Who would pay all that for that much for those?
Oh, look at all the potential they're giving you, little guys, gals. Come on.
Yeah, like that's the thing. They price it out on what they think they could get for the plant in the end. Yeah, not what it's worth. Like right now, at 295 plants, that's not even worth like $3,000, $4,000.
Well, 95 plants over here. If you're selling in the legacy market, it's $10 a plant. So these guys are legacy. So 95 plants at $10 a plant is $950. That's what that's worth. $950.
Yeah, I've seen them $20. I've seen them $40. Depends on, I guess, like where you can get them, and it's just
Most legacies down here are $10. In the legal stores, it's 40.
40. Yeah, there you go. Now, Gashi was jailed for 32 months and Cuckoo sounds like a Beatles song for 24 months. And after the case, Detective John Bentley said that cannabis factories and associated criminality can be extremely destructive to the community.
Cannabis factory. Anyone who believes they are living near a cannabis factory should report it to us so we can continue identifying those involved and putting them before their courts.
So a cannabis factory, would that be the British term for grow-op?
It has to be, that has to, because like, I mean,
obviously it is, but it's just, they use that, is it just this one guy who is calling them factories? I don't know. But yeah, factories. I don't think the factories in Canada would look at that as being a negative. Like we are factories. So, alrighty, on to the next story.
Oh, this is coming to us from cannabis.net. Cannabis and dementia: what we now know and don't know.
That's right.
There's a bad joke in there about dementia, but I'm just going to continue to scroll.
Okay. Dementia, an umbrella term encompassing various neurodegenerative disorders, has become a growing concern worldwide. I know somebody who died recently from it, a family member. With the legalization of medical and recreational cannabis in many regions, the relationship between cannabis and dementia has come under increased scrutiny. While some studies suggest potential benefits of cannabis in treating dementia symptoms, others raise concerns about its potential risks. In this comprehensive article, we will delve into the complex interplay between dementia and cannabis, examining the current research and its implications for patients and healthcare professionals. Now, first, you got to understand it. They said dementia is a collective term for various progressive neurological disorders that significantly impair cognitive functions such as memory, thinking, and reasoning. It affects millions globally, particularly older adults, and is not a normal part of aging. Understanding dementia involves recognizing its symptoms, types, causes, and the impact it has on individuals and caregivers.
Yeah. Common types of dementia. We have Alzheimer's. My dad's mom, that's what she had, and she passed away due to Alzheimer's. This is the most prevalent form. It's accounting for 60 to 80% of dementia cases. Vascular dementia, caused by reduced blood flow to the brain, often following strokes. There is Lewy body dementia, which is associated with abnormal protein deposits in the brain. And then there is frontotemporal dementia, which affects the frontal and temporal lobes, impacting personality and behavior. And some common symptoms are memory loss and confusion. That's usually the first one that we'll see. Difficult in communication and understanding, changes in moods and behavior, and impaired judgment and decision making.
Yes. Now, as far as the potential benefits, it says recent studies have explored the potential benefits of cannabis in treating dementia symptoms and even preventing the progression of the disease. The two main components of cannabis, CBD and THC, have shown promising results in various cannabis strains for dementia studies. Now, as far as symptom management, they say that cannabis may help alleviate various symptoms associated with dementia, such as aggravation, agitation, anxiety, aggression, and sleep disturbances, significantly improving the quality of life for individuals living with these conditions. It may also help manage appetite loss and depression commonly experienced by dementia patients.
That's amazing.
Yes.
When it comes to cognitive enhancement, certain cannabinoids found in cannabis, such as THC and CBD, may have cognitive enhancing effects. These compounds have been shown to modulate neurotransmitter systems involved in memory and cognition, potentially improving cognitive function in individuals with dementia. And when it comes to neuroprotective properties, cannabinoids found in cannabis possess neuroprotective properties, meaning that they may help protect brain cells from damage and promote their survival. This could potentially slow down the progression of the neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's by reducing inflammation, oxidative stress, and electrotoxicity in the brain.
Now it also has anti-inflammatory effects. Chronic inflammation is believed to play a role in the progression of dementia. Cannabis is shown to have anti-inflammatory effects, potentially reducing inflammation in the brain and mitigating the damage caused by neuroinflammation. Now, as far as appetite stimulation and weight management, it says the loss of appetite and unintended weight loss are common issues in individuals with dementia. Cannabis, particularly strains containing THC, may stimulate appetite and help manage weight loss by activating cannabinoid receptors involved in regulating hunger and satiety.
Cannabis and dementia potential risks. While some studies suggest potential benefits of cannabis in treating dementia, there are also some concerns about its potential risks. Long-term cannabis use has been linked to a higher risk of developing dementia, particularly Alzheimer's disease. Cognitive impairment. Long-term cannabis use has been linked to cognitive deficits. Research indicates that individuals who use cannabis regularly may experience declines in cognitive function, including memory, attention, and processing speed, which are crucial for daily functioning. Can I just, I need to say something because
go ahead.
When I was in university years ago, I was not a regular cannabis user, and I did excel in some subjects that I found interesting, but that excelling was like 85 to 90, percentage. On other subjects, when it came to electives that I wasn't that interested in, I had to push myself to remember everything. These days, some of you may know, I went back to school in January, and I was absolutely terrified of having similar marks because the passing grade for this course is 85. You have to have at least 85 to graduate, which is quite high. And so I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to remember anything. I am a daily, and I mean, I wake up in the morning, I roll a joint before I go to bed so I can wake up in the morning and have a joint ready to go with my cup of tea. I also eat cannabis on, a basically a daily basis. My average for school right now is 96.8, which is a 4.0 GPA. I haven't had a mark below 92 on anything.
Wow.
So let me scream while I'm standing on my soapbox, BS. Thank you for letting me have that moment.
Okay, now there's going to be some risks. There's going to be concerns. As some people say, you can't. It's hard to. There'll be people who will have a negative effect to it.
Yes, no, and I agree. I've got my father and a recent friend that I reconnected with, went to high school with.
Mm-hmm.
The two of them, if I'm sitting in like my office here, say if my dad came in and I closed, even if I didn't close the door, and I smoke a big joint like that, maybe has some oil or some concentrates on it, my father will be high, and he will be high for hours.
Yeah.
Off the fumes, right?
Right.
If he eats 30 milligrams, it doesn't matter, a sativa hybrid, and it doesn't matter what it's infused with. My father is literally coach locked for 2 hours. He cannot move. And it only has to be 2 milligrams, and he cannot move. So it is like this isn't for everybody. But at the same time, my father, while he's coach locked, can sit there and watch the news, and he can tell you what he watched.
Well, yeah, he's not comatose.
Yeah, and his memory is there. Right? His body is coach locked. It can be like, I'll come out after he's taken a cannabis pill, whole 2 milligrams, half an hour later, and he's like, can you get me a cup of tea? I can't stand up. Right. He knows exactly what's going on, and he's very cognitive of what's going on.
Yeah.
So I still call a little bit of BS in the cognitive functioning part of that.
Okay, well, I'm going down to considerations for healthcare professionals. These healthcare professionals play a crucial role in guiding patients with their families when it comes to the use of cannabis for dementia. While the research is promising, there are still many unanswered questions, and the potential risk must be carefully weighed against the potential benefits. Healthcare professionals should stay informed about the latest research on cannabis and dementia and discuss the potential risks and benefits with patients and their families. They should also consider patients' overall health, medication regime, and individual circumstances when making recommendations about the use of cannabis for dementia. And patients and their families should be advised to consult with healthcare professionals before using cannabis for dementia, as it may interact with certain medications and have side effects.
Absolutely. They should always do their own research.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Clinical trials and future research. As the research on cannabis and dementia continues to evolve, clinical trials are essential for understanding the potential benefits and risks of using cannabis for dementia. Patients and their families can get involved in clinical trials to access potentially life-changing medications and contribute to the advancement of the medical knowledge. And that should be encouraged. Absolutely.
Yeah. In the conclusion, they say the relationship between dementia and cannabis is complex and multifaceted. While some studies suggest potential benefits of cannabis in treating dementia symptoms and even preventing progression of the disease, others raise concerns about its potential risks. I would say just like any other medication that you take, pharmaceuticals have their benefits as well as their risks. So, healthcare professionals must stay informed about the latest research and carefully weigh the potential risks and benefits while making recommendations about the use of cannabis for dementia. As the research continues to evolve, clinical trials will play a crucial role in advancing our understanding of this complex relationship and developing effective treatments for dementia patients.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Research that I read years ago, and we're talking years ago. Let's see if I can remember. I'm not going to be able to remember details, but I do know that at one point in time, like Alzheimer's, they believe like there's a myelin sheath around some of the nerves, and that goes away. Therefore, it's one of the things that brings on Alzheimer's. And they were saying that cannabis helps to protect that myelin sheath and keep it intact.
Yeah, there's an effect on it for sure. I know we've reported that on that in the past.
Yeah.
So, alrighty, one more story to go for the day, and here we go.
Coming to us from SciPost. Yay, we get to talk about psychedelics. Researchers discover how DMT alters visual cortex to create psychedelic visuals.
Ah, nice. Here we go. A new neuroimaging study has revealed how the powerful psychedelic, let's just say DMT, alters the brain primary visual cortex, potentially examining the intense visual distortions experienced by users. The findings, published in Neuroimage, suggest that DMT may significantly modify how visual information is processed in the brain, leading to phenomena such as blurred, phonema? I gotta get that word right. Such as blurred vision, tunnel vision, and the perception of expanded visual space. DMT is a natural occurring compound found in various plants and known for producing brief but intense hallucinatory experiences. These experiences often involve vivid and sometimes overwhelming visual and auditory sensations. DMT belongs to the tryptamine class of psychedelics, which includes substances like psilocybin, the active compound found in magic mushrooms, and 5-MeO-DMT. These compounds are chemically similar to serotonin, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in regulating mood, perception, and cognition.
For centuries, cultures in South America have used DMT-containing plants in spiritual and religious rituals, most notably in the preparation of ayahuasca, which is a traditional psychoactive brew. In recent years, the scientific community has also become increasingly interested in these substances, not only for their ability to alter consciousness, but also for their potential therapeutic benefits. Psychedelics like DMT are being studied for their efficacy in treating mental health conditions such as depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and anxiety. The study, led by Marta Lepo Paris and her colleagues, aims to explore how DMT affects the primary visual cortex, the area of the brain responsible for processing visual information. Specifically, the researchers wanted to test whether DMT alters the behavior of neurons in this region by changing their population receptive fields. Population receptive fields refer to the specific areas of the visual field that groups of neurons respond to under normal conditions. Each cluster of neurons in the primary visual cortex is tuned to a particular area of the visual field.
The researchers emphasized that DMT might cause these population receptive fields to expand or shift, leading neurons to expand to larger areas of the visual field or to areas they wouldn't normally respond to. This acceleration could explain the visual distortions reported by DMT users, such as the blurring of the peripheral vision, while central vision remains sharp, a phenomenon often described as tunnel vision. To test this hypothesis, the researchers conducted a study with 11 healthy participants, including 4 women, with an average age of 37. These participants had experience with altered states of consciousness, particularly with DMT inhalation. Each participant underwent 2 neuron imaging sessions spaced several weeks apart.
During one session, the active treatment session, participants inhaled DMT extracted from the bark of the Mimosa hostilis plant, a tree native to South and Central America, known for its high DMT content. The other sessions served as a control where no DMT was administered. In the active treatment session, participants inhaled between 50 and 70 milligrams of a substance containing approximately 31% DMT. Magnetic resonance imaging, which is an MRI, was performed immediately after inhalation, capturing the peak effects of the medicine. The image focused on the primary visual cortex, and the participant viewed a video of 2 perpendicular bars moving in specific patterns designed by the researchers. After the MRI, participants completed the hallucinogen rating scale, a questionnaire that assesses the subjective effects of psychedelic substances.
The results show that DMT significantly increased the population
receptive fields of neurons in the primary visual cortex, particularly those that normally respond to the peripheral parts of the visual field. This increase suggests that DMT alters the way these neurons process visual information, which could account for perceptual distortions such as peripheral blurring and tunnel vision. Importantly, the study found no significant differences in eye or head movements between the DMT sessions and the control sessions, indicating that they observed changes were likely due to the effects of DMT on the brain rather than external factors.
The evidence for short-term effects of DMT in the PRF, which is a population receptive fields, may explain perceptual distortions induced by psychedelics, such as field blurring, tunnel vision, and the enlargement of nearby visual space, particularly at the visual locations surrounding the fovea. The study authors concluded. The findings provide new insights into how DMT alters visual processing in the brain, offering a potential explanation for the intense and sometimes disorientating visual effects experienced by users. However, the researchers caution that the observed changes in the primary visual cortex are likely not the only neural alterations caused by DMT. Other regions of the brain, particularly those involved in higher level visual processing, may also play a role in the complex visual phenomena induced by the psychedelic.
This study is an important step in understanding the neuron mechanisms underlying the effects of DMT and other psychedelics. As research in this field continues to grow, these findings could have implications not only for our understanding of consciousness, but also for the development of therapeutic applications for psychedelics and mental health treatment. However, further research is needed to explore the broader effects of DMT on the brain and to investigate how these changes relate to the subjective experiences reported by users. So there you go.
Interesting.
Now, just so you know, past two stories, studies, reports, medical information, so on and so forth. And during that process, we got booted from LinkedIn.
I saw.
Yeah, we violate the community standards.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
To help people.
Yeah. How does sharing medical research studies violate community standards?
Yeah, these are real stories and real research papers. Like, I mean, it's not like we're making it up out of our heads. Like, it's real.
Yeah, and it's not the first time. And other times they've turned around and says because it was drug related. I see cannabis stuff posted on LinkedIn all the time.
Yeah.
And psychedelic stuff was posted there.
Yep.
All right. Well, we'll just work on that. Okay. Anything else before we say goodbye?
No, I think we got it all.
All right. That's the Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics at ease.ca. And in closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching. And please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. And don't forget to have an awesome day.
That's right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's loud in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people
Why
so far.
do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
People, let's go to this guy right here. Let's go to this guy. Can I get a few minutes with you?
I'm Kev Woolley, and I'm with DabX Canada. So the product of the year this year was the DabX Go, and it's an all-in-one dab rig. The nice thing about this one is that you can actually put in a good amount. I normally just drop a quarter or half a gram in the top and dab on it for a couple days. And
So after each dab, it's not done. You can keep going.
Just keep on going, yeah. So what happens is you see a gap around a little ring around the bottom of there. Your reclaim will flow through that, right down through that tube. You can see some dropping out the bottom there. So I'm just going to get this plugged back in, not foul anything. And then it collects in the bottom. So when that starts getting full, you just pull out the little rubber tray, throw that in your freezer for a couple of hours, crumble. It's going to come out real good and easy. At that point, it's decarboxylated. You can put it in your muffin mix. You can just put it in a capsule. I tend to re-dab it if it's some good stuff, or I just use it as a bowl topper for my bong.
That's quite a device.
Now, it goes together. It's all nice and magnetic. It's simple to use. It's got 4 temperature settings, and it's all basically dedicated towards pick it up, take your dab, put it down, forget about it until you want to dab again. And we try to make it low maintenance, very easy to use, and very portable. What we call its to-go kit here. And you can just assemble that. This plugs on there good and tight so that you can leave the water in it as you're moving.
Oh, you need the water in it.
And away you go. Now,
Nice.
I work in office buildings all the time. People think this is my thermos.
Yeah, I can imagine. And like all your stuff, you can put your little oil cans, whatever, down in here. Yeah.
Comes with a dab tool, 2 atomizers. Now, I cleaned the atomizer the first time on this thing after over a year. The only reason I cleaned it is because they gave me a cleaning kit for free. I didn't even need to clean it at that point.
Wow. And you used it more than once over that year.
I used it many times over the year. And in fact, I used my personal rig to dab people at shows. So there was at least 1,000 dabs on it at that point.
That one was used. Yeah.
If you want a dab, come on by. Make sure you got your sample wristband in this, and we'll give you a sample.
Ah, there you go. I got my can sal, but I don't work in it. This is my working in the cannabis industry is going around podcasts and doing podcasts. We have like 8 different broadcasts on the Pace Radio Network. There's three on the other network, and we touch on psychedelics as well as cannabis.
Fabulous. So nice to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. Let's see what else. So where can people find this device? This thing. There's no waste.
There really isn't. Anything that doesn't hit your lungs, you get a second chance at, and that's what really won me over about it.
Because the run through there is decarboxylated, and like you said, you could throw it in your food.
Yeah, I put it in brownies or a muffin mix. I tend to use it in thicker things. You don't want it something that's too fluffy, otherwise the oil kind of falls out the bottom. But like a good cookie dough, like it works really well in all of those.
Good stuff. You got a card?
I sure do. Right there, that'll put you in touch with my lovely wife. She's the brains behind the operation.
Okay. And you know, she's not the only wife I've ran into that runs things, and the husband works there.
Oh yeah, some of those guys are smart enough to see it.
All right, website.
dabexcanada.ca or dabex.com.
All right, super. Thank you very much. A handy device. Handy.
Looks
device.
good. Looks good.
Yeah, it's in stores.
I have a question for you.
Quantum One Cannabis in Vancouver, and we're actively interested in getting it in more stores, so contact us.
Now, what was that, Al?
And that spells it the best in fine stereo.
Alan,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you having a nightmare? What if it's true?
ladies and gentlemen,
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
The very word secrecy is repugnant.
Secrets.
In a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
Constant, extreme danger.
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
Extreme danger.
that an announced need for increased security
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Hart.
will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment.
The government, yeah.
That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the building would blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole fucking life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know.
Gotta have some fun. Gotta have some fun. That's Jack
They
Nicholson
deserve
from
to
The
know.
Shining. Oh, yeah, I know. We're going live. Hey, welcome to Green Crush. Listen to all this music.
Deserve to
Ah. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the show. Green Crush.
What is that anyway?
To know.
Is it a salad? No. Could be, though. Should be. Should be a salad. Is it a smoothie? It is if you're in California, but that's a different company. What are we going to do here?
Facts they deserve to know.
Yes! What does he mean, elevated existence? What does he mean by that? How come he's saying elevated existence? Why is this guy bragging about himself? It's not bragging. It's not. It's not. How do you even know I'm talking about me right now? Oh, you do, right? You do. Okay, well, we are talking about things cannabis. Listen to all this noise. I love it. I'm inside this giant thing that's making all this noise. And it'll simmer down in a minute. I just wanted to get started because this has gotten really interesting for me. This has gotten strangely interesting for me. And by that I mean that we have been talking about this substance, cannabis, for about a year and a half now on the air, and for several years before that, I'm doing it, relax. I was talking about it as something that pulled my ass out of the fire when stage 4 cancer came a-knockin'. I'm supposed to be dead right now. And when I take a look around at this world, I kind of think I might have made the wrong choice. Man, this is really getting screwed up out here. There's a lot of terrible people doing awful things. And one of the things that they're doing is making access to cannabis even more difficult than it was before, although now it's legalized. This is called a sleight of hand. This is called a magic trick. This is called the guy who designed the system studied well and came up with a series of strictures that make it seem like it's legal and free to those that don't do any homework. And so to the rest of us, we realize now it's been wrapped up, suffocated in these rather large entanglements of brutal, repressive laws. And the reason I have a problem with that personally is because cannabis has been a thing that I have used ever since I was diagnosed with stage 4 terminal cancer that was going to kill me. In a year, I had a year. I've been given my best before date. Have you? And I'm well past it, thanks. Can you tell? I mean, I'm sure you can make insults using those few bits of words. Go for it. It's fun. It's all bonus time for me. I'm really serious. I'm looking around this world and the stuff that's going on and thinking, I shouldn't have tried really that hard to fight to come back. And I realized the only reason I did do it, I guess, is that I know for a fact there is at least one other person. In fact, I know there are at least 2 other people. In fact, I know of at least 10 people. 10 different people with their own lives. 10 different people who I was lucky enough to be able to help out with something that I use to help me out. Now, I've used it on a lot more people than that. I know a lot of people that have used it, I should say, to be avoiding any kind of prosecutorial bullshit. But listen, this stuff is told, we're told that it's a poison and that it's a toxic thing and that the people selling it are bad, so now we had to get rid of them and get the government selling it instead so they can sell the bad, terrible, toxic thing. You following the line here? You see the part where it doesn't make sense? If it was really terrible and toxic, it wouldn't be selling it at all. They'd just stay forever against it. Like the way they do with a lot of other substances. But here's the problem. It does really help a lot of people. It is really an avenue of hope because it can work on a lot of people. It did work on me. It has worked on other people. I have helped other people use it. And so that is the reason that I'm still here. Not because I'm enjoying the shit out of this place. That's definitely not the reason. The reason is because I'm helping other people find this stuff. And if they have not, found any other kind of alternative to get them out of a health problem, they're trying this, and it has been working. And so that is what I have been able to bring to some people. That's the reason I'm stuck here. Every time I sit here and go, I can't believe I'm sitting in this shit. Kind of saw it coming, knew how they were going to go, don't like it, saw the repression coming ahead of time, saw the ignorance ahead of time, saw the lies in real time. And the parts that I've been correct about, the only part that makes you feel good is that you got it right at all. The rest of it sucks because you got it right. I would rather have been wrong. But they are so repressive with this healthy, healthful substance. They're just not using it right. And so now we have this problem where, the government tells you a bunch of lies and a lot of people believe it. And now we are at this situation where the leader of this country, it is a company too. The leader of this country has said that they wanted to legalize it to keep it out of the hands of kids, and he hasn't done that. And he wanted to legalize it to keep it out of the hands of the black market, and he hasn't done that. And if he has, he can't prove it. I mean, it's so screwed up here that Calgary has canceled plans for 4 public cannabis consumption sites after a significant public outcry. So what we're saying is, here's a city in Canada, which is the country that's legalized cannabis, and now these people would like to have a place to be able to consume this thing that's legal. But because of a significant, they say in quotes, public outcry in Ward 9 of Calgary, where 1,800 people weighed in against the proposed sites, and I'll bet there's hardly any of them that didn't have a case of beer in the basement. Anyway, it's almost impossible for anyone other than a homeowner in this country to consume cannabis. I mean, if you're following the laws, if you're foolish enough to pay attention to what these strictures are laid down by these people that don't really get it. If you're following those laws, and I don't advise that you do, but if you're following those laws, there's really not a lot of places you can consume this stuff, even though it's technically speaking legal. It's crazy. If you own a house, you're good. If you don't, maybe you're not. That's not okay. That's designing a system that is inherently on its face bad news. It's imbalanced. How can Quebec have no plants and somebody else can have 5 or 4 in the same country? Like you're a joke if you're a leader saying stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. You can't just put it on the provinces and tell a Canadian guy, oh, you can smoke it here, but you can't smoke it there. You can move it around here, but you can't move it around there. You can use it here, but you can't use it there. But it's legal. But it's okay. But don't use it. Like, these people are idiots. One of the things that really reminds me of how backwards they have gotten this whole telescope is that they tell you that, if you use it, you're doing things to your brain that are problematic. You're not being realistic. You're not being realistic. And it's funny because they're not being realistic. They want a drug test that can show that you're high on cannabis, and I don't blame them for wanting one, but it doesn't exist. But they just say that it does exist, and then they act as though it does exist, but it doesn't exist. Can't prove it. This will be shown in court later. Can't prove it. You get to have somebody with a certain amount of cannabis and somebody with way more cannabis, and that guy's not high, and the first guy was. And they're going to have a tough time with that in court. Why are we here? Well, because a Harvard study says that cannabis cut tumor growth by 50% in just 3 weeks. That's why we're here. Why are we here? Because more evidence there that cancer commits suicide by eating itself after exposure to cannabis. This is called apoptosis. Talked about it a bunch last year. Google up Cristina Sanchez. She's a molecular biologist from a university in Madrid, Spain. Complutense University. First reported in 1998, 20 years ago, that THC, the primary psychoactive component, induces tumor cell suicide. But don't take THC. It's bad for you. You know that shit that kills cancer. Don't take that. It's no good for you. Has to be government regulated. Then we have a federal court in the States saying that they've sided with big pharmas, that CBD has no medicinal value. Huh, that's funny. GW Pharmaceuticals in England is going to freak out when they find out that their CBDs that they sell for $33,000 a year have no medical value. That'll be interesting for them. But that's what we do have. A federal appeals court has sided with Big Pharma and ruled that CBD has no medical value and must therefore remain a Schedule I drug alongside heroin. These are the people making the decisions, saying that we are the people who are unrealistic and don't have realistic goals and dreams. Meanwhile, there's nothing but reports on cannabis killing cancer cells, right? So, listen, we've got a guest today, and it's kind of exciting because this guest is one of these kind of guys who, I've known him for a long time, and he is a very intelligent individual, so that's another great reason to know him. And for years and years, he used to have a bookstore in Toronto.
Remember those? When they had a store and brick and mortar, and inside there they put things to buy.
Remember that? Anyway, so Patrick now has an online store because his brick and mortar store, like everybody else, it became exceptionally difficult to pay for in this world where we make these kinds of decisions, where health is secondary and truth is number one, or number two. So basically, Patrick White used to run what was called a Conspiracy Culture bookstore. That was in Parkdale in Toronto, in Roncesvalles neighborhood. Very trendy Tony, Roncesvalles neighborhood. And he was selling fantastic books there and other materials with his wife, Katina. And they no longer sell those things because maybe he'll talk a little bit about that. And I kind of lost Patrick a little bit along the way because he was going through his problems with his store not working out the way he wanted it to. It was too difficult, too much time, too many hours on the one hand, while I was busy dying with cancer on the other hand. And then I didn't see him for some time, and then later on I find out he's way deep into cannabis and all things cannabis, and not so much the bookstore. And I found out that, and then he found out what was going on with me, so it's great, although I missed the bookstore, to see Patrick White here, and we're going to get some great inside information because Patrick has been also a seller of an illegal dispensary. I guess was that prior to dispensary on October 17th in Canada. You were a purveyor of cannabis treats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, we lost your mic. We're going to need some more leaning in.
All right, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, so Patrick is So tell us what happened there. What do we do? 2013, 14, you got interested in, were you doing the bookstore and cannabis at the same time, or how did it all start for you?
Dispensing cannabis has been something that's been going on for quite some time, paralleling the bookstore. And then once we decided to close the bookstore down, which was a couple of years back, a dispensary had opened up in Parkdale, literally a minute from my place. So I started to frequent it, and after a couple of visits, they realized that I knew what I was talking about. I was informative. I was helping with some of the customers that were in the shop. I knew more information than the people behind the counter. So they said, hey, if you ever decided you wanted to work here, there's an opportunity. So asked them about the pay. Seemed pretty fair. Decided to give it a shot. After 3 shifts, they gave me an opportunity to manage the space. After a few weeks there, managing a secondary space.
It was like a small little retail store tucked in? Or what was the dimension of this thing? Was it pretty big? Or
it's fairly large. It was about 1,800 square feet, but the majority of that was just allocated to facilitating the bodies that were in there. I mean, not much of it was dedicated to the product itself as much as the space for the people to fill in and busy it up. I mean, it was just constantly busy. It was nuts.
Yeah. So, and that was going on for some time.
Yeah, managed the dispensaries for about a year, and took a trip to Mexico over the Christmas break and came back, and my first shift in, which was January 10th of 2018, about 4:30 in the afternoon. Doors just smashed right in, and a crew of undercover cops came smashing in.
Oh, wow.
And just started screaming and yelling at everybody, get on the floor, hands up, hands behind the head, just all kinds of stuff. And
right,
of course, you're freaking out, and that was it. Got hit with three charges.
You, as the worker of the manager,
as a manager, yeah.
And did they address the owner with this, or were they not able to because he wasn't there?
There was no way for them to know who the owner was. I mean, from upon starting shifts there, we were told that there were no managers per se, no owners. Everybody was out west, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so you took the rap then, basically.
I took the rap, yeah.
So when you were getting arrested, were they just taking things and putting them into bags, and were you not able to see what they were up to, or what did they do basically?
It was a flurry of activity. There were probably at least a half dozen cops that were scouring the property looking for product and looking in drawers and just trying to identify what was in the actual space. And then there was at least 3 or 4 other officers who were, I guess, dedicated to keeping the staff
just immobile,
occupied and immobile, yeah,
and not talking to each other, I would guess, or did that not matter?
No, I think they were probably trying to encourage that, just to get
really?
additional information. They were asking tons of questions. It was a barrage of questions, lots of pressure.
Any physical force? Like, I mean, to yourself? Hurtful? Pain?
No pain. I remember one of the officers sort of just grabbing me by the neck and the shoulder here and kind of like turning me to face the wall. And then we were all asked to put our hands up on the wall.
Huh.
And then we stood there for, maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
And this is all because you were in the police officer's home touching his things?
No. We were in a dispensary providing medicine to adults over the age of 19 who were making their own decisions.
Oh, they made their own decisions?
And decided that was the route that they wanted to go.
Oh, I see. But the cop says no to this. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, they were very angry.
So they were angry. This is what I want to talk to you about. Okay, this is like, I'm sorry you went through this, but I'm going to pick apart this little, this little meal you've dropped here.
Whatever.
I've never been arrested for this thing, but honest to God, like I have to say, like there's so much of it bullshit. Like let's look at it from their point of view and say this. Okay, you get some paperwork here. We'll look at that. But let's look at this point of view, right? Let's say I'm the cop. Okay, so I just walked in this store and you're selling weed, and that's illegal. Now, why am I angry at you? Why can't I just say, all right, man, listen, you're not supposed to be doing this, and we're going to arrest you, and all that stuff, and just, like, go through the process with about as much excitement as it would be to, borrow a library book. What's with the, all right, get down on the floor, and all this, yelling and screaming, and, like, how did that facilitate the arrest for them better with you than if they just said, dude, sorry, man, I know you're not the owner, but we're going to do this thing up, Like, how come they got to use that kind of scare tactic bullshit? What is that?
I'm guessing it's probably to create more of a complacent environment where the individuals who are being subjected to the barking and the yelling and the screaming, I mean, most people aren't in those types of situations,
Sure.
right?
So they're more compliant out of fear kind of thing? Is that it?
Well, most people, when they're terrified or in extreme fear, they tend to shut down and just become, I guess, frozen, right? Which is ideal for a cop in that type of a situation.
So what you're saying is you want to use a tactic of fear to prevent someone from using a substance that eventually became legalized that they want to use to take care of some pain or whatever reason they might want to. This is what you're telling me.
That's not how I would go about it, no. But for some reason or another, it seems to be the mandate for the Toronto Police Force, yes. I mean, I've seen other videos that have been posted online in terms of dispensaries and shops getting raided, and it's always been extreme and unnecessary and over the top and just, it's like you said, why does there have to be that extreme rage and anger? I'm guessing it's probably something to do with the way that they're trained to perceive these places as a threat or an enemy to society. Because, I mean, think about it. I'm sure most cops, like any normal individual, would say, wow, so an adult wants to go this route and treat themselves and medicate themselves. Sure, why not? So, I mean, it's just, I guess, a way of disconnecting the cop from the logic behind people utilizing dispensaries, right?
I guess so, yeah. It's very punitive. It's very, all that yelling and screaming for this thing that is now legal.
And for a shop that's full of people who, half of them are there for anxiety and stress disorders, it was a very tense situation, yeah.
So you are in the middle of this, that was an arrest coming from January of 2018. So you're still involved in that, right? You've got paperwork here. What's going on here? So you have to go to court in Toronto to deal with this, or what are we at? Where are you at for trying to help people out? What's your mess here?
Well, everything has basically been squashed. So in terms of the charges, so I got hit with 3 charges. One was unlawfully possessing a Schedule II substance, possessing a Schedule II substance for the purpose of trafficking, and possession of proceeds of property or thing obtained by crime not exceeding $5,000. So those were the charges that I was hit with. And then also on top of that, I was issued a bylaw fine of $680 for using, I guess, basically a commercial space for dispensing an illegal substance.
Yeah. It's funny that, they've lost a lot of the moral high ground, because what I hear in there is the same thing over and over again. Like you've got possession of a substance to sell, possession of a substance to sell that's green, possession of a substance to sell that's green that's in a bag, A possession is selling something that's green in a pack that's in a store. Like, how many more, like, it's just bullshit, right? Like, you're just, like, layering on extra pieces of, nonsense.
Sure, it's just additional income, additional
Yeah.
whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
But
it's so transparent.
I feel very lavish and luxurious, though, having such an array of charges.
So where are you now with the legal fight on this? Are you getting a lawyer, or what are you expecting?
So thankfully, the dispensary provided a lawyer for us. He took care of everything. Basically, what it ended up in was that our court date for the decision of everything was actually Wednesday, October 17th of all dates.
Are you serious? That was a legalization date, folks, if you weren't. So you were in court on the 17th?
I was in court on Wednesday, October 17th for charges of possessing and distributing cannabis.
A thing that was becoming legal access that
for
day.
recreational use on that same day, yes.
Wow. It's quite the world we live in, don't you think? So that's a fake question. Don't worry. So as you were so that was the end. That was your last day, I'm guessing, as a cannabis dispensary manager.
No, actually.
No? Oh, then what happened?
I went against my lawyer's advice, and 3 days later was back to work at the second location that had yet to been raided. It was, I won't lie, for a guy of my educational background and experience to have an opportunity to make that kind of income over the course of a day and go home with cash in hand, I couldn't stay away, bud. It's like,
yeah.
So 4 days later, I was back managing the other space, and did that for up until the end of April, where apparently one of the owners was getting a tip from a guy within the bylaw office that we were going to get raided that week on the Tuesday. So we worked the Monday, we closed, didn't go into work on the Tuesday. When I drove by on the Wednesday, the whole front of the door had been smashed in, so I'm assuming a raid or something had happened on the Tuesday.
Wow. And so you were getting to the place where you working there again? Where you weren't working there anymore. You were getting to that, like you were being squeezed out at that point.
Yeah, and every day there was just the amount of tension and stress looking at the cameras and thinking, fuck, is this guy like an undercover? Or, is that Redbeard, the guy that raided us at the Queen Space? Like, It was just so much anxiety and making sure people are closing the door behind them and not just opening the door for random passerbys and whatnot. It was tough, but I don't know if it was worth it at the last couple months for the amount of anxiety that you're enduring to go to work and be that fucking stressed out. Like, it was really tough. But at the end of the day, going home with $350 cash was pretty good. 10-hour shift. So.
Right. Yeah, and you don't get that much in the world anymore. Not for a decent gig anyway. So now, and you are using it yourself, right? Were you also a partaker of the substance for various different reasons, medically?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 42, so I was born in 76, and I started smoking cannabis in 1990 at high school. At that point,
14.
14.
Too young, your brain. Oh, what about that? I got to go here.
Yeah, so I don't know if that exacerbated underlying issues that I already had or what, but I have been diagnosed with Asperger's, the ASD, autism spectrum disorder. I do have depression disorders and stress disorders, and I find that cannabis is pretty much the only thing that relieves me of particular situations or symptoms that can't be alleviated in any other way.
What other kind of things have you tried?
In what regard? In terms of
the other things you can try, like have you tried an antidepressant? Have you tried
Well, when I was 16, my family doctor at the time had tried to convince my parents that I was depressed, and he had prescribed me Prozac.
Oh, at what age?
16.
Oh, yeah.
So for a doctor to look at a teenager who's smoking cannabis with his friends and going out to party and having fun, and to identify and label that as someone who's depressed, and then to coerce and convince that individual's parents that he should be put on a fucking selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which will exacerbate any kind of fucking depression disorder in the first place.
Right.
To me was like, so thank God, I won't lie, I took one pill maybe 4 days later, had diarrhea, and I was like, yo, I can't fucking take these pills. I shit myself out in the fucking out in society. Like, I can't do this. And I just pretended, like, after that to my parents, like, yeah, I'm taking them. And, you know, every couple of days I'd throw a couple in the fucking toilet and flush them down. But I never take fucking Prozac, bud.
Yeah.
And now that I know what I know about Prozac and these psychotropic drugs, it's like,
Well, this is an interesting point you bring up, because we are sitting at this place now where cops yell at people doing this stuff and everything. But basically, those drugs that you're talking about are the ones that they want us to use. The very similar to meth, Adderall, and these kinds of things. They're saying that's what you should be using. That's what you're supposed to use. If you have Patrick's got stress issues, you should be on these, you know.
Well, Oxycontin and all these other things, like, bud, like,
Yeah.
look at the opioid problem that's going on in Canada, and yet the doctors, it's like they're Hollywood stars. They're just anxious to sign their fucking autograph and give people these prescriptions.
Well, Canada sent letters to the manufacturers of the opioids asking them to please stop. You know, almost 4 of them answered. So, but that's okay, and we can do that with this terrible. There's no question about the damage that it can cause, while they still prosecute all of this cannabis
Sure,
holding.
and the letters
Shit,
are
this
just
is
could just be
amazing.
PR and you know,
Yeah.
just to have public perception. You know, like, oh, they're really doing their fiduciary duty to try to quell the problem.
Right.
But I mean, it's all song and dance, puppet theater, right?
So then, okay, so you were working there. You get hit with these crappy things. You got to deal with it, and it's coloring your ear with this bullshit and everything. So, what have you done? Like, that dispensary is now closed, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So the
those two places.
dispensaries, they've both closed, but the individuals that were behind them have since at least 4 or 5 other dispensaries under different names in different locations.
Yeah.
You know,
They're still in business.
Still in business.
Okay. Because when they take the cannabis, this is what I was thinking, is if they take the cannabis from a dispensary, on the one hand, like when you look at all these individual pieces of this whole saga, right, it's nuts. Because on the one hand, they're taking cannabis away from dispensaries. And then on the other hand, they got people that need cannabis, want cannabis, are legally able to have cannabis, sitting there going, I can't get any. And they've got efforts where they're getting rid of it. And they've got efforts where they're lobbying Bill Blair to make sure that nobody else also grows cannabis while you're out of it, while you don't have any. I mean, all of these thoughts, right? These are the thoughts that are so scattered and all over the map and don't really work together. This is the kind of image of the mental activity that I summon when they say cannabis fucks with your brain. Like, they come up with all these laws and these rules and these needs and these desires that aren't tethered in reality. They would say that about us. They'd say, oh, you're nuts, you're crazy, you know. Oh, you're not going to have, like, hologram concerts down at the Dome and everything. That's all crazy talk. But they want to have a breathalyzer that can so tell you exactly where you are impaired on this, which is it's not a thing you can have, but they want it.
And cops administering blood tests on
Right.
the side of the road.
So that's okay, even though it's not connected to reality, but they'll make fun of us for not being connected to reality. Like, that's where they go. They go right to the thing that they are doing, you know?
Well, it's all projection, right?
Yeah, it's totally projection. That's what I mean. Like, what is going on? Like, if this guy starts telling me don't beat your wife, I know he's going to be beating his wife. Like, that's where they're at. This is how they've been doing it so much along the way. Like, oh, this thing's dangerous. Oh, so it's healthy. Oh,
But that's the programming and the conditioning,
Right.
right? It's that whole Orwellian psyop where, you know, we create this environment where people are almost like, I hear you, bud.
It's so frustrating.
It
Like,
is. It's absolutely
cannabis is
frustrating.
going to damage your brain. Hey, the THC that's in cannabis can kill the protein that causes Alzheimer's. Hey.
Yeah, but let's fill every house with fucking scented Glade candles. Yeah. I
Right.
mean, it's just fucking
those
like,
plug-in things. Yeah, that's when I
Dude,
knew
it's
we
just
went off the rails. When
like
you start plugging things into the wall that have Jello in them, right? Chemical
that melt
Jello.
and disperse fucking artificial flavoring. Holy fuck, but
Let's take this shit and then we'll plug it into the wall too. I like that. Actually, that's a great angle. Anyway, we're getting off track a little bit. So I'm trying to find out. Trying to just get some more information, because basically what I'm doing, Patrick, is I'm trying to understand from the mindset of people that are comfortable and deep into this world what it is about it that makes it so great and okay to use. And so, you know, we've had all kinds of conversations where people are upset that they don't like that it's being used as a cure-all for so many things, even though it does really address a lot of things. The same way a nutrient will. Like a heart attack pill isn't going to help your cholesterol. It isn't going to help your lungs that you're having difficulty breathing with. But a vitamin C, a nutrient, can help with your hair, with your teeth, with your eyes, with your
stomach, your digestion, all kinds of things, because it's a property that affects your entire body.
Sure.
So this is what cannabis is, but they play it like, oh, it's a drug, can't cure everything. You're nuts for thinking that. But it's actually a nutritional compound. Like if I eat a banana, I can't tell you the 27 different ways that a banana is helping me out, but I know it is, right? So it's the same with cannabis. So that's why it does help with so many of these physical or mental afflictions. It helps so many things. It's a nutrient. You've been denying this nutrient in your body for 80 years.
Chances are anything that comes out of the earth, but I mean, if it's got elements that are found within the periodic table, we are of the earth, you know, chances are our body requires it to a certain extent, right? That's just the way I've always approached things. You need stuff of the earth. You are of the earth. Cannabis is of the earth.
Yeah.
Seed-bearing plant, bud. Come on.
Right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning, from time.
And they work so hard. This is the part that makes me think a bunch. This is what I think about a lot now, is they work so hard to make sure that it is perceived as a bad thing. And then so many people believe it. Like, this is like a magic trick that you just can't believe.
Well, I mean, think about the etymology of it, right? Like, vision.
Right.
Programming.
Right.
So, for time, they're convincing us that it's this demonic entity or whatever it is, and just think about the sheer volume of industry that would be completely rendered useless.
Well, that's a lot.
Well, it's like, think about Jack Herer's book, right? The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and just the sheer applications of hemp and cannabis. I mean, it's really astounding.
It is astounding. It's clothing, it's building materials, concrete,
rope, textiles,
it's beams,
paper.
It's boardwalks that need replacing. It's insulation.
Feed for the animals. I mean, think about the time when hemp was grown in excess and they used to feed the animals all this abundant hemp, right? And all these animals are getting a ridiculous amount of CBD. And then they declare it, they ban it, they outlaw it. And now instead they're giving these farm animals hay, corn, stuff with mold in it, the shit that's rotten, even other animals, you know? So that in turn, we're consuming that, and we're, I guess, reaping the benefits of whatever it is that these animals are eating, which is terrible. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a parallel in terms of human health and like farming production and the removal of hemp and the access that the animals had to that as feed. Like, there's all sorts of like weird things that people don't think about. And
when you know something like that, and you can research the different aspects of it. At some point on that journey of discovery, would you not find the person or group of persons that are making this happen? You know what I mean? Like in other words, if I know so much about this healthful property, I'm basically a criminal if I hide it from you and don't let you have it and give you a hard time if you try to get it. Basically.
Guilty by omission, right?
Right, exactly. So I must know about it. And I'm keeping it away from you on purpose. I don't accept the possibility that they're just being careful and they know certain bad things and they're just trying to make sure. I think they know all of the properties. I don't have a lot of faith in the rules per se from the big players. A big player changes the rules anytime he wants. You know, I mean, just what happened in the States with Trump. You know, it's like, he's not been breaking the law. He hasn't been doing that. Oh my God. Actually, we broke 2 laws. Okay, well, so, you know, let's have a fine instead of a penalty to go to jail. That's not a strong law. That's not a good law. They just keep moving the goalposts all the time.
Well, it looks like progression, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to stagnating and just sitting idle, it looks like they're actually doing something.
Doing something. You know? But it's not. Like basically, I know that this thing can so bring you a great amount of health, and I'm just keeping it away from you while I punish you for trying to get at it. Like, that's a collective game plan. Right? That's a mindset.
It's a corporate mentality.
Yeah.
So I would check to see what type of ties that individual has in various pharmaceutical companies and things on and so on and so forth, right? Because any sort of informed individual would know that that's complete and utter shit.
Yeah.
What they're saying. And I mean, you got to have some...
But they are saying that shit, and people are uninformed, and they kind of are going along with it, and that's just the way it is. And the people that can prove the other side of the story or laughed at or ridiculed, such as us sitting here like, these 2 couple of potheads. You know, he's got a beard, he's got long hair, they're a couple idiots. Right? That's what they think. Like,
that's all right, because fuck, public perception, but I really don't give a rat's ass. Yeah. And that's part of the fucking Matrix disconnect, right? I mean, I really don't care who thinks or says what, because as an informed individual, I'm going to make the right choices for me and my family. And that's what's fucking important, bud. Right? I mean, I can't worry about what all these other people are doing on a constant basis. I'd shut down. I wouldn't be able to do anything for myself.
Yeah.
You know, so what I try to do, and what I was trying to do with the bookstore, was to provide an environment where you could help at least give answers to those who are looking. You know, I didn't want to be that guy in a fucking corner with a megaphone and world's coming to an end, this, that, and the other. But I did want to be the guy where if people were interested enough to find my space, I'd give them all the fucking time in the world and be as honest and as open as I could be with them, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So that was sort of what I was doing. And with the cannabis, it was like my mom was diagnosed with cancer in 2008. And for 3 years she was sick, and it wasn't until the last 4 months where I was able to convince her to try the RSO.
Wow.
And my dad was against it because, you know, he's like, drugs,
it's
and
illegal.
weed, and the doctor says this and the doctor says that.
Right.
But my mom, after using it for not even 2 weeks, she was saying how the amount of comfort she was experiencing was so much more
Helping her out.
Oh, it was incredible, the difference. It was like night and day for her.
And of course, she'd already tried a bunch of other things as well.
Oh, well, she had already been through all the chemos and all the radiations, and she was suffering from really bad neuropathy. Her hair was completely gone. Her fingers were all curled up. She had so much weight gain. You wouldn't even recognize her as my mom. So she was fucking transformed by the pharmaceutical industry, you know? And towards the last couple of weeks, she told me that was the best she had felt in the 3 years, pretty much.
Wow.
So that for
And
me,
some prick would just say, "Oh, that's anecdotal." I mean, you know, we can't even back it up now. You know,
well,
but I mean that's incredible. I mean, you know,
but it's my mom. She was
Sure.
why would my mom have any sort of
Exactly.
an agenda to lie to me or to subvert my
But people say that, they go, "Well, that's anecdotal," and they just push it aside. It's amazing that people will go there. But I'm saying, I remember you at that time freaking out, going crazy. So your dad was resisting this. I mean, I didn't know what you were doing back then. I never heard of it back then. So your dad was resisting this, and your mom's saying, "Gee whiz, of all the shit I've been through, that's the best feeling I've been."
Well, she's if I'm going to sit in a fucking device that's going to pump me full of this for however long.
Yeah. Rather be cannabis than
I can't
chemo.
try a little drop of oil under the tongue, some sublingual application? Really?
Right.
I can't try this?
Yeah.
So finally she's just okay, you know, bring
Bring
some
it on.
over, and that was that.
I started to help her out, make her feel better.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all we're really looking for. And what I'm trying to say is that bringing it back to is it's so disappointing and thoroughly unconscionable that there are some people that know these things that we're talking about right now with your mother, and they're still saying, "Yeah, but don't let them have it." I hate that mindset exists, and it obviously does, and it's obviously pervasive, and I would say it's the majority of people.
Sure, but yet you polled 100 physicians, oncologists, and you asked them how many of them would subject their family members to radiation and chemo. Have they been diagnosed with cancer?
Yeah.
But it's less than 20%.
Yeah, I've heard some dark numbers on what a doctor would present his family member or loved one with. Yeah, that's not the same as the patient, so I get it. So that's awful. So I'm so sorry you went through that. My mother also went down to the cancer reaper. And so I know it's brutal. I didn't know anything about it. That was in 96, so I didn't know anything back then. But it's so hard to get through and understand that people are going to say, "Oh, yeah, that's bullshit, it's anecdotal," when you know that it helped. And your mother is going to tell you these things. And why would she tell you anything else? What is her motivation to tell you anything else? You know, this thing's not working. And she's going to go, "Oh, no, I like this one the best." Why would she say that? I mean, she was unwell and everything. So, of course, she's telling the truth. Of course, this is the way it is. And, of course, it should just be an option anyway. It's going to ruin your brain, but we'll send you to war. It's going to ruin your brain, but we're frying you with chemo and you're 90. Why won't they just try this stuff? You know, they're definitely sitting on information. They don't want us to have it. And then you get into, once you make that awareness, now you're into the conspiracy field, and now it's even worse for you because now the guy's talking conspiracy.
Sure.
Yes, the logic and the facts lead to a place that you don't like. That's out of my control. I can't help that part.
And not only that, but if you look at the definition of what a conspiracy is, I mean, it's basically
so
just
simple.
two fucking people sitting in a room plotting and scheming, right? Which you're going to try to tell me that over the last 100 years it hasn't happened with cannabis or the hemp?
Like I said, I was having a conversation with a guy the other day, and I would say this guy is an average person, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I would just say in a lot of aspects that are too boring to list. And he said he was telling me about this cannabis being something that once they figure out how to regulate it to the point where making a proper medicine out of it, then everything's going to be okay. Like, this is such a limited, narrow point of view. I go, no, as soon as they figure it out, if they were able to figure it out, get into a pill, you're never going to see that thing. And then I asked this guy, he says, well, it's not legal. They haven't been able to work on it because it's been illegal and everything, which is technically true. But do you really think, like, just put your hand up, teacher, of all the pharmaceutical efforts, Novartis, Merck Frost, you name them all, you're going to tell me that because cannabis has been illegal for 80 years, none of these people have availed themselves of the scientific properties of it in their secret laboratories because it was illegal. Like, do you really think that Bayer hasn't taken that thing inside a glassed off, steeled off, guys wearing like hair nets and everything, and you're telling me they haven't worked that shit out? I think they have, and they know exactly what it can do, and that's why they're fighting against it forever.
DARPA's probably got a fucking self-watering plant. It's there's even in the like early 90s or mid 90s, you had big cigarette companies like Philip J. Morris buying swaths of land in the Emerald Triangle in California. Yeah. So what would be the purpose of that if not to conduct research and and development and whatnot?
Like, right? I'm sure one day in GlaxoSmithKline, some guy came down one day and he had a bunch of weed and he went into the board meeting and went, I don't know what to tell you guys, but we don't need any more fucking drugs with this. You better not tell anybody. It's like, oh shit. Well, lobby the government, make sure it's never legal. Like, they're running down those roads, and it's kind of funny, but I also believe it's true. But at the end of the day, if you're really thinking that, it's kind of funny and everything. But you're also a monster. You're literally a monster if you're functioning on that premise.
Sure. I mean, stopping the well-being of any individual is like. I mean, how do you classify that?
I don't know, but those are the guys that get the jobs. Those are the guys that set the policy after they write it, Bill.
But that's that whole corporate mentality where, I mean, do you remember the documentary, The Corporation, where these two Canadian filmmakers
Joel McCann and who's the other guy? Yeah.
It escapes me, but they basically approached a corporation as an individual and did a psychological analysis on it.
They're insane.
And they're fucked, but they're psychopathic.
There's a bunch of markers, and they hit them all.
So think about someone who has to be at the helm of one of those institutions.
You have to be nuts.
How ruthless you would need to be in order to like appease your shareholders, right?
I think it's a magnet for the unhinged. Basically, power in general, whether it's a corporate power or government power. I think it's a magnet for the unhinged. I think there should be tests where if you're gonna run for mayor, or prime minister, or whatever, you got to pass this test. Like a driver's license, it's not unreasonable to pass a driver's license. To get a driver's license, you got to know some things, right? A couple things, right?
Put them in a room with some fucking dogs and some kids. They'll figure out if the guy's got a good spirit, a good energy or not, right?
I really think so, because people are setting the agenda, and the problem with that is, like, on the one hand, we laugh at how stupid it is, and we get a good chuckle out of it. And look at this guy. Like, and then you play games like, does this guy really believe this shit? Or does this guy just saying this thing and he thinks he's a really good actor? Like, you play those games. Like, I don't even know if I can tell the differences sometimes. But honestly, it's really dangerous when you have a bunch of folks sitting around who don't really know anything. Now, this is Fox News, okay? And they've got a cop on there. And they're having a chat. Fox News, the friends are sitting around, the Fox friends. And listen to this gentleman. He's going to talk about cannabis because, it's in the news, right? It's part of what's happening.
No one talks about this. THC is addicting. People I know so many people, they say they were told one thing and they end up getting addicted to it. And that's an addicting substance. There is a price to pay for pot.
There's a price to pay for pot.
There absolutely is a price to pay for pot.
This is the cop.
I spent my entire adult life in law enforcement, and a lot of it investigating traffickers of drugs. And it's not a minor nonviolent felony. It's ruining families and killing people every day across the United States.
Tell us how.
And we stand here in denial, thinking
Tell us
that
how it
it's
happened.
not a gateway drug to drugs that's
Yeah, you
killing
don't start
people.
on cocaine. You probably start with marijuana.
You do. You start with
things,
marijuana,
right?
and then you go to cocaine later.
That's
yeah, thank you,
absolutely
sweetie.
right.
That's a nice
And
dress.
still today, we
Look
have
at
a
her
meth
arms. God,
problem
they're so
across
cute.
the
My
state and
socks are filled
country.
with cocaine
If someone's
right
in
now.
possession of meth, they're in possession of marijuana because it kind of cuts the edge of the meth.
Okay, he
And then
just
they
said that. I'm going to say
use
that
the
again
marijuana
because that's a
and-
good one, man. I mean, I got to put that back a second. Okay, listen to this thing. This is a guy telling us about meth and cannabis. Listen to this. This is great.
And then they use the marijuana and the meth, and they go out and kill themselves or overdose or kill someone else.
Right. Well, nonetheless,
Nonetheless, I love that. That's my favorite line of the whole thing. He goes, well, then they go out and they get anybody that's got cannabis also has meth, and then they do the meth and the cannabis, and they go kill a whole bunch of people, and it's the end of the world, and this is awful. Well, nonetheless, we do have like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not what you would say to a guy that said that shit. You would either say, oh my God, is that really going to happen? Or you'd say, oh, that's not going to happen. You don't say, oh, nonetheless, anyway. Like, these people are insane, and this is the fucking agenda. And somebody is listening to this. The banner at the bottom is 12-year-old brought pot gummies to gym class, and now this guy's into everybody with cannabis has meth, and they're going to murder people. And this is on the news, folks. And when we have a guy say that the news is fake, and then you get mad because that guy said that news was fake, you are supporting this. Okay, you're supporting that this guy, well, he got some meth, and then next thing you know, he's got pot, and then all these monsters came down, and it was like the zombie apocalypse. Oh, okay, we'll be back with this genius right after this commercial for Fleischmann's margarine. I mean, we have to stop sitting there and taking people like this at their fucking word. Meanwhile, right, and I won't say I'm not jealous. Meanwhile, like 4 million people listen to that guy say this. And like maybe a couple thousand people are listening to what we're saying. And we're dead right about it. And this guy doesn't have a clue. So there's that energy. And we have to fight that all the time. I mean, the smaller megaphone is generally telling more truth.
And usually when you have individuals with those types of a platform, with that kind of an audience, I mean, the only way that they achieve that is through some sort of a corporate means anyways, right? So
Oh, sure.
if they don't have any sort of adherence to whatever policies or ideologies that these outlets have, there's no way that they would have gotten on that spot.
No.
So,
But what they also have is they have, other vendors who don't want to be associated with. Like there's probably like a plug-in Glade thing, or like you said, or some gravy mix that you can buy. And they don't want to be on the show that Fox is doing when they're talking about cannabis in a positive light. You know, all these guys have so much interest in just not having you around, right?
which is weird because if you look at the number of the population that partakes in cannabis, you would think that that is a pretty sizable
Yeah.
demographic, right? So why
Yeah.
would you all of a sudden want to marginalize these individuals and block your product or your service from it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense. And when you get down to what doesn't make sense, it's the omission of the good stuff. It's the repression of people that want to open up a business while they're sitting there going, we need more businesses. Our economy's hurting. Like, none of it makes sense. And I've looked at it from as generous a position from their position as I could muster, like, okay, here's what they're saying. And just kind of go along with it, follow the official story. And as best as I can do that, you still find like so many problems and so many, what must be deliberate fuck-ups. Like you couldn't even get that many mistakes if you just casually sat down and tried to come up with it, the new system, and then, there's a few problems there. Like you literally have to come up with planning as many problems as they have. I swear to God, like it took effort to come up with as many problems as it has.
Sure, it's such a clusterfuck. You would assume that people are obviously trying to run it into the ground in some capacity, right?
Yeah.
It's like
across the board on so many levels, like it must be deliberate, and this is where we get back to, they don't really want us to glean the information that can be gleaned when you use it. They don't really want you to benefit from the physical benefits you can get, because now you're not a customer for 9 other companies that always lobby the government and give them money. Like you're either on board with this or you're not. And they're trying to struggle to get this weed thing into a big corporate like Crisco oil thing or I was going to say a car company, but you can't even do that anymore. But they're trying to turn it into a big commodity thing. And if that's not going to go, then they don't want to do it. And since it's not going that way, it's stuttering along.
Yeah, it's about controlling the revenue streams, I think. It's just like with the dispensaries in Toronto. It was after October 17th, where the frequency and the rate at which these spots were getting raided like increased tenfold. I mean, you used to see dispensaries still popping up pretty fairly frequently, right? But
Yeah.
since the 17th, I think the new dispensaries like opening up has definitely slowed down quite a bit.
Sure. Well, then they'll have their laws, right? So you're really going to be a guy that can't work. So let's go back to your legal situation. Does this mean you're not able now to work as a legitimate player in this new cannabis paradigm from the government, or because you got these tickets in the old way, or what?
That is, I'm not quite sure about that. I guess at some point I'm going to have to take myself to a station and do a criminal background check just to see what comes up when that's done. Because the lawyer didn't really indicate what was happening, and the courts were definitely very vague in terms of what was going on. So that I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, I hope it doesn't become a problem for you.
I've got digital fingerprints on record that at some point I'm hoping to get rid of.
Oh, yeah? Related to this?
Yeah.
So that's a problem when you go to the border, I guess?
Yeah, issues going into the States.
Issues going... And do you have any desire to go to the States? You don't seem like a person...
Belly of the beast, but no interest.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No interest.
So the good news, if you're just catching up now, the Canada-wide cannabis shortage is going to persist for years. So say the producers. But what do they know? So we won't have cannabis for years, but it was ready, and they didn't need Plan B, although they did have a Plan B, although we never got to know what it was because it wasn't there in the first place. And they're ready, and they want things to be safe, and they want medical patients to be addressed, and they want kids not to be using it, and they want criminal efforts not to be involved selling it. None of that's happening, folks. None of it. Not one bit of it. While this Bill Blair is being lobbied to not grow more while we have a shortage. Okay, that's where we're all sitting right now. That's where we're sitting right now. That's the place. So if I could say anything at that point, I would say that your legal representative has not been heard from you enough. First of all, your legal representative is a, unfortunately, cannabis-deprived individual who is not focusing and functioning at the highest possible level. Just like if you don't put in vitamin C to your tank. So these people are creating these laws and these repressions and these omissions of facts to make sure you also stumble along and don't do as well in your life. That's really what it works out to. I don't see how you could put all these facts on the table and see much else. I don't see it like, well, you know, they're doing what they can. They did the best they could. They made a couple mistakes, but you know, it'll pick up later once they realize they made a couple of problems. I mean, it's not going that way. There's nothing but a sea of problems, and they're making sure to keep those problems problematic.
Sure. Even I think it was maybe 4 days into legalization, I received an email from my medical producer, my LP, basically apologizing for there not being any cannabis available because the recreational market had basically tapped them dry.
Wow. Imagine having to write that letter. Take a letter.
Just imagine,
we don't have anything. The end.
Or imagine being a medical user, somebody who's reliant upon that to deal with whatever symptoms or ailments that they've got, and now they can't because people are just using it to be silly and watch TV or watch a movie or go play mini pod or whatever. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't knock the recreational use. I'm all for it.
No, of course not.
As a medicinal user, it's got to be extremely frustrating.
Well, it is for me. I am a medicinal user, although I am not tethered into the official system. And one of the reasons for that is even though I was, teed up for medical, I wasn't necessarily desirous of using microwaved pot, okay, which is the medical, both of them are done.
But you could dip it in your pasteurized orange juice.
I could dip it in my pasteurized orange juice, yeah, a little bit at a time. Then you wait for it to dry, and it's a sweet crystal buzz when you get it. No, but I just didn't use it. And so while this legalized was coming, I personally wasn't worried about losing my connections, if you will, the folks that I'm involved with, who I can trust and I know are good purveyors. Nothing's changed for me,
and for most people too. I would assume that's the same situation.
Yeah.
I mean, I never had an issue, and don't perceive any sort of issues in the future, but. based on locality and where people are, I'm sure some people do have a very difficult time procuring good quality cannabis.
Absolutely, and it's only harder now, no matter how you shake it, because the legalized market. But then it wasn't ready. It just wasn't ready. They weren't ready. Like when if you believe what the government says, one of the biggest problems they have is with children smoking. Like just smoking in general. Let's not even talk about cannabis. Let's just smoking in general. So if that's the case, and they say that it is, if that's the case, how was there not a massively concerted effort to nail this edibles thing, to get it down, to do it properly, so that we knew exactly how many grams or milligrams or whatever the dosage is in that particular gummy? How many of those do I need to eat? One of them will just kind of take an edge off. Two of them will make me tired. Three of them will, lay it all out, figure it out. The way they do at the liquor store when they say this is a nice sherry to go with this kind of thing and this is a nice white wine to go with this kind of fish. And they don't do any of that stuff with the cannabis. And like it's caused all these problems where no one even knows what it is or how to use it. And they want to hire people that don't know how to use it because they don't want a guy with your tickets.
Sure. Well, they made it very clear that anybody with any sort of dispensary background,
we don't want you.
Is not.
That's experience and knowledge. We don't want that. We're trying to fuck things up over here.
Sure.
It's really bad. It is really bad. I'm so sorry to be a bummer. If you were listening to this show to go, hey, this is going to be a great time, legal cannabis, blah, blah, blah. It's just not the party that you think. And we have, the part that's really important, okay, is that to be able to do this, they must have, and they did, go out into the world, study existing models, go look at Colorado, go look at Portugal, go look at places around the world that have already been using it or not using it. And like in, Amsterdam, where, okay, it's illegal, but everybody uses it and no one gets in trouble for it. And you study all these things. I'm sure I could come up with a pretty decent model for this coast-to-coast scenario here that far outstrips in both delivery systems, caliber of weed, everything. I'm sure, and I'm not a genius. I'm not saying I am. I'm saying most people with that data could come up with a far superior system than this deliberate failure.
I think we can go back to your point earlier with that most of these people that are in these positions to make these big decisions aren't users.
Right. Well, that's true too, yeah.
So there's just this fucking massive disconnect.
It's a
I mean,
number.
how can you be such a fucking hypocrite and be involved in like an industry or whatever that you're not even using? Like, it's...
Well, because it's the same thing as like I'm a vegetarian, okay? I don't eat meat, all right? But I could be well invested into pork hocks for the futures. You know what I mean? Like I could be invested into corn, even if I don't eat it, right? So that's where a lot of these people are with cannabis.
It's like Bill Blair.
It's like Kim's dad. I'm going to call him out right now. Kim, producer of the show, day one, right from the beginning. So her dad, I'm going to call him out right now. You can cut this piece up and send it to your dad. So her dad is a very decent, regular, normal guy who doesn't approve of any of this kind of shit, right? And never likes the fact that Kim has ever used it ever. But she's been honest in saying, look, I do use it. I use it for this. I use it for that. He's never liked it. Last year, was it?
No, he used it for 30 or 40 years.
Oh, he used it for 30, 40 years?
But then he quit and took the type.
Oh, he's a user. So he's 3 or 4 decades in. Then he says don't use it. But then guess what happens? So Kim's been using it off and on over time. So then last year, he buys a bunch of stocks in cannabis companies and says to her, oh boy, I bought a bunch of stocks in cannabis company. Now this is all pre-legalized. So if he's looking at her for being a bad person for using it, he's already investing into an illegal company at that point. And then he's mad at her for using cannabis, which if no one uses cannabis, he don't make no money. I mean, this is like, how does somebody think that shit?
Well,
the same head.
They're trying to disconnect the use from the profits and the making the money of it.
That's
right?
not realistic, though.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
One supports the other. Obviously.
These are the straight-laced people telling us that we're the crazy ones for thinking these thoughts, but then they'll have a thought where, hey, I'll invest in this thing, and I hope no one ever uses it because it's awfully terrible, but boy, I can't wait to make a bunch of money on it. Like, that's going on in the same head.
Yeah.
Like, these are the people that we're supposed to look up to for,
I'm going home later, and I'm going to invest in a shitload of thalidomide. But
there you go. There you go. And then I'm going to build a time machine, go back to 1960, and make a ton of money selling babies flippers. Sounds good. Oh, we tested it for a whole 2 weeks already. Some people say to me, why don't you trust the pharmaceutical companies? And I'll say thalidomide, and they'll go, what's that? And I'll go, well, we don't need to have this conversation because you're not really set to be the guardian about my pharmaceutical interests if you don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh, but just let them know. I mean, if you look at any word that has pharma in it, pharmaceutical, pharmacist, pharmacology, it's all derived from the Greek word pharmakeia, which fucking loosely translates into witchcraft and sorcery. So,
yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Well, it has been something that it's all about people, right? We're chasing profits and dollars and everything. But when Kim's dad did this thing last year, I was on that all day. I was going, but you can't want that also. To me, it's like, oh my God, I am so hungry right now, and I'm not going to eat anything for weeks. Like, that doesn't really solve the problem, though, of being hungry, to not eat for weeks. Sure. It's like, I don't get this. But here we go here. The UN committee. So this is, our leader, Justin Trudeau. He takes every single marching order from the UN and the EU. I bet you Justin wishes we were in the EU and in the Mexican Union with the states as well. But it turns out that a UN committee is unexpectedly, although I didn't write this headline or I wouldn't have put that word in there, UN committee unexpectedly, or how about expectedly, withholds marijuana scheduling recommendations. They withhold the recommendations. Now, what does that mean?
Unexpectedly, though.
Like, it's unexpected. We didn't know you were going to hold these regulations. Like this is just a handful of words, and it's already the recipe for great distress. Because if you understand it and read it, what it's saying is that on Friday, the World Health Organization, last Friday, or maybe 2 Fridays ago now, was expected to make recommendations about the legal status of marijuana, the international legal status, because Canada has already apparently pissed off the UN by doing what we're doing with cannabis. But the reform advocates are hoping that it's going to include a call to deschedule the plant. You know, you were saying before about CBDs and everything. The schedule is Schedule 1, like heroin. So there's been a talk, with Dacha, what's going on in South Africa, what's going on with his weed everywhere, what's going on with Patrick's medical needs, mine, so many other people, is we'd like it to not be a criminalized substance anymore, if that's okay. If you could just take it off, since it's not.
I'm not a criminal, bud. I'm just a person who has issues and problems, and this plant alleviates them for me.
So we were going to that. So all these countries are legalizing or, decriminalizing or whatever. We were heading to this, and we're going down that road. But in a surprise twist, a representative from the UN and the WHO, the World Health Organization, which is part of the UN, a specialized agency of it, it says they will be temporarily withholding the results of its cannabis assessment. Wait a minute. First they tell you, we're not going to change the rules, and then they're telling you further into the story, which people don't read a lot of these stories. I swear to God, they don't anymore. But what they're saying is they're not even going to release the assessment. Wow. Why is that?
Probably has some really interesting information.
Because it's so bad, they'd want to tell us right away if it was bad, right? They'd be going, look, see?
Sure.
It fucking
supports their whole cause, right?
But if they're holding not just the chemical itself, the actual weed, but the report on it, wow. It says the marijuana recommendations are now expected to come out in January. They need another month of tinkering. I bet you they're going to rewrite the fucking shit. They found a bunch of great stuff, and now they got to make sure that great stuff's not in there. So earlier this year, WHO expert Committee on Drug Dependence, ECDD, released a pre-review of marijuana that included several positive evidentiary findings. That's it. Positive evidentiary. So it's positive, and there's evidence for this. Okay, so cannabis has never caused a fatal overdose, the committee said, and research demonstrates that the ingredients in the plant can effectively treat pain and improve sleep, for example. Let's hold the regulations. The pre-review results prompted a more in-depth critical review. One of the final stages before the UN's Commission on Narcotics Drugs makes a determination about whether or not it should remain in the most restrictive international drug classification. These people are on the planet, they wrote this, then they put it out into the world and we're reading it. Like, what? How do you even get through your day?
It's the propaganda, but that's it. It's, I can't read that type of stuff. It's like...
That's all this is. This is a whole show. That's not, I mean, I'm reading this shit all the time. I'm going nuts reading this stuff. This is insane. This is like, we have water on the floor. Be sure to put a paper towel on the ceiling. I mean, what?
Or put all the electrical cords into the fucking puddle.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. So what do you think? Like, how do you, seriously, I'm pushing you, man. How do you get through? I am having a really fucking hard time with this, particularly when the UN is also telling, Justin Trudeau to do a bunch of other things that we also don't want. And by that, I mean there's this compact on immigration thing. And if you don't like that, you're automatically a racist.
Sure.
If you don't like it, you're a racist. But if you don't like it, you don't like giving up your ability to another body to do something. I don't want them to print our money. I don't want them to put up my library card registrations either. We'll take care of that shit at home. So, but now he's signing on to, UN things. So I have to think that he's way deep in the UN pocket and that he is completely fine with the fact that they're going to put it into a category 1 or whatever. But this is another indication of the truth going the opposite way of reality.
And I guess
we're ruled by it.
I guess it's like any situation, everybody just needs to become a little bit more self-sufficient and reliant and not so dependent on what the government is saying and doing, right? Because obviously it's counterintuitive to what's best for the people. I mean,
yeah,
I see it, you see it, a whole slew of other people see it. So I guess just for people to just continue using their cannabis, right? Obviously. If you can grow your own, obviously do that. Try to cut the government out as best you can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the oversight and the control. It's too much and it's unnecessary and it's unwelcome.
What do you say to a person? This is a good. We'll go out on this and take your time with it. But what do you say to a person who, I mean, I know you say I don't care about that, whatever, and I get that. But a person who is on the fence, I care. Because they want to hear stuff. They're open, right? So what do you say to a person who says, look, I want to try it, but, the government has had it illegal for so long. Now it's legal, but you can't get it anywhere. People are fighting about it. I just don't even want to, I'll just do without it kind of thing.
Just kind of shrug it off
Yeah.
and go back to their usual routines.
Yeah. I don't want to get involved with all that shit. There's a lot of shit to get involved in if you are involved in it. So some people just don't even want to bother with it.
I guess those are maybe the people you would ask, hey, you ever bought a fucking tread climber? Have you ever bought a Vitamix? Like, why? What was the sole purpose of that? Okay, to self-improve and to better your well-being. And, so if this plant, if there's evidence that cultures have used it and utilized it for thousands of years and they're finding remnants of it in vases in China and there's still active THC in it, there's just so many people and so many cultures that have utilized it, right? So, and for what? Why has it been so popular, right? It's like laughing and smiling. It's contagious. It's good. It's just you need it. And then you get into the whole endocannabinoid system and the receptors, and why would they be there if not to be utilized? And where are you getting your cannabinoids and all these different things? And I mean, there's probably a multitude of ways to approach people. First would probably be to figure out what type of an individual they are and how to breach them, right? I guess it's
yeah. Like, what's your ailment?
What do you need fixing? Right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's something that you can use as a way to solve those problems.
Well, I certainly hope that more people like yourself, and by that I mean people that know about this plant that's being made into products, all kinds of products. It can be a product, but the essence of it at the very beginning is just a plant, just a couple of leaves coming up out of the dirt and a seed. And I guess I really wanted to have Patrick on a long time ago, and we didn't quite get to it. Stuff happens, right? I wanted to have you in there back when you were actually still selling this stuff in the dispensary, but wasn't able to get that going on. But I really appreciate your perspective on before and after. And you've used this as a pain thing for yourself. You've used it in the relief of your mother when she was not well. And I guess the question I'm going to ask you, I didn't know I was going to ask you this, but I know you're a father, and I know you have a young daughter, and so the biggest issue that anybody else can say, they could say, well, Patrick's this renegade lunatic who smokes weed, great, but he shouldn't really be getting any of that near his daughter, kind of thing. And there's a whole mindset of people who mean well. They totally are good folks. I'm not here to argue with them, but they really fully 100% absolutely believe that no kind of element from the cannabis plant whatsoever should be in a young person ever.
Show them a video of this.
You're 20, you got your kid. What do you do? How do you get by with your kid? What do you tell her?
Well, first and foremost, I don't dumb anything down with my daughter. I speak to her the same way I would talk to you about the subject.
Right.
I'm very open, very honest. I tell her everything, any question she has, I'll answer it. In terms of how other people might perceive that, it's I mean, again, you just if you go on YouTube and you watch those videos of those young infants that are suffering from the seizures, and then they're given some cannabis oil. I mean, any parent, bud. I mean, you don't even have to be a parent, and you can watch a video like that, and you get upset.
Sure.
And why would anybody want somebody to suffer that way?
Right.
And if all it takes is to administer a half a rice-sized grain portion of oil sublingually under the tongue, or however. And that instantly reduces that, even with pets. Like, you've seen those videos of the dogs having seizures, and they rub it on the paws.
Yeah.
And almost
Boom.
instantaneously, the dog's like right back to normal. Bro, like, why wouldn't anybody want that? Right? So, I mean, I try not to get into like the whole arguing thing, because once you start butting heads with somebody, they've already cut you off, and they don't want to absorb anything that you're trying to tell them. So I try to play more of like a sympathetic role and just be like, well, think of it like this, or look at it like that, and just give them a slew of perspective that may not be their own, and I'm sure one of them will resonate with them, you know. But I like when my daughter has a uterine problem, and she has these like really severe cramps when she gets her period, right? And she takes CBD capsules. I give her CBD capsules. She tells me, she said, these CBD capsules do so much more for me than my
Midol or whatever.
My prescribed.
Yeah.
Midol. That's exactly what it is. Works so much better for her.
Wow.
And the Midol has like a whole slew of side effects that are going to give her issues later on in life. That, you know, it's like the revolving door thing. Well, now she's going to need more medication to deal with that, and then more medication to deal with that. Now they got that commercial where it's like, well, if you're suffering from taking too much fucking medication, we've got a fucking small purple pill for you. It's like, bro, I already have too many fucking pills.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't want a fucking pill, whatever color it is. So, you know, I mean, I'm sold. I don't need convincing. I'm fully aware.
No. I know you're sold. I'm just saying, other people will say, well, what about her brain? What if she uses it and it ruins her brain? She's not 24 yet. What are you going to do? Like, what do you tell people that say that? When you're having a conversation, and not some idiot saying that, but like, what do you, how do you address that?
First of all, I've eliminated any mystique about the plant, because now the lame dad smokes it, right? The uncool fucking dad smoking weed. Like, I have no rush to get into that.
Right.
You know, like when I was growing up, my parents like thought it was like the worst. So to rebel and smoke, I mean, that was part and parcel, right? But my daughter, she's just like, well, you know, I ask her all the time, it's like, hey, have you ever smoked? Have you tried? Your friends? And she's like, oh, yes, people smoke, they smoke, so-and-so smokes, they've asked, whatever. And she
no big deal.
And she would tell me if she did. She's told me when she's tried a drink of this or a drink of that, but she's never tried cannabis, and she's not in any sort of rush to.
The forbidden fruit. That's it. What an aspect, right? Like, they've been making such a big deal out of it. People want to do it.
Sure. But at the same time, she's being fully informed about the medicinal properties and how it can help individuals. So that being said, if there's ever an instance in her life where she's, you know, succumbing to whatever and she needs some relief, she knows that cannabis can offer that, right?
Yeah, it's a tool, and it's not a big deal. It's a tool, and you know, it's over there by the lawnmower and the chainsaw and the kettle.
That's it.
And the toolbox. It's right over there. We are gonna go away. We have to. I'm gonna do this properly. I'm not sure when we're coming back, but we are. We have an imperfect schedule, but if you're just listening to them in order, shouldn't be a problem. Or listening to them at all. Our guest today has been Patrick White. He is a, well, you still have the store, right? You've got Conspiracy Culture.
We still have the online presence, and we still do event productions, so
right,
we're still active.
You still, and what kind of events do you do?
Oh, all sorts of things. This year coming up in 2019, we've got Dean Ryan coming in from the States. We've got Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone, coming in for an event.
Right.
We're bringing Graham Hancock back in. We're going to be tied into the Alien Cosmic Expo in the summer. A whole bunch of different things on the go. Like, the event production was something that I really liked, and with the absence for the last year, I've really missed it, and I miss the community and facilitating like discussion and people, you know, it's exactly the same thing that you're trying to do here with the show, and I miss it. So 2019, we're getting back full steam into the events. And,
that's great. That's great. So, and the tickets are always online on your website, etc. for these things?
Anything that will be anything to do with us will always be available through our website, which is conspiracyculture.com.
Conspiracyculture.com. Okay. And of course, I brought Patrick in because, like I say, there is the conspiracy angle. We have been talking about it. There is lying by omission. That's definitely at play here with cannabis. And, you know, there really can't be a full answer all points discussion about cannabis without the conspiracy aspect. There's no possible way. I mean, you know, we have talked about it for thousands of years. We've used it for thousands of years. And then all of a sudden it was illegal for 80 years, and then all of a sudden it's back on again. So there's some kind of conspiracy there, absolutely. And you should really take a look at it for, you could be missing a key nutrient. Imagine if I just told you about vitamin C for the first time, you ran out and tried some, how fantastic you'd feel. I really promise you, a lifetime without it, you would notice the influx of that right away. And I hope that you avail yourself of this particular nutrient, which is not on the food pyramids. It's not in the large food groups. They don't have, you know, cheese and meat and fruit and weed. Although they should. They really should have that. Your mother, if things were ideal, would already have that circulating in her breast milk while you are suckling. And we could do this a whole lot better than we have been doing it. But we are going to come back and we'll find out some more things from some other people. It never stops. It's such a treasure trove of positive information. It makes it extremely suspect. And when I see some government minister coming down saying, "Oh yeah, no, that's it's kind of bad actually," and I'm, you know, I used to be a cop and everything, you know, and I got a lot of pensions and stuff, and I'm, you know, I know my nose looks like shit and my eyes are all fucked up and I'm all out of shape and everything, but I came up with a system for cannabis use and I want everybody to stick to this. And that's the way it's going to be. And if we run out of weed, too bad. You're just going to have to wait for a year and a half or something because we're ready, because we knew, because we didn't have plan B, because we knew plan B, because we don't need it, because you don't need it, because the people who were selling it were bad. And the people that are saying good things about it are lying. Do you really believe any of that shit? Because that's what they're telling you. Give your head a shake.
Shallon, sample number 3.
Pop your lid off me.
Oh, yeah. So I was trying to do this before it deletes it again on me.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you're
save
done.
and finish later.
Yeah, save and finish later.
Mix it all up.
There we go.
That's what I do.
All right. Here's the ash. The
grind plate.
Plate.
Thank you. That yours?
No, that's just the one that was on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
It's not getting ground yet. It doesn't get ground yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get ground.
No grounding.
So we can answer your questions 1 through 6, right? While we have the plate.
Here. That one's open.
Oh. Okay, I didn't see the ones that Bob had.
You took it.
What's that? The papers? Yeah, I did take them.
Oh.
I took them and gave them to Shallon.
Thank you.
How are you finding in these strains that you've done so far the crystal factor?
Oh,
the first one was nice inside.
There's been crystals on them.
But there's no what I've noticed is there was no powder.
No.
Yeah.
Catch it in the sun, you can really see it.
Can you see the crystal in the sun?
It's really purple.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Nice. I can see the purple from here.
Oh wow. Well, fuck, you're 13 hours away.
It's the mushrooms.
Oh, look at that.
No, I could really see that it was purple when he was holding it up in the sun. I could see it purple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's visually appealing.
Karma cup.
Yes, visually appealing. Okay, that means that has to go. Oh, yeah, it has to go around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're judging the Karma Cup. It's the 11th
I'm
season
making a
here in
guess.
Canada.
That one. Black Domino. What is it?
I'm going to run a promo here, Al.
All right, go ahead as we keep judging here at the. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
And we are back.
All right, we're testing this indica. Everybody's got a good. They're liking it. Yeah. Moistures. Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, this is
overall
this is
visual appeal.
Good. This is I'm.
Which one's this, Al?
This is
that what you're on now?
Sample number 3.
I'm just gonna crack the bud to feel the.
I can do that. I will do number 3 of the indica.
No,
or the sativa.
Crack. Yeah, what did you get? Like how? That's what I'm trying to get from you earlier. What are your results for sativa number 3?
Well, I'm going to roll this, what I have left of it, and plus with my notes.
Overall visual. I like the look.
Yeah.
There you go. So 1 through 9.
Okay, let's get it rolled.
All right, gone around twice.
That's 13. No, that's 1. Okay. Oh.
I didn't see any physical contaminants. Did anybody else?
No, I'm not seeing any, but
nothing. Okay.
But remind me next time. I'll definitely bring us some loops. I think.
Oh yeah.
Because you're not gonna see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next one. Translate. Does the aroma translate to taste? Taste. I really.
Number 2 is moisture.
Important to me.
Yeah, I was gonna mark that.
You know, like you can.
The taste is important to me, but the smell. I mean, I love the smell, but the smell not so much.
I like the smell too, but the smell doesn't always translate to taste.
No.
Aroma pleasant.
Yeah, that's what I've found over the years.
Feedback.
Stickiness to touch.
Yeah.
Stickiness to touch. Does it feel sticky?
Yeah. Okay, so we're into the grinding phase.
Question
Now,
6: physical contaminants.
Shallon's gonna grind it up.
No,
He's gonna let us know
That what you got?
how it is, whether it feels really moist or dry.
We're about to smoke it for the next
Is there any lumber in it? No lumber. Good to put that in the comments. Saying.
Don't make those comments too long. I can't remember them. How are you making out?
Pretty cute.
You sure are.
Okay.
Yeah, not too much at all for stock.
You know, I'm so used to cooking burgers and hot dogs. You know, maybe next time I do one of these, I'll just do a sub thing. Pieces. Yeah. You can just go and grab them. No, I'm gonna keep. We'll keep doing this. Well,
Ooh, that
I'm
fluffed out
cooking
decent,
away.
eh? Yeah, that's a good fluff.
Probably when we start that, I'll get Al to run a video that's a little longer. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah. When I go to start up the barbecue, I'll get you to run a video. One of the other videos that are on there.
Yeah, they're only a couple of minutes though, so I can run a couple.
Correct. That's yeah. Or I'll just go do it. Yeah.
Well, there's one here that's 4 minutes.
We're gonna keep judging while I'm cooking.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
I can really
Yeah. By the seat of your pants, right?
Always.
Always.
But I smelled that first.
And okay, now Shallon, how was it? Fluffy?
Yeah, it fluffed out pretty good.
Yeah.
Not overly dry.
Not overly dry. Moisture was good
wet.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no complaints.
No
there.
problem. By the looks of it, you're gonna roll 2 joints.
At least.
Do we want to speed this up? You want to help her, Deb?
Yeah.
So if we guess the strain, like after all this is done and over
Right.
down the road, when do they release the results? Do we get to
Yeah,
find
yeah.
out if we
The
guess
results
the
will
right
be
strain?
released on what the.
Oh, you mean if you were right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
See,
sure
you
they
can go
do.
back. Once things are submitted, you can go back and edit them. Last year, you
Until
couldn't-
what
you
date?
Couldn't.
Until the
Last
end.
year I wanted to go back in and see how I judged on things. And that's why I had leftovers out of each strain, so I could go back, double check what I saw, and say, okay, well maybe I'll go to the store and buy that. Now that is finished first or whatever.
okay,
right?
And the one thing that is different on the website this year is you can see, you'll probably be able to see your results this year, next year, although you can't see last year's results. I don't see them here.
Yeah, it is. It's a different.
Oh, I was going to keep track every year.
That's could be. Yeah, yeah.
Could be. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll
Okay,
find
got
out.
the joints coming, and no problem rolling
Too
joints.
early.
All right. Okay, now we're going to be checking the ash. We want to know about.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Does the taste translate or the aroma translate into the taste? Your smoking experience. Keep an eye
Yeah,
on
no, that very rarely happens.
So we're just dumping it in. Oh yes.
Numbers.
You know, we can't.
Up for a third joint.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 joints.
Wow.
Yeah, I put fluff nicely and put a 9 in brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask what papers you're using, Al?
Because they
And which ones? The greens?
blue.
I don't like the blue. I like the green.
I like the blues.
I like blues too.
The blues are good for slickers.
Yeah. I like the reds and the blues.
The red's too thick. I went.
My joints, so the full of paper is better.
I splurged this month and I got some regular Ziggy Whites.
Yeah, that has some bite.
I can't pay $3.75 a pack of papers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, you're paying for them anyways, buddy.
I've been using Gazay for years.
Yes, I have too.
And we met Kirk at the Karma Cup.
Oh, years ago. Yeah. And he's
ago.
not even with Gazay anymore.
Correct. And ever since then, I've been smoking Gazay, and the Chemical Lifestyle Shop keeps me in stock.
We have.
He keeps.
We probably have.
Kurt sent me a whole crap load of stuff before I moved, so I still have a lot of reds and blues left. But you can't. I've tried to get Gazay into the store here in town, into my cannabis, but not yet. Although I have been successful in getting Shatterizer products in there and Canadian lumber.
Just look at it.
I have a minimal of 10 customers that buy these Gazays by the box load.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I love them.
Yeah,
I'm one of
them. I wish Kurt still worked there because now I have to pay for them.
Yes.
Having the word.
So what's everybody thinking of so far of?
Well, let's just say, I think this round
Okay.
we would hear. Oh,
So you're on
it's
8
gone?
already?
Oh,
Where
have we
you
got
at?
any more?
No. You're on question 9? Okay.
It's
ash
not
color
the
and structure.
70s, Al.
Ash.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It's really, really light. That ash, you look at that ash?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's great.
It's clean.
It's clean. It's clean. Yeah.
Effects.
Now, okay, so here's a discussion while we're all trying these strains. As far as judging goes,
experience.
how effective are we being doing one strain after another as opposed
Well, it's
to
not asking us how stoned we are.
Yeah.
I guess the effect does.
For the effects and experience, not pleasant or very pleasant. Bob says he doesn't know which one's hitting him right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Yep. My answer would have been
11 overall enjoyment.
Okay. Now don't forget, you can always go back and edit it.
And would you buy this
things too?
12 is what would you buy this product?
You haven't even offered me a glass of water or anything, Al.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you
That's
want?
okay. I went to the fridge and
I've
got some
water.
No, that's too small. I burned my fingers.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. There's water, iced tea,
These things.
some
I have
pop,
water and tea.
some pop from Legacy 420.
Oh.
I like the black cherry.
What's the milligrams on that one? 60. What was the other one?
30.
30. $2. $2 for that.
I need some black.
So what are we on now, Al?
We are. Everybody
Three.
is done judging. We're gonna move on to number 4. We still got a joint going here though. From number 3. Okay.
This is what I'm working on, and my notes here from the first time I tried it: 2-hour buzz.
It doesn't seem to ask us about the burn either.
I can still taste it.
Like
Yeah,
it burns
I
nice
can-
and even.
Yeah.
I can taste it too.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
Okay.
Go to the store.
Is that number 4?
No, that's number 3.
Oh.
We're almost halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh,
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. Just as much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
What? Hi, how are you?
How high are ya?
Lenny's got his puppy.
Morning.
Let's
He's
see.
He's a bum.
Okay, sorry. You can't stick a puppy in my face at the beginning of a show, Len. I'm sorry. Anyways.
Puppies.
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, Ken. Hi, how are you?
G'day.
So we're gonna,
G'day, eh?
we're going to be chatting with Ken Tovich from not Flomax, Flora.
Totally different products.
Yes, we were just
completely
discussing
different.
Ken's here to chat with the guys about, gross stuff, and I know nothing about it, so I'm going to let them do, and Mary Jane's going to move her microphone.
Right.
And
I'm just going to watch the NHL playoffs.
Okay. And we'd like some updates on that, though, Len.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to watch the Leafs lose.
Oh, really?
I think they do lose tonight, to be honest.
I don't play hockey or anything, so I don't care. Anyways, we're chatting with Ken. Hi, Ken. How are you? I'm going to let Marcel and Darcy and them. Don't do that, Lenny. You just really screwed me up, man. Okay, I'm putting Ken on. Go ahead, Marcel, because I'm just babbling at this point because you're not kicking in. Wake up.
Pardon me? Kicking in for what? Don't look at me. I'm here just listening to Ken. Ken and I were chatting a few weeks back, and Ken said that he would like to come on and talk about organic growing of cannabis. And I, of course, got excited and said, yes, let's do this.
And then he canceled on us.
And then he COVIDed out on us and screwed up flights, and then he had to change, so we got him now.
Are you back in Aussie world, Ken?
I am. Yeah. So so first, it's great to be back on the show. Thanks for the invitation, guys, and I'm sorry for piking that first time due to circumstances beyond my control. And Mary Jane, good to meet you. We haven't met before. I would have introduced myself, but you're getting a cup of tea. So anyway.
Hello.
Okay. And so Marcel, we got dangerously close to actually meeting in person.
Yes.
Because and I was able to meet some of the other fine participants on this excellent vehicle for communication and discussion of all things cannabis. But I'm coming off. I was over in North America for probably 11 weeks on a marketing trip for Floramax because we have been sort of restricted for travel, locked down for 2 years with COVID, so having to make up for some ground. So it was a good opportunity to get out and actually meet just 2 years out of the North American game. But obviously with legalization in Canada and the US, the industry has moved ahead there, I would say, in terms of growing practices from what I'm seeing in other countries. So in that time, in the 2 months, there were a couple of things that really struck me, and that prompted the comment to you, Marcel, about sort of organic growing. So that's sort of how it's all happened. And that, just to make excuses, I did catch COVID that first time and got stuck in transit, so was unable to attend the show the first time that I committed. So
I didn't know that you actually had COVID. I thought he was joking around. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just full of shit, right?
So anyway, so there being a bit of pressure on me now. Feel free to jump in, interject with questions and stuff. But do you just want me to ramble on about what I've been hearing regarding sort of that trend?
Do what you do.
Okay, well, I'll just okay. Feel free to interrupt anyone, but what? So the first thing, sort of, for our business, one thing that we've noticed, and actually the whole industry has noticed in North America, is probably with COVID, there was a big increase in growing the first year of COVID, and then which of course led to the second year to an oversupply. I'm not sure if that situation is. I think that situation is sort of developed in Canada as well, but certainly in the U.S. The price of pounds has come right down. From, wholesale price. I'm not sure what happens at the dispensary, but there's just a whole lot of product out there. So in that, I hosted a breakfast for a group of commercial growers in San Jose, and they were all sort of laughing. If you're growing average product right now, you probably need to sit this one out. You need to take the family, go on holiday or something like that. But because it's very difficult to get rid of your crop if it's simply average. And it's interesting because that, in a way, has been good for the industry because it's forced a flight to quality. Because it's kind of like in a world of 10-cent Coors Light, if your fancy microbrew is 20 cents, you just pay an extra 10 cents and get the good stuff because it's still only 20 cents. So that's sort of seeing that in dispensaries and the legal markets in the U.S. Product has just become quite inexpensive, and the quality has gone way up. So if you're growing good product like AAA Fire, you're gonna have a good chance at still making a living cultivating. But a lot of the average stuff is just sort of sitting there, and that it's created a problem there. So anyway, how does that relate to organic growing? Well, organics are increasingly being seen, and I would say I do like these unofficial polls in terms of when I meet with commercial growers in terms of what they're trying to achieve or whether they see the direction with their cultivation in the coming months, coming years, that kind of thing. And overwhelmingly, and I would say by overwhelmingly over 90%, are trying to find ways to incorporate at different levels various organic means to increase the quality of their crop. So. That was quite interesting to me. It does happen to, while I make a shameless plug for the company, it does happen to play into Floramax because we are a biosynthetic line with some very organic elements in some of our additives. That's sort of how that thinking has evolved.
We're seeing a lot more in Canada here because of the home growing. We're seeing a lot more home growers wanting to go all full organic type thing for what they have at home, which is great. But it's a bit of a learning curve and it's hard to do with cannabis to, in all honesty, to go full organic. I mean, yeah, you can do it, but there'll be deficiencies. You could do better.
Yeah, so this is an interesting thing, and I mean, I'll put this out to the peanut gallery here in terms of what constitutes a definition of organic growing. So, because the term has become fairly nebulous, I think everyone has a picture in their mind of what constitutes organic growing, and it usually involves some kind of animal fecal products, like be that bat shit, seagull shit, fish shit, you name the animal.
Actually, what I pictured was a pot plant sitting on a pile of old cow manure.
Again, an animal fecal product.
Still poop.
So I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in on sort of what
happened.
I think he froze a bit. We lost you. You're not frozen now.
If you start freezing, if you do start freezing again, Ken, just drop into your settings and move your camera resolution down to, standard or something. Yeah, that will help.
Yeah.
We found that out last week at the trailer.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry, you were saying you would like
I'm
to
not a
stay
grower,
in?
but to me, anything definition of organic is carbon based. That's from chemistry days. That's just me from chemistry in college.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, from a chemistry standpoint, it would be pretty much that anything with a carbon hydrogen bond. Right?
Yeah, that
So,
again, I don't know if that's what everyone's really talking about, but that's what to me is, and most inorganic things are more like your just basic elements, things like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, things like that.
yeah. So, maybe a way of defining it actually is what isn't organic. So, and then Lenny, I think you're on the right track there with basically anything like um, mineral based, basically anything mineral based without that
Yeah.
carbon hydrogen bond.
Yeah.
So, how that organic product looks can be an animal fecal product because they will all sort of contain that kind of or meet that definition chemically. But so I guess if you're taking what a lot of people could soil amendments, manure and soil, that kind of thing, or teas and bacteria and stuff like that, all that stuff, there's such a wide range of growing styles there in terms of how that's incorporated, but they all have that carbon hydrogen bond in there. So the opposite of what it isn't would be of what organic growing isn't, then would be the mineral based side. And I think I've said this before, and you guys might know, sort of know my opinion on this, but in terms of why growers need to sort of consider everything. So there is definitely a shift towards organic growing, but I think Marcel, you just sort of said that they may suffer deficiencies. So most certainly 100% organic product, kind of raw organic product cultivation usually results in smaller yields, sometimes excellent quality, but probably definitely the yields start to hurt. So, and that's why there probably is a strong case for some sort of mineral-based component. At the end, whether your calcium or your magnesium comes from a liquid nutrient, a powder, or whether it was just naturally present in the soil, it's still actually just a mineral-based component. And a lot of that stuff exists naturally and I guess there's various levels of fertilizers that will contain those things. So, but basically on that organic track, I think that's something that people are trying to improve that quality piece.
I also think some people take the term organic and think it's just natural. Like, I don't know if they necessarily have the same picture as everybody. That's just what I think. Some people think it is sometimes.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because we've actually done quite a lot of actually that's the angle of Floramax, and a lot of the research that we've done sort of looks towards that organic space and why. So the advantages are can result in a more call it naturally created product is going to be probably actually a truer expression of the genetics of the plant. And of course, there's been a lot of focus in the industry there on what people can, a lot of people spending a lot of money on genetics there in an effort to look for various terpene profiles, oil contents, physical characteristics of bag appeal of the plant, like the colors and that kind of thing. So organics are a way to sort of access those things. So there's this distinction, though, that in our research that we sort of made in terms of how we defined organics. So a lot of people, when you say natural style of growing, they're probably identify with what we would call raw organics. So a raw organic is something that occurs naturally in nature, as in pretty much all animal fecal products. So but it doesn't, they don't. So I think there's a distinction here because as the industry evolves, I think what we're going to see is a move away from raw organics because there are some problems associated with it. So in our sort of product design and in sort of the way that we've developed our products, we're trying to address some problems. And the way that I'll put it this way is I see there are three key issues with organic growing. Okay, so the first one would be the shelf life of various products. When you buy a bag of manure or a bag of bat shit, bat guano, whatever it is, all the rest of that, typically those products have a very short shelf life because they are naturally occurring and they're at a raw stage. So they're open to all sorts of issues like fermentation, which would be creation of alcohol. That's going to affect the efficacy of the product. So one is shelf life. Two is ease of use or mess, because invariably most raw organic products are seen as messy. So for someone growing at home in a garden in like a bed or something like that, just top dressing, that's not really a big deal. But if we're talking about larger scale cultivation, and this is the commercial growers that I've spoken with, they're all looking for ways they need to be able to deliver organics on a large scale. So, through drippers, reservoirs, and that kind of thing. And they're not just going to throw a raw organic into a reservoir there, because it'll take about 3 seconds for it to start clogging the lines, the cleanup on reset, that kind of thing. So that's always been an issue, large scale application of organics. So that was the second issue. And then the third one, the one that we were most concerned with, and this is probably interesting for some people from a manufacturing standpoint, is actually consistency of performance. So you can have the same product, supposedly the same product, and one bottle will work and one won't, because it's a raw organic. There's so much variability in the quality of that product. Example, like bat shit, bat guano, that kind of thing. Well, the bat eats different things at different times of year. So when that guano is harvested, it's going to affect the composition, the phosphate contents, all the rest of it. So there's a lot of variability there. And then the other thing is just in the logistics chain, when you're trying to take a natural product and you're trying to actually make that available to growers on a larger scale, it's a real challenge, because a bottle of fish shit that's been sitting in a warehouse in Phoenix for 3 weeks at we're in Celsius at 40 degrees Celsius for 3 weeks. That will denature the organics compared to a bottle that's been sitting in a refrigerator. Susceptibility to UV is probably, from a manufacturing standpoint, one of the biggest challenges. UV just degrades organics very, very quickly. So, this thing about, even the color of your bottles as a manufacturer, we, done some research in that space. And the thing is, just putting your organic product in a black bottle to remove UV light probably buys you a year of shelf life. So, that kind of thing. So, clear bottles of organic products, typically someone hasn't done the work there. So, I mean,
is freezing affected as well, like colder weather here, because we got like cold weather here, right?
Well, I would think that there would be a difference in the performance. I don't know if it's better or worse, but the thing is, all those sorts of things, that sort of storage stuff on raw products there is going to be some kind of an effect to denature the organics. You sort of think about it, the process of, like, with kelps. There are a lot of kelp products on the market. We have quite a few years experience in working with that, and kelps can come in for manufacturers. They can come in cold pressed extract, kind of like a cold pressed juice. They can also come in a heat refined form. So that heat refined form can be liquid, but more often than not is a powder or a pellet type of product. So you guys have probably seen powdered kelp products, maybe, those of you that grow on shelves and stuff like that. But all those powders and pelletized products are part of a heat refining process. And in the early days, we used to use those kind of products because there was a little bit more economy in them. But you 100% will denature, or the organic efficacy is significantly reduced when you put it through a heat extraction process. And that's just a product of, like, applying temperature to it. So that consistency issue. So one of the ways that we've gotten around it, and this is, I think you're going to see the trend, is towards an extracted organic product. So everyone's familiar with cannabis extractions because you're getting quite a bit more potency in certain products, especially in the case of some of the products that Marcel and Darcy.
I think we've lost Ken for a minute. He'll be back.
But I lost you.
There we go.
You just froze up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
maybe drop your video down to another notch.
I actually did. Yeah, but I may just do that every once in a while.
He sort of literally is on the other side of the world, so it's going to happen.
I was about to say that he is on the other side of the world.
And it's winter.
Yeah. Well, this is the.
that ain't fucking winter.
And he's not a winner.
You got loud birds there. That's all I got to say.
And they're not mine. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, not everything about you, Darcy.
Well, I always get blamed for the birds.
Yeah. So,
go ahead. Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, I was just going to say that. So just cut things short. Basically, there is a solution to those three problems associated with organic growing. Okay, and that would be an extracted type of organic. So it still stays organic. We're meeting the definition with that carbon hydrogen bond. We still see the benefits of actually expressed in the plant. But the way that we're actually doing it is in the manufacturing process. We are taking a raw organic, call it a bucket of fish shit or fulvic acid, which contains thousands of organic compounds, and then extracting specific compounds that we've identified have an effect on plant function. And when you have that extract, if you can create an extract, you see increases in solubility and stability. Then when you incorporate those in your other products, you actually get you actually pick up those features. So as a shameless plug again for one of our products, we make a product called Organobud, which is there is an extracted organic underneath a kelp platform in that product. It is 100% organic, and it has a 5-year shelf life.
You know, I just want to remind you, you're here to talk about your products, so it's not all that bad to bring them up.
Okay, well, once in a while, sure. But the thing is, I think, though, that, from our standpoint, the priority's always got to be sort of cultivation and success on the part of a grower. Mm-hmm. So I'm happy to share that and that education. In fact, in the industry, I share that quite freely because we need to see more from the industry in the form of this extracted kind of product as opposed to what I'm going to call copycat mineral-based brands. So because... yeah, I mean, like the evolution of the hydroponics fertilizers, the evolution of the industry, stepping back in the 90s, it was all about getting as big a yield as you could and doing it without organics. I think it was kind of, if you said in the late 90s you were an organic grower, the serious growers maybe even laughed at you a little bit because, well, you're not serious about growing.
Oh, I want to know what I'm supposed to be serious about.
I'm serious about growing.
But I don't know what I'm supposed to.
Yeah. Sorry, am I there?
Yeah,
yep,
you
are now.
Yeah. So what are we supposed to be serious about?
That there was a real push towards understanding mineral-based or salt-based nutrient regimes. That whole we're going to cultivate on the moon, we're going to grow on the space shuttle. We don't need organics. And yes, you can grow a plant from a purely mineral-based perspective, but as these commercial growers that I hosted in San Jose were saying, you're definitely leaving stuff. You're leaving quality on the table by not accessing that through organic means. So in the last 10, 12 years, I would say there's been this increased wave and focus on it. There was also some advancements in this understanding of the soil web, the use of microbes and naturally occurring organic mechanisms for the transport of the mineral-based elements through the root membrane. There's been a lot of focus on that, and development understanding has increased, and that's resulted in some products, that kind of thing, including Floramax. That's sort of where our research sort of led to a new line, was how we could incorporate these organics in a form that handles those three problems. So of organics. So sorry, I just kept crapping on and stuff like that, but yeah.
See, I know absolutely nothing about organic growing, and I basically just learned with like 1 part nutrients. So you're speaking a whole different language, and I don't even understand the benefits of growing organic over non-organic.
Good question. Well, that actually maybe is not framed as a question, but actually, so what would be the main advantage?
That's what I do.
Yeah, but one of the probably the advantage of it, when I say from a quality standpoint. So what we see with our Organobud product, by accessing the organic that kelp and specialist organic compound extract in that product, is we actually get a wider terpene profile. So we've got a bit of data now to show that when the final product is produced, that you're getting a broader spectrum of oils, not necessarily more, we have another product, Resin Excess, that actually uses an organic stimulant to produce more oil, which is fantastic because there's a lot of ways to sort of trick a marijuana plant into producing a little bit more oil. Some of them are good. Some of them make use of chemicals that probably shouldn't be in the industry or have shouldn't be. There may be other consequences to the use of those chemicals, and by that I'm referring to certain PGR, plant growth regulator products. So Mary Jane, those are there are fertilizers out there called plant growth regulators that can create different effects on plant function. You can get faster growth. You can get a denser cola, denser nugget, which is important for a product that sells by weight. Some of them increase oil as well, but in the process, some of them can cause a plant to absorb more heavy metals. Some of them are actually by themselves like cancer causing. So there's obviously some implications to the use of those kinds of products. So,
do you want to name some?
Sure. So the big bad boys, one called paclobutrazol. So the nickname is called Paclo. You won't find that easily, I would say, in most North American markets because they're well regulated. Probably one of the benefits of legalization has been the increased scrutiny on end product quality. So just as an example, say that because I live in a jurisdiction where the cultivation is highly restricted, but pretend my daughter's actually said to me, "Hey, Dad, I wouldn't mind actually getting a bit of weed. I got this weed from a guy," all the rest of it. So maybe that guy working in the industry, that father might say, "Hey, that's maybe you don't know the source, you don't know how that's been done. It wasn't like you purchased it at a dispensary where it's been sort of tested or that it's been subject to quality control standards during its cultivation. So you should just probably grow your own." So, I think this would maybe resonate with a lot of your, with the audience is that, one of the best reasons for growing your own would be actually for, so that you actually know what's involved in that process. And to sort of establish quality. The other way to do it is to purchase it from a reputable source, which is available in those legal markets in Canada and the US, but the rest of the world maybe doesn't have that luxury. So, Mary Jane, you were saying the benefits of organic growing. You're using a if you're saying you're using a 1-part nutrient, that is going to be a mineral-based. That will be a mineral-based additive, and the best way to sort of incorporate is continue using that, and then put on some kind of an additive on top. Mary Jane, where are you located?
In Ontario.
Okay, so I could probably get you a sample of that of our Organobud, that kelp product, and then you could and you would not change anything you're doing. You would simply add that on top. Okay. So yeah, and as an organic, and another benefit of organic products and organic growings is that there's very little to no toxicity risk. So with a lot of fertilizers, and people would know this even from just fertilizing a lawn, you can create saturation or toxicity condition in the soil if you over fertilize, and that won't go well. But with organics, there's very little risk of that, so that's a good thing. But again, the benefits might be a wider terpene profile. We've seen with some organic products, there's ways to organically stimulate oil production, so that would be a higher THC, CBD content. You can also, with that, when you're getting a more accurate representation of a plant's genetics, you're probably picking up on things like colors in the flower, which sort of contribute to bag appeal, that kind of thing. So, there's a thinking that's starting to evolve in some of the growers that I've spoken with, that if you just hammer plants with mineral-based lines with no organic content, you'll get you'll probably actually get quite a large crop, but you're definitely leaving something on the table. And in a world where everyone's doing the same thing, people are trying to differentiate themselves and create better quality product. And I think that's sort of why organics, there's been an increased focus on organics. Okay, I just talked way too much, so sorry.
No, that was amazing. Like personally, if you can get more terpenes in your cannabis and more resin on your buds, that just seems like a win-win. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah. So those things, those are great end goals, but it's kind of like how that's achieved is also quite important, because, as we said, there are products on the market, plant growth regulators, that will create those things, but maybe in a way, how it's done is important too, because you sort of pick up.
Sorry, I'm gonna relate it to like working out. You could get muscles and get jacked by doing all sorts of steroids, but that's not probably the best way to go about it.
That's a pretty good. That's a good metaphor, I would say. Yeah. So, yeah, how it's done is
I'm on
important
TV. Okay, now get me gone.
Okay, all right.
Al,
So,
come on.
what are you guys seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of birds in the trees in front of me. That's what's keeping me
Nice.
amused.
Why are you taking with your camera out there?
Yeah.
No, I'm meaning on like that. So sorry. Am I like the only serious person here? Jeez, I'm under pressure, so I'm not with you guys all the time, because yeah.
No,
But
I was actually really serious, but then I smoked a hash joint. Now I don't know where I am or where my bike is.
You're at home.
But I'm
where'd you
loving
get that
this. Yeah, you fucker, you're trying to kill me.
I'm enjoying listening.
No, I'm learning lots.
No, I think it's interesting.
The thing I like about the products, the line is one, it's affordable. It's not overly expensive. Two, it has the science to back it up. And three, well, you guys sell. I like what you guys say on your bottle, but I like to change that to you guys sell results.
Well, I like that. I mean, like, really.
What does it say?
Your harvest is our priority.
Yeah,
we say
That's
that.
a pretty good tagline too, though.
No,
Ken didn't even know that they said that.
but I like the fact that yes, you guys sell the science, because I love this pamphlet, Ken. I love it.
Oh, the Grower's Guide.
Oh my God, I love this thing, man. Marcel, you're gonna love this.
Is it up on the website, Ken?
Ken had that on last time he was on it. It's the best grow guide I ever saw.
I'm gonna look.
I got a bunch of them, Lenny. So
Grow guide.
on the
Right
webpage.
here. Yeah,
but I mean,
I'm gonna share the website.
I want one.
so
Bring
that
me one.
Everybody can.
And you got feed charts, and I want a feed chart.
So the Grow Guide is a compilation of articles with cultivation techniques, and they're not actually specific to Floramax products.
You guys can see what I'm doing, yeah.
Yeah. If you go up to Grow Guide, and you will see all those articles. There's actually more articles on the website than on the actual Grow Guide. So over the years, Andrew Taylor, who's the founder of Floramax, he's also the head chemist. He's written a couple of books, and he's basically condensed the content from those books into sort of easy to absorb articles that are kind of topic specific.
Pick one, Marcel.
I can't see; it's too small.
How about?
Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh, it should be full.
No, on my
There we
screen
go.
it's too small.
There we go.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, maybe pick up supercharged cuttings.
Supercharged cuttings.
Right there.
Okay.
All right, 10 steps to cuttings. And incidentally, this works for tomatoes and everything else too. So basically, where to take a cut, how to take a cut, and then a couple of just how-tos. So that's a pretty easy to absorb article.
All of this stuff is at floramax.com with the www, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, they have an amazing webpage.
So we actually have an ulterior motive with this Grow Guide, because the more likely that growers are able to employ good cultivation practices, they're more likely to get better results and less likely to blame the nutrient. So that's that.
It's actually pretty smart.
That's serious. No, that's serious, because most growers or companies or just people that get other people to grow for them will say, "Here, take this and grow my plants for me." Yeah, not a problem. And then he takes it and he grows it. Never used the product before. Grows a plant. Doesn't turn out to what the brochure or the jug tells you that you'll get a good result with it. And then now he's pissed off and says that nutrient is garbage. So
yeah,
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors in a grow, so we're attempting to sort of, I have this discussion with growers, and you say, all right, well, prioritize. What are your priorities as a grower in terms of managing? Where do nutrients sit? I sell nutrients for a living, but honestly, nutrients are probably number 4 or 5 on that list. there's probably a whole bunch of other environmental factors that actually have more of a that would actually things that'll fucking grow.
Well,
there are things that
your first two is lighting and airflow.
Yeah, temperature, humidity, all those things, environment. And actually, it's interesting. I was in a hydroponic shop in Chicago, Chicago Roots. Actually, it's interesting. They keep a huge saltwater aquarium in this shop, which sells like fertilizers and stuff. And I sort of listened to one of the salespeople, and this was actually really cool. He's talking to a first-time grower, and he says, "See these fish? All right. Well, these fish, I keep the water. Okay. These are the things I check: salinity, pH. That sounds familiar for a grower. Okay. All the rest of this, all this equipment is to manage the water. If I get the water right, it doesn't matter what fish is in there. That fish is going to thrive." So another way of looking at cultivation, with plants, because everyone focuses on the organism. So, it's a plant, right? So, people see yellow leaves, they lose their shit. Everyone's like kind of, oh, have I got a disease? And then people do all sorts of crazy things. Like they'll dig up and try to look at the roots to see if there are root aphids, that kind of thing. Is it a disease? Like all sorts of stuff, because they're desperate, because they're about to lose their crop or their plant and all the rest of it. And the thing is, plants take they can take a long time to rebound or to come back from, like, say, root rot or some of these other situations. So in the haste to apply different products to solve a perceived problem, they end up creating more problems. So, the other way, and maybe it's a more organic way of thinking, is that you actually, as a grower, you're probably keeping the environment. If you get that humidity, temperature, light right, all the rest of it, if your humidity is too high, powdery mildew is going to be a significant risk. So the thing is, but if your humidity is low, that'll probably never be an issue. So actually, instead of focusing on the living organism, and I mean, you obviously have to for things like trim, but focus on the environment. And that's sort of an interesting way of doing it. So this shop actually uses that aquarium as a sales tool and an education tool, because they're saying the reason you need a fan is because you need ventilation. The reason you might need some kind of air conditioning is because it gets hot a couple of days a year. That kind of thing, because in the process, they sell tents, they sell fans, they sell lights, all these different things that are environmentally, associated with the environment. So I thought that you might find that interesting. I like it. I think that's a great way to say it.
It is an analogy.
I'm interested in something else now that I've read about it, because Darcy had mentioned it, because I read the article about cuttings, and it talks about Floramax clone spray. Did you? Does Darcy?
I ain't got none.
No, that was my question, because I'd like to try that.
You didn't get any.
Wait, what is clone spray?
So clone spray
yes,
contains.
I got some, Ken, but I ain't got none, Marcel.
Oh, you got some? Good. Because I want to try it. I've got clones right now.
You give a guy a couple of things, and he thinks he's fucking Godfather or something.
What is it? What is it? Tell me. I want to know.
I'm trying to tell you. It contains 90% organic stimulants that are customized for stomatal absorption.
Mm-hmm.
So it helps reduce overall cropping time by promoting root development, typically within 4 to 7 days instead of the 5 to 10.
Wow.
Followed by explosive root and foliage growth through veg and early bloom. Helps prevent transplant stress and wilting of stems and leaves. Absorption through the stomatal pathway is enhanced via application-specific pH conditioners and a non-toxic plant-specific wetting agent.
So I can give you a little bit more insight into that product. So, look, our line, and this is one thing, is like it's really hard. Like there's so much research into our product, and like actually decades, because Floramax actually started in 1966. So, but I was going to say that so on that particular product, so clone spray clones obviously don't have roots to begin with when you cut them, right? So there's no roots to absorb. So how do you get it into the plant? So foliars are a pathway into the plant to sort of get nutrients to sort of stimulate function. So with a lot of foliar, so a lot of products can be foliar fed, as in misted on the leaves, but there's the understanding of foliar practices. There are not many growers that sort of have done that work. But if you missed it on leaves, that's fine. One thing with a lot of other products is if when you pour, water plants, the water often beads on the leaves, right? And then
The freeze up there, Ken. We'll come back.
can you hear me audio wise when that blips? Okay. Anyway,
Back.
Still going. Okay. I was going to say that in order to get that stuff into the plant, you need a wetting agent, and a wetting agent basically will break that. There's basically a magnetic charge and the hydrophobic quality of a leaf, and it allowed it to absorb into the leaf. So clone spray being designed as a foliar from the beginning. A lot of foliars you have to add a wetting agent. We actually incorporate one, and then actually that wetting agent. There's what's a really small detail, but is actually quite important, is that it actually has to be pH balanced as well to sort of optimize absorption into the leaf. So people will buy commercial wetting agents without any kind of understanding of that pH balance and stuff. And look, it won't be 0% of efficacy. It'll still work, but there'll be some kind of performance loss if that pH isn't managed. But if you live somewhere with good water conditions, then that's not an issue. But results may vary. So we've sort of incorporated those into that product. And then, as Marcel read, there are some organic components in there that basically feed and stimulate the feed the plant and stimulate root production. Incidentally, we call it clone spray, but there are a lot of people that use that just as a foliar feed throughout the grow, because it does contain a built-in wetting agent. So it actually is suitable. Another good tactic is to use those kind of foliar products on a mom just before you take cuttings. The mom will come back a lot quicker. So that's actually.
Can you send me a list of what you sent Darcy so I can go shopping on Sunday?
No.
Because if I know ahead of time what there is, then he's not going to be able to hold it back on me.
There should be a couple of little bottles of the clone spray.
Greedy
You might be able to
bastards!
swing
I
one.
come back and all they gimme.
No, Ken said that he was sending me some stuff. Darcy's got the stuff. I'm going to make sure I get it out of Darcy.
That's
There you
funny.
go.
You got the stuff, Cersei?
He's gonna hoard it now. He's already been posting it on fucking Facebook that he's got all this shit. And if
Yeah, he says
anybody
he knows
needs
the
it,
guy.
call him. He knows the guy. So
He's got to hook up.
Funny.
He's
He
trying.
didn't. He did not post that on Facebook.
He did.
No,
He
he
knows a
didn't.
guy.
That was a private message. I was going to say I use a product that I put with my water after I use my rooting hormone when I do my cuttings, and I'm thinking it's a mineral based.
Is it called Olivia Clone Solution?
No, it's actually so I use.
Miracle
Oh my
Grow.
God, what is that rooting agent that's a powder?
Stim root.
Yes, thank you. I use
Stim root number 2.
No, I use number 3.
Number 2 is the
No.
one for
Number
cannabis.
I use the
Number-
hard one, the one that you're supposed to use for apple trees and stuff. I use
Right, that's
the
not
3.
what a cannabis plant is.
Yeah, okay, but it works, and I use it.
It
and that's
does
what
work,
I
but
have.
it's not as effective as Stim root 2.
Well,
cannabis.
with this product, that's actually I don't think it's used for. I don't even know if I should show it.
Sorry, pretty.
Okay,
Can you see
okay, like
that?
we can see that. No.
Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
Piranha?
Piranha.
So
Yeah.
I use that and I mix it with water, and I get results within 4 to 6 days for roots.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that Piranha's been recalled.
Why?
I don't know, because it works. That's what I was told every time
Or
something was
cancer
recalled.
causing?
I don't know.
Thalidomide worked for women's nausea.
Yeah, for about 3 years.
So I could see why the
Asbestos works.
Well,
the
no,
organic would
yeah,
be
it
the
does
better
still
way,
work.
right?
Yeah, look, there are 2 reasons why products are recalled in this industry. Okay, one of them will be there'll be untoward ingredients. I'm not suggesting that that's the case with Piranha. Or the second thing is there will be a labeling issue.
It's
Or
usually mislabeling.
labeling anything.
It's usually mislabel.
Labeling.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
say
so-
labeling, but I mean, I was a rep for that company for like a year, and it was always labeling.
Trust me, labeling's a fucking bitch.
Well, there's a
I don't doubt that.
there's a big there's an interesting thing in the industry right now with silicas and the term of monosilicic acid. So monosilicic acid is a subspecies of silica, and basically a number of companies purport, including us, to use monosilicic acid because our products do contain monosilicic acid. But what's happened is the industry has a couple of companies started promoting this. It's not actually true that monosilicic acid is more easily absorbed by a plant than other subspecies of silica. Okay, that's actually not true. Any silica, any subspecies of silica, if it's in liquid form, as in it hasn't come out of solution, that will be absorbed by a plant. Okay, so but what happened was in September, I believe, Department of Ag in California sort of issued, basically they said no one can use the term monosilicic acid on a label anymore. Okay, because it implies, because the industry had conned onto this, it's more absorbable, and everyone has been saying, oh yeah, does it have monosilicic acid because it'll be more easily taken up by the plant, which is actually not true. So Department of Ag California's come out, and their reason is you can't use monosilicic acid on a label because it implies there is a benefit where there is none. Okay, now what they're getting at here is that anytime you put potassium silicate in water, it produces monosilicic acid. So when a company says we put monosilicic acid in their silica, that's the same as me saying that my bread has wheat in it. Well, of course it fucking does. It's bread. Okay, so all silicas contain.
I was just going to say that. I didn't want to be an ass. Thanks, Len.
I'm just fucking with you, Ken.
Yeah. But anyway, so it's interesting. So they've taken the step of actually removing all products. So California, actually, they said that you have until September 2024 to become compliant. But Oregon and Washington came out in November and said that it must be taken off the shelves immediately if it has the term monosilicic acid on it, because it implies there's a benefit where there is none. So a number of products in Oregon and Washington were noticeably absent in November, and some poor rep had to actually go and re-sticker every bottle in those two states on shelves in order to get them back in.
I've had to do that with auto parts, and it sucks.
Yeah. So I wish I'd taken a picture because I was in Seattle, and I saw there's this one product, and basically it's the identical sticker. It's just where it said monosilicic acid, it's just left blank. But if you hold it up to the light, you can see through the top sticker and you can see the bottom sticker where it says monosilicic acid. But that's just, so in that case, with that ingredient, there is no health risk. But that's just, some of the motivations for the various governing bodies in terms of how, what they're trying to achieve with their labeling is, obviously they're trying to represent some kind of truth to the consumer. We do see in the industry a lot of locally products that are sold in a region or locally, but people on, say, the west coast of the U.S. would never see some products from the East Coast because they would never meet the labeling registrations. So it's interesting because as a company, one of the things you target is, you figure out what markets you're going to go into. So with Floramax, there was always a desire to create an international brand, a brand that would be actually sort of suitable in a number of different markets. So if you're going to do that, the first thing you do is you go to your toughest jurisdictions, because there's no point in making something that is compliant in. So one of the weaker states for compliance and registration would be Ohio. There are a number of brands in Ohio that you will never see anywhere else. Because
so what you're saying is don't smoke weed in Ohio?
Well, no, not necessarily, because there's actually some great product comes out of there too. But at the same time, there's a lot of these products you would not find from being used in commercial operations. Most commercial operations will have some kind of a process and look for some kind of compliance as a risk management strategy and governance strategy. So, but I was going to say that some of those products in Ohio, if you can follow me here, if the manufacturer, you come up with this product, you launch it in Ohio, you've done all your labels, and you're good in Ohio. Then what happens is you go to Kentucky, and they say, hey, you know what? So Kentucky has strict, it's pretty strict on silicas. Then it went, so you take your silica and you go, oh shit, we don't have to. So you got to come up with another label. Okay, so you do that. Then you decide to go to California. Again, there's a step change in governance. So now you've got to do a label again. Okay, and you have to re-register each of these products, and you have to relabel. And when you relabel, it's not just sticking a label on. Someone actually has to create a
Frozen. Really interesting.
Frozen, right? It's like that sensor.
He's always at the he's right at the punchline every time.
Had enough, Ken? Fuck off.
You know what? The guy that killed JFK, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And you put salt into, and then mix, and then yeah. Hi, Ken. Welcome back.
You back, Ken?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you guys might have just like hit the buzzer on me because I was talking too much.
Yeah,
No.
shut up now,
never.
man. But
no, you were saying
now that
about
we're
it's
at
not
that-
just sticking a label. You were going on. It's not just sticking a label on, which I actually appreciate.
now that we're
Yeah, it was-
at that point, I think we're going to take a break. Mary Jane, you need to send me a link on YouTube, not Spotify, please. And you've got a minute to find it.
Sorry. Hey, but I'll just finish. If I can just finish that thought on the label.
Okay,
before I
yes.
take the break.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that basically, the strategy, if you actually want, is you go to the toughest jurisdiction first. So the toughest we've found is actually probably Canada, CFIA in Canada and Oregon. So if you can actually get approved in the toughest markets first, then everything else is a piece of piss, right? So that's actually
overkill, and you're good covered everywhere else.
Yeah, so people bitch about the governing bodies all the time, but they're there to do a job, and they actually, if you actually can tick their boxes, they actually make you better. So there's kind of a creative tension at work there if you can look at it that way. Yeah, it's painful and all the rest of it, but instead of looking at it as kind of this person is just trying to shut down everything I'm doing, no, they're actually there should be a motivation there, and if you can create that dialogue with them and they see you're trying to work with them and stuff like that, actually sometimes it can be really educational for everyone. So but again, that's more of probably a collaborative academic approach to sort of trying to achieve something commercially. It's a long game.
I've actually had pretty good engagements with Health Canada, to be honest, over the last few years.
Yeah. So
that's also not CFIA.
No, but just anything like regulatory wise, it's they're not. Again, I'm not saying the politicians, the legislations always, and the acts are always correct, but at least your inspectors and the people you work with daily, they're not trying to be they're trying to work within the parameters they're given, but they're trying to be helpful. Is what I've always discovered.
Yeah, especially if you're respectful to them and don't treat them.
Oh yeah. You come and yell at them. I was like, "This is stupid." They ain't gonna be.
It's not gonna go well
for you, right? That's not a good way to start.
Yeah.
So, can we take a break now?
No, I think we want to keep going now. What are you gonna do?
Oh, Lenny was getting lippy. I kind of like it.
That was right on.
We'll be right back. The boss man has spoken.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Alvich, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
I'm in love with the pure hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze.
Purple haze, lemon haze, silver haze. I want mason jars filled with every grade. Since the star jet, Haramazar, nightshade, white with a white rhino. Let's ride the white train with Mr. Mendo to Humboldt County. OG Sour Power and Maui. Wow, we at G13 is yelling loudly. Everything around me fragrant and cloudy. Hollyweed lamb's bread, straight from Cali. Purple Kush and purple granddaddy. Blue dream, blue velvet, blue Afghani. Hash plant Kush, blueberry, Napa Valley. Enjoying Durban boys in the northern lights. Put on my headband to get my hair right. My night nurse is night queen. I needed a night. Some stank, some gank, sour these delight.
I'm in love with the pure hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze.
About 34 different OG cushions. Skywalker, Tahoe, Girl Scout cookies. Critical mass and tangerine hash. Super crystal, blackjack and green crack. Power plant, king's bread, Romulan. Blackberry kush, royal flush and harlequin chocolate. I'm buried in smoke and lost. Off that great white chalk and strawberry cough. We can't dismiss Indy 99 or Swiss Miss. The white mighty pineapple express. Indicas, ruderalis, cannabis varieties all up in my chalice. That Shiva shot, some skunk and suede. Acapulco gold, island lady, some early girl, little Jamaican pearl. I need mason jars filled with every strain in the world.
I'm in love with the pure hydrate, Mary Jane. There's so many different strains and names. Hey, one for focus, one for pain, one for the body, one for the brain, one for night and one for day, one for work and one for play. I love the blaze.
I like to blaze too. Al's so blazed, he forgot he's on mute.
Who was that, Mary Jane?
Was that?
Who was that? You chose it. So.
Illuminati Congo.
Okay, I like that.
If anybody's interested, I have a whole playlist on Spotify with songs just titled Mary Jane.
Huh.
Yeah,
look
that's one of. You would be surprised how many songs there are with the name Mary Jane.
Oh, I know. I think I've probably made that search myself a few times. So
I'm
this
sad
is
to say none of them are about me, though.
Oh well, you know, the
Not
ego
yet.
gets struck down every now and then.
No, it just grows every time it gets struck down. It gets bigger. Yeah. The demon gets bigger.
The bigger. So this is the 420 radio show with the demon Mary Jane. We're chatting with Ken from Flomax.
Floramax. Jeez.
I know. Of course, I know. I've said it so many times now.
You have
I know
benign prostatic hypertrophy, Al?
What was that?
The large prostate.
Yeah, I do, and I'm actually on Flomax. So yeah, there you go.
That's funny.
But anyway, so Floramax is a. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm gonna just if you could just give
No,
it.
you say what Floramax is, Al.
It's a chemical you put in your plants to make them grow better and do things.
Oh, no,
No, it's not a
never did
Not a
they say
chemical.
chemical.
See, that's why I
Organic.
didn't want to say it, bonehead.
Organic.
It's
But
not
that's
a
why-
chemical.
No,
It's a bunch of natural
think it's still a
ingredients
chemical.
all put together, and then Ken kisses every bottle as they go out of the warehouse. Comes from spit from Australia.
Can I guess? Like
Yes, yeah, go
based
ahead.
on I'm gonna
Go ahead.
say it's an organic concentrated nutrient or additive for your
That would be a good.
a better.
Can I try?
Yes, please. Can you tell us?
I would say that Floramax is a full range of cannabis-specific nutrients for
Stop
all your
reading off the
growing
web
needs.
page, you fucking sheep.
Organic.
That's off the
You
top of
forgot
my
the word
head.
organic.
It's not all organic though, so
He's
I'm not
reading
going
the fucking
they have
website.
minerals too.
right. They've got because it's not all organic. That's not what I would lead with. It's a full range of cannabis products.
Because you do have some non-organic products, don't you?
Absolutely.
Some
So-
or what they call now synthetics.
Like minerals, like minerals, like the plants do need them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Salt-based mineral. So there are salt-based. So it is there's a bunch of products.
Mhm.
Some of them are mineral-based. Some of them are organic, 100% organic, and some of them are actually a combination of the two. And that's probably where we're a little bit different because we're probably one of the first lines to actually be truly biosynthetic, as in have components of both in the same product. Typically, people will have their mineral-based bottles because they'll have a long shelf life, and that kind of thing. And then the organic piece, they'll sort of throw on one or two bottles on top of that with it'll usually be a raw organic, which we were making.
I know a lot of OG growers here in Ontario, probably around the world by now, who the minute they hear that word synthetic, not interested.
Because a lot of times
Hold
they
on,
think-
Marcel. Hold on. So I guess what I want to say is change my mind, which is what we're doing. We're chatting about it. Because some of these, like I don't want to mention any names because there's an argument coming down the road. But a lot of the guys that I've known for years and years and years in the community, they don't want to hear anything about it. So what do you say to them guys like Marcel, Ken, whoever wants to say, what do you
Marcel,
say to
you go
them?
first.
He's gone. He'll be right back. But I'll say something to that. I've used personally myself over the past 22 years of growing cannabis. I've used 8 different nutrients lines. The last 2 years, my products have never been better, and that's just not. And that's being non-biased.
And he keeps talking about it, and it's fucking
Well,
boring. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it's just I can't say enough about it. I
Yeah,
tell
I know.
everybody about it, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, well, it's just like every other nutrient." Well, no,
and that's what I've heard because
it's not.
I've said we've had Ken on before, and we've chatted about this. That's what I get from those people. Those people.
But no,
Yeah.
but seriously though, I that's what I find. I try it. I use it. I can't say that I push the product. I tell people use it, and you won't be disappointed.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people grow by the if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
I've been
think
using
that's
one
the
nutrient
smart.
for
I
this
think that's
amount of time.
extremely
So
smart.
yeah.
But you can also do like on a small scale, a little R&D is like, there's always a little bit of aspect. You can always do better. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't get too tied up in the term synthetic, right? Like if I told everyone is like, man, everyone should be using magnesium sulfate all the time, not for plants, but just for their body.
In general.
Most people don't know that's fucking Epsom salt. Right? Like it's a pretty
Yeah.
safe product, but like everything's a chemical. How it's made, like in the meat, to me, it's like comes down to purity, what other additives are in the product that may not be on the label. And really in this world, it's all about transparency and you show me some fucking evidence. If you say I'm going to get 30% more of X, where's the study showing it?
This is from the drug kingpin here.
No. I deal.
Yeah,
Listen, I deal with supplements and pharmaceuticals.
I know you do.
Pharmaceuticals a little bit different, but natural supplements and botanicals.
But
Everyone
it's the
has the
same.
highest purity, the most best quality, all tested. They're the best. But why is this fish oil fucking $70 and this one's $12?
Well,
Yeah,
hey,
different.
Letty, I'll second that right there. Probiotics, for example.
Same
You can
thing.
go out. No, exactly. I've used the cheap ones, and then I
Yeah.
go to Lenny's medicine shop and I buy the more expensive ones. And you want to know something? I feel 10 times better taking the more expensive ones because
Yeah,
of it's more of a pure product.
when it comes to quality products, you pay for
Yeah.
what you
Well,
get.
no,
for it.
exactly. So I guess what I was getting at is, to me, it's not even about synthetic. Like, listen, I think one of the worst things in this world is, maybe I'll be wrong, but everyone's eating these plant-based fucking burgers.
Oh,
That to me is synthetic. That's made in a lab, so.
Hey, everyone's going to be eating lead-based
But
beef here soon.
they've been growing beef for how long?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
but
what and that's
most
what a,
vegetarians and vegans are not eating that, Lenny.
yeah.
No,
fair
I'm
enough.
not
Because
saying that, but I'm just
they
saying.
know it's the processed, because it is. It's
No,
still processed.
exactly. So I don't really get worried about synthetic. It's just what is the product claiming? What's the science behind it? As it appears, you know what I mean? I think sometimes we just get too righteous sometimes.
I think when people talk about synthetic, so the reality. So you pose that question about those growers that sort of say it's synthetic. I don't want to know anything about it. I have no interest in that because I'm an organic grower. Okay, so here's the reality, right? Plants need inputs. All right, those inputs, and they actually need synthetic input. Well, they need mineral-based inputs. You can divide those up into macronutrients. So those are your big blocks. So calcium, magnesium, iron, okay, that kind of thing. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Those are your macronutrients. And then plants actually need micronutrients as well. So those ones would be boron, zinc, manganese. There's a suite of them. There's sort of 6 key ones. So all plants need those things. Now, really the distinction. So those organic growers that go, well, I don't need mineral based. You're wrong. They actually do. The difference or the distinction is, are they naturally sourced? Okay, naturally sourced is probably the right term. Is it calcium, magnesium? Is it iron that naturally is occurring in your growing medium? So your soil, your living soil, how that gets there, it can be animal shit, it can be microbes, all that stuff. They all contain various amounts of those elements. Okay, so and the growing medium will have them as well, and the plants will absorb it. In the absence of those elements, a plant will not grow. So does it need to be natural? So then the next step is, does it actually need to be naturally sourced? Okay, so some people feel they get a better end result with if it is naturally sourced. But a big problem with a lot of living soils, and because we get compared with, they'll say, oh, I'm going to compare your products versus a living soil, and I'll just say it's actually it's not a fair comparison, because most soils over 12-month grow will not. The naturally occurring elements in there will deplete over time. There is not as much calcium at the end of the grow as at the start of the grow, probably when the plant needs it. So it's never a fair shootout, and that's why I sort of say to the organic growers, I say that's not really the right way to do it. But people use fertilizers for all. There's got to be a way to inject or to replace the minerals that have been depleted in the soil. So people do things like they top dress with manure, they put kelp on it and stuff like that. All those things will contain those elements to some degree. It's just in a naturally sourced form. So that's what they want. So whether it's naturally sourced or whether it's a powder that you're throwing on top of the soil, I don't know. People need to make that judgment as to what they want. If they feel better about it because it came from kelp, there's no way the concentrations are going to be as high as if it was in powder or in a purposely made nutrient. But those organic growers, they need those things. And then Mary Jane, you made that comment about you're right. A lot of growers are resistant to change. A lot of people, but the technology moves along. So I have a 20-year-old Nokia cell phone, It's not. It works. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
but I don't
crazy.
use it anymore. So I have to concede the fact that maybe things have gotten better. I love that phone. I used to do a lot of. It was amazing. So
I want to know: is it a
You know,
flip phone,
people like
or is it a
BlackBerry?
5190?
it's actually.
Anyone still rock the BlackBerry?
Yeah. I still have Blackberries, and I still
I
got
have
a
my
Motorola
BlackBerry.
Razr flip phone.
I've
I
just
want a
gone from
Razr.
iPhone. I went from this an SE to this. Oh, you
Can't
guys
see
can't
them.
see it. 'Cause we're watching Mary Jane roll a joint. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is what I got now. Can't see it still because I'm. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Looks like a regular phone.
So Ken,
Yeah, it's A13.
since you brought it up about the living soil, what about living soil and enhancing it with Floormax nutrients?
Oh, so interesting trend. I think that and I respect. There's a lot of really some of them like kind of older cultivation techniques. There's this one that I can't remember, but this Korean style of I'm trying to remember the term for it. But basically, it's kind of like living replenishing biome kind of thing, and it's sort of using the offcuts and the unharvested parts of the plant to put nitrogen back in the soil and stuff like this. There's so that's a really natural kind of setup, and those kind of setups can take years to sort of take a little while to get them kind of cranking and get sort of that a really organic style that way.
But so my background that's up on the screen now is
Where is
That's
it?
a hint for Al. Put my screen up, even though he can
Oh,
do
it looks
himself.
like Dale. It looks like Dale knows. I
Oh, yeah,
can't see
yeah,
the
okay.
all right.
comments.
So that's my autopot system with 2 mother plants in it,
Mhm.
and what I've got in it is kryptonite soil, which is like a living soil that's supposed to feed the entire thing. But I'm running an autopot system and running root XS and the 1 part formula.
Okay.
But
Yeah, so
on a
so it's a
diluted state.
right. So
So
there's
I'm not feeding it that schedule, but
yeah, so that's what I was going to say. There is a trend towards some, hybridization, where basically people are mixing. So again, even organic growers are they really organic? Because you're delivering the elements, how you're developing it. So you're giving a plant what it needs. You're doing it through a naturally sourced method because you're running a living soil. Okay, and then you're augmenting that with something else. I would think that you're going to sort of pick up yield, a bit of yield and quality. It's actually there are a few danger points in terms of mixing the two. The most is that there are some products on the market that are not compatible with organics, and by not compatible, will kill the organics. So a really common one for hydroponic growers is a lot of people are trying to prevent root rot, and they use products like UC Roots. Basically, any kind of hypochlorous acid or peroxiding agent will not be it'll harm the organics. But if you typically people buy those product categories when they have a problem. So again, if they haven't managed their environment right and they have pests or they have a fungal infection, they need to a fungal infection in a plant in nature usually does not turn out well for the plant. Okay, so but people then it's like at what stage does an organic grower, if you're really organic and live and let live, you're just kind of like, okay, well, this wasn't to be. But if you're 10 weeks into a grow, it's kind of like hard to give that up. So maybe you're going to be organic, except for that 1 week you weren't organic because you were about to lose your whole room. So
exactly.
yeah. So then you go hit your reservoir with UC Roots, which is a hypochlorous acid. That will kill the fungus, but it will kill everything else that's organic as well.
Right.
So yeah, so that but people have figured out there are ways to manage it. I know there's some people that will use those disinfecting products. Maybe they use them once a week, and then or well, it depends on how often they turn over their reservoirs. But then they'll re-inoculate with beneficial bacteria afterwards, and then they'll go back to it, and it just becomes part of a maintenance regimen to I guess if you're going to be really true organic growing, like maybe you wouldn't use auto pots, or well, it depends on you. Again, we started the conversation with a definition. So how that, there's so many different ways of doing it, but I think ultimately with different growing styles, people go with what works and where it fits on.
It's like anything else, really. You come up with a plan that works for you, and you do it. It's everybody does it differently, I'm sure, with a little
See,
bit
I know
of the same.
I know what works for me, but I'm always willing to try something new.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
yeah.
In my outdoor garden this year, one plant will just have living soil and not be fed anything other than water. And just to compare it to the rest of my garden, because I'm growing all the same strain. So I want to see what the difference is, and I'm running the garden with Floramax this year. Last year I did Mantis 1 part solution. And I mean, it turned out great for a 1 part solution. It wasn't bad. Cost wise wasn't bad, but in by comparison with the Floramax flowering agent, there was a definite difference between the two plants. So I'm happy with the Floramax, because the Floramax is, I'm going to get slapped by somebody, but I'll say it's as good, if not better, than other products out there such as Psycho that are extremely expensive. Because I've used a lot of Psycho over the years, and I can't justify the cost compared to what the cost is for Floramax.
Look, there's something here that I think is probably worth mentioning to people with sorry, not to interrupt you on the nutrient comparison, because that was working in my favor. But I was going to say that with so organic growing, so if we're in living soil, and then I'm sticking that in a high CO2 environment with 1,000 watts of light, there is nothing natural about that. Okay.
No.
So the thing is now if I'm amping up various environmental variables, okay, the rate determining step is now not the amount of daylight, because I've given the plant as much light as it can take. Okay, side lighting. There's all sorts of things that can be done, and then you're sort of injecting CO2 in there, so that doesn't become a restraining variable. Okay, so at that point, so plants naturally, like in general soil environments or where cannabis plants originated in Central Asia, that kind of thing, they would never see those kind of conditions. So the soil, so the soil is probably not going to be up to scratch. So it makes sense that now the rate determining step actually becomes the nutrient. And actually, we've seen that because there's been an evolution in lighting over the last few years. LED lights have seemed to have taken over, and they've gotten really good. And people in the quest to advance things, because humans are funny. We're always we're never satisfied. And we're always trying to figure out ways to bigger and better, that kind of thing. And part of this also is the benefit is maybe quicker crop rotation, so that if people are trying to this just doesn't apply to cannabis. I mean, we can sort of throw this out and say, like, the world's going to have a food problem. Okay, so hydroponics is sort of seen as a way of managing that. When I was over there, I went through a tour of a bunch of hydroponic greenhouses around Leamington. These operations, I don't know if anyone's ever driven down there around between sort of Windsor and sort of just southern Ontario down there. But the greenhouses, they're like 30-foot ceilings. And, the facility I toured was 500 meters by 500 meters.
Yeah.
So it was enormous. They need golf carts to get around. And they're just, I took all these pictures and stuff, and reservoirs are massive and all the rest of it. But, that's where food comes from now, so, if you're going to feed the masses, and, it would be great if a lot of people could just get their veggie gardens going and stuff like that, and sort of supplement it and augment it and stuff like that.
Your products are okay for edibles as well. Yes.
Definitely.
You mean for food? Produce?
For food,
Ken's products are not only good for food.
For gummies, Mary Jane, yes.
No, they're also good for your ornamental house plants.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I mean. Like
Well, for
Any
your roses and your tulips and your
it's plant
ivy.
food.
so it's usable for anything, really.
Well, okay,
for plants.
so I'll back up. We designed our stuff
Yeah.
for cannabis.
Put it on your penis and shut up.
We designed our shit for cannabis.
We designed it for cannabis. If it is beneficial for
Okay.
other products, it will be beneficial for other products, and that's great
Well,
and stuff
makes
like
sense
that.
it would be.
But we approached it like from the beginning. The Formax line was cannabis specific.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah. Now,
Didn't you hear
also
my
that-
description earlier, Al?
Probably.
When I said what Floormax was, that it's a
Yes.
cannabis specific nutrient line.
Yes.
A full
I probably
range.
did.
But
So it was a
you can-
question that popped into my head. Could you use it? Because I mean, you can use Miracle Grow for weed, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I wouldn't use it for my vegetables either, though.
Okay.
Just
So-
flowers.
So I was going to say that by cannabis specific, I'll also say that so we do a product, Resin XS. That's probably our number one selling product. It's an oil enhancer. It's about 80% organic, and basically the organic in there stimulates oil production, and it specifically does that by stimulating trichome production. Okay, now I cannot think of a plant or a crop other than a cannabis plant where anyone would give a shit about the trichomes. Okay, so you could spend a lot of money on that product and throw it on your tomatoes or your strawberries, and you would have great trichomes, but no one would care. So it wouldn't. It has no. I mean, I don't know. Could you? I don't know. Has anyone smoked a strawberry plant? I don't know, but
I bet Darcy has.
No, I haven't.
I wonder if it would do anything for hops.
Yeah, it would. Last year I used it, Marcel, and I had a lot more lilupulin acid.
You ran Resin XS on your hops?
I ran all my fucking plants in my backyard. Got what my weed plants got.
Darcy's squishing. You can tell.
I mean, I've done the same thing for years with my tomatoes and my peppers and everything like that. I go out and I feed the cannabis plants, and I'll mix up another batch of the same solution, usually at the same strength, and then feed my tomatoes and everything else. And I'll very likely be doing that with Formax this year.
Did you already squish there, Darcy?
Yeah, I got one squish done.
Oh,
But
show us the squish while you're squishing while Marcel's talking.
I grow all of my plants in pots. So even my tomatoes and things like that each get their own individual pot. That way I can control what they're getting for nutrients and water and things.
look, you could probably, if you're doing vegetables with our line, because it is, it can be like you could probably back off on the concentrations, because the demands won't be as high with other crops, like in terms of the what you sort of flower production.
Like I say, I do testing. If they die, they die. Not my cannabis plants. I don't let them die.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy with the line, but I'll be happier when I see the rest of the products, Darcy.
By the way, Marcel.
Yeah.
I'll be nice. I got a liter of silica. I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. So actually, Marcel, just something while we were chatting here, because you showed us a picture of your grow there with the living soils in autopots, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Normally all the autopot would be fours, and that's because we had that conversation when you were down. My autopot, I only run water. Normally, if I'm feeding cannabis plants, I top feed.
Okay.
Only because I don't have the time to unclog lines.
Right.
And
System maintenance.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I was going to say. So Marcel, I'm not sure if you're using or have heard of the system maintenance product that we make.
I have it.
Okay. So look, it's actually, this is something if on the topic of organic growing. So one of the problems of organic growing would be, I would say, disease management or, pest management. So probably, and for a lot of growers, a big issue who are running any kind of hydroponics will be root rot. Now, those fungal, Pythium and Fusarium are actually the two fungal spores that occur naturally. They're just always present. But when conditions are right and when they sort of hit a concentration level, it'll result in a fungal infection. And what to a grower, that looks like brown roots, slimy brown roots. I'm not sure if anyone sort of had some familiarity with that. But
Yes.
yeah, so at that stage, most growers are thinking, I'm going to lose my room, or this is not going well, and they will hit it with a harsher kind of product, like a hypochlorous acid. So now there's a couple of products on the market, like UC Roots is very popular, and that actually it actually works. But people have to realize that once it kills the infection, that your soils and all the rest of that stuff. So Marcel, in your case, you're running the autopods with living soil. If you run UC Roots in there, that soil is no longer going to be living.
Right.
So we make a product called System Maintenance, and it is absolutely unique. It is 100% organic itself. Okay. But actually what it does is it prevents Pythium infusarium. So it won't cure it, but you run it as a maintenance dose all the time. But the best thing about it is it actually is 100% compatible with all sort of organic kind of growing products. So mycorrhiza, beneficial bacteria, anything like that. So basically what it does is it targets bacteria of a certain size, because the bad ones are all a certain size. And basically it leaves the other ones alone. So it actually lets an organic grower be organic. We've had actually a lot of interest in that product because of that, because people are trying to find ways to be more organic with their growing. And so the thing is, if you use that, so for us, it's a preventative. So when you use it, you don't get these problems, but it won't cure the problems. Once you got the problem, you have to go to something harsher. But the point is it allows a more kind of balanced cultivation in terms of keeping your organics happy, that kind of thing. But I mentioned that because if you're running a living soil, that's a good product to just run as a preventative all the time. It's a really low rate too, so it's not expensive, and it'll prevent those issues without kind of any of the negatives of killing all your microbes. Because a lot of people, we made this joke about, when I meet organic growers, people say, I'm 100% organic, I'm 100% organic, indoor and stuff. And I said, yeah, except for that week you had a problem. When you had that, that week you had a problem, you're like, and you're about to lose a room in late bloom, you kind of hit it with some stuff. You weren't really organic that week. But then afterwards, they'll have to re-inoculate the soil. They'll have to, sort of try to get the microbial levels back up again to where it was. It's dangerous because if you actually do that too quick in an unbalanced sort of way, you risk, basically getting the infection again, whatever caused your problem in the first place. So, there's a lot going on there and a lot of risk in a grow. So this system maintenance product we make actually has become quite popular because it sort of helps manage that risk.
And not only that, but you can also clean your tools with it. It says right on the back of the bottle, you can clean your tools with it.
I've been using it in my autopot because, like I say, I don't like clogged lines. And being my mother plants, I definitely don't want one of them starving for water. But I didn't realize that it was 100% organic, and I didn't realize I could clean my tools. But I don't know, isopropyl alcohol cleans my tools.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's just on the topic of organic. But we needed to develop that product because so many of our products are organic or highly organic. So the salt, the mineral based piece. There's a lot of companies out there doing the mineral, and ourselves included, but that technology has been quite fully explored. So the thing is, the differences in mineral-based lines, look, you have to deliver to a plant the macronutrients and the micronutrients at various stages of growth. Whether you do that over 12 bottles or whether you do that over 2 bottles. Mary Jane, you mentioned you used a 1 part. Okay. So the thing is, wherever, however you deliver it, you can sort of spread it out and all the rest of it. And that becomes a marketing and a money game for a lot of manufacturers and stuff. Okay.
Quick question. Isopropyl alcohol, inorganic or organic?
Well,
By
it's
definition.
it's classified by definition of Health Canada as an organic solvent.
Because it's carbon based.
Because it's carbon based.
That's why I kind of poo poo and don't get. I know it, again, you're talking for the health of the plant, different story. But when the people get into this whole world of organic,
Yeah.
It's technically carbon.
Yeah.
Really what
Yeah.
organic really is.
Yeah. So.
But I think Ken really said what people really think is that it's the word naturally sourced. I think is probably what most people are thinking.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, most people have no idea what the definition of organic is, so they kind of
No,
make up
but I
in
think
their own
the
mind.
theme most people think it's like a natural sourced product.
Right.
But-
All they realize is that organic just means it costs more in the grocery store.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, and it may not look as nice as the other ones.
Yeah, no,
Guys,
I just had to make a joke because
Yeah, I
again,
know.
Yeah, look, something that people find
You're
interesting.
upsetting the guest.
no, I know, like
Not at all.
I think it's educational for people just because some people may poo-poo products for the wrong reasons, and even Ken's like he said they are sort of a biosynthetic organic as well, right? And he's got combination products. I would never don't shit on him because it's not pure fish shit.
Yeah, yeah. So here's the thing, right? With organic, the other thing too is some people, a lot of consumers will go to the label and they'll look for some form of organic certification. Okay. Now this is where I can actually get a little bit bitchy and just sort of say this organic certification stuff is the biggest cash grab load of horseshit ever. Okay. So as a manufacturer, we actually have over the years manufactured for a number of our competitors. Okay, we've been a contract manufacturer. So Floramax is our line. Okay, but we've done other people's stuff. We've designed other people's stuff, and we've even pursued on behalf of other people organic certification. Okay, the organic certification thing. If people look into that process, it's just because it says organic on the label, but it's really. So one of the rules here in Australia
just
is that
it's Canadian beef doesn't mean it's 100%.
That's
Well,
the name of the company, 100% Canadian beef.
yeah. So, but I was going to say that here in Australia, the organic certification, you can have a product certified organic if there is no naturally occurring element that performs the same function. Okay. Huh. So think about that. That means that you can nothing. There is no organic substitute for I don't know, like maybe magnesium sulfate or something like that. Like whatever it is. So if there's no naturally occurring or organic kind of product that does what you need, you can get your product. You can say, well, there is no substitute where I can put in for what my product does. So that means, and you can get your product organically certified. There are products that we have organically certified that are.
But you have to get certified in each country that you want to sell in, though, don't you?
Yeah. So this is the thing. People ask us, why aren't we in North America? In Canada, is it the OMRI listing? OMRI? Is that the listing that
or EcoCert?
Yeah. Okay. So each one of these, so we do a little exercise. I think for us to do a product in every market we sell would cost around $250,000 per product US to get organically certified in every market we sell. Okay. That's to get a label. Now, here's the thing with the organic certification. There's also no enforcement. Okay, so the thing is, it's like, the thing with the certificate, people haven't actually tested the product. You submit your data on these products, and then you basically pay your money, and then you get your certification.
And that's it.
So and no one's going and checking products on shelves. Like none of these certifying bodies have any form of enforcement. So the thing is, you sort of think and just go, well, as a company, am I really going to invest in this, or am I just going to do what I do? So the thing is, we know, like, our system maintenance, our Organobud are 100% organic.
Are you allowed to use these products at Churro? What?
What's that?
The floor mats. Yeah.
As long as they're CFIA, and I'll say it. Ken won't, just because he's a nice guy and under NDA. But no, Ken was at Churro. I'll just put it that way.
Okay, no, well, that's why I'm asking. I don't know the rules, and you're Churro, so
no, it has to be Health Canada, CFIA approved, all that stuff.
Okay.
But no, let's just say Turo has met Ken.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Right? Yeah.
No, I don't want to say yes or no because we really shouldn't say, but.
So the thing is, growers in the legal markets like Truro are, and many others are also very. So CFI, they have to comply with CFIA regulations, right? And that's good for consumers, because when people they invest in these businesses are big businesses and stuff, and the risk, you're providing products that people are using for medical or health reasons as well. Okay. It's like it's got a bare minimum meet like kind of food safety standards, but really as a medicine there should be a higher level of kind of vigilance. What's really interesting, I think, about the industry is that the fact that people can, on a smaller scale, cultivate their own medicine at home. If they can sort of figure out and sort of take that natural approach to things. Yeah, it's an amazing plan.
I will give a little tidbit for Truro. Truro Cannabis follows Floormax. How about that on Instagram?
Does Floormax follow Truro Cannabis on Instagram?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Oh, here now you're gonna go look.
They will now.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody's getting on it right away.
No,
along with the NHL or Dua
Truro,
Lipa, we follow all of those things.
No, Truro, like I say, I don't think the growers really appreciate me telling exactly what our people are using, but no, like we if good products like Floormax, we're not gonna poo-poo it.
Shy away from it. Well, I mean, like with all the bad press that growers in Canada have gotten since it's happened, the legalization shit. I mean, we've there's been a lot of lying. There's been some false walls. There's been stuff hidden in the fucking roof or in the ceiling. I mean, it's nice that you're allowed to use products that your normal everyday guy down the road is using, right? It just makes make it easier. It makes it easier.
That's theoretically possible. I don't think Lenny can confirm nor deny that.
No, I'm not, and I'm not asking him to. What I'm getting at is it's nice to know that it's not just the crap that we're hearing about in the news that's being used. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of bad crap.
Actually, here's a good analogy. I was going to ask Ken this because he and Mary Jane sort of led to this earlier. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is probably a lot of the mentalities of people Ken runs into in his job and meeting, like especially commercial growers, right? For example, Truro Cannabis, if we're going to try something new, it's going to be R&D on a very small scale.
Yeah.
You just don't take thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of product. Oh, let's just change that tomorrow.
Without knowing what it does.
Yeah. You have to. There's a lot of R&D for any little change of anything. So for any LP to switch a nutrient or add something, I would expect it 6 months minimum to a year before they decide if they're going to do it or not.
I would think that there's also a lot of never mind. Go ahead, Ken. You were about to say something.
The business risk of adopting a change. So the thing is, even a large scale, yeah, definitely, but even smaller growers, there are people who sort of 4 plants at home. Okay, so that's 12 weeks, 12 to 15 weeks, or whatever the time and stuff like that. So when a grower, people where sort of influential growers or testers, and they're willing to give our line a try. The thing is, we consider ourselves honestly a little bit privileged because there's an opportunity cost to them trying something they've never heard of. Okay,
well,
so
and if it doesn't work, you don't learn things unless you try it, right?
Right, and that's why people like me are always trying new products, so we can tell other people.
Yeah.
But you also try it on a small scale. Like it's just a good tip for anybody, right? Don't do all your entire crop on the change.
Look, some of the things that I contend with, people will come back and they'll say, "Yeah, I did a grow, and Yeah, it was amazing. Okay, and then they'll say it was the first time. Yeah, the first time I've switched from 600 to 1,000 watt lights, and I used your nutrient. It's kind of okay. It's great.
At a time, right?
Oh yeah, it was definitely the nutrient.
Yeah.
There's there's got to be a method to it, right? So the thing is, people always say, they'll say something like, oh yeah, it was the first time I tried this as well. You're changing too many roads. You don't know, but the thing is, at the end of the day, though, you want people like for us, the other thing is, like, at the end of it, the way that I sort of qualify is, did you have a good grow? Like, did it produce good quality product in decent quantity in the end? And then one thing that we've always focused on with our line is actually the simplicity, because there has been a move. I think, there was this mad scientist kind of chemistry class kind of approach to hydroponics in the 90s. And you had like lots and lots of bottles. And Mary Jane, I see her smiling there because I know that she she recognizes the benefits of using a one part, because
Like,
probably
yeah, I honestly, like a little chemist. You feel like a little chemist in the garden. That's why I was like, yeah.
And
Yes.
a lot of them also had things like you've got to mix it for 15 minutes and then let it sit, then add to the next one and mix it for however long.
That's
I
crazy.
just want to know how much to put in and when. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, so that's it. So there's this thing about disruptive innovation, which is basically good enough already exists. Okay, people could cultivate a super dank plant in the 90s. Okay, could they do it easily? Maybe not.
Now they could.
So yeah. So the thing is, but things have gotten better, right? So this is the thing. That's why everyone uses an iPhone, because it does so many. It's simple. The interface is easy and all the rest of it. Is it better? Well,
Sorry, Ken. I hate phone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry. I was just going to say that for a long time there, though, and actually, even is still now, the technology, I think, in like other companies' phones, like the processors and everything, they're like way better, way ahead, way higher performing, and all the rest of that. But what brings people to Apple, love it or hate it, is the interface is really easy to use. So
Apple
and the price. I mean, I like my Apple. I've always had a Mac sitting in front of me. I have a Mac and I have a PC sitting in front of me. I just don't use iPhone anymore.
I know Marcel's gonna kick in here.
I'm waiting, Marcel.
Yeah, he doesn't like Apple.
I was waiting for you to say fucking Mac sucks.
Yeah, well,
I don't have to bash Apple products. I mean, they just turn on and bash themselves.
No, you know what? I've had to use both Apple and like Samsung or Android, because I use a Samsung for my phone, and I've used it for, oh my God, ever since I had the S3. I think it was the Galaxy S3. Now this is the S11. So I've been like Galaxy my whole life, and I've tried to switch to an iPhone because my phone broke, and my sister gave me her old iPhone, and I couldn't figure out how to use it.
A lot of people have that issue, especially with the Mac itself. It's so user friendly. It's so user friendly that a lot of people that don't know Mac can't.
Yeah, it's taken me a little while, because even just from Windows, just closing down a box, when you look to close down a box you go to the top right-hand corner, but on a Mac, you have to go to the top left-hand corner.
Now, here's the
and
thing,
it is simple. It's colored. It's red, yellow, green. Like, it's easy.
You can do the same thing with both Mac and PC. You can set up your desktop so that it looks like what you expect it to look like, i.e., if you want to make it look like a PC but still be a Mac, you just change the theme. You can do things like that, and it helps.
I just figured out how to use it. I'm not going to change it.
I mean, I have my mom's MacBook, AirBook, that I use all the time, sitting in front of me, and I love it because it's got it's really good for music stuff. It's got GarageBand and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I love iMovie. I absolutely.
I've been trying to learn iMovie because I want to try and do some new videos for this thing.
Yeah, okay, this all sucks.
Yeah, that's what we use for our
instead of the tech talk. Sorry, I maybe
there's no I in Marcel.
Yeah, I Marcel.
But there is in bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes, sorry.
I was going to say maybe the Apple thing is actually a bad example of disruptive innovation. I thought of a better one.
It disrupted the whole
it was though when it came out. It was the innovator.
Yeah. So Nintendo versus PlayStation. Sorry, Nintendo Wii. So you know the Wii's.
Yeah, I like the Wii.
Stupid.
Yeah.
The white controller. It's
Yep.
only got 4 buttons on it.
Yep.
The graphics suck. The
And it
music
works.
sucks. The games suck. Okay, but why did Nintendo Wii outsell PlayStations?
Because people
every
like to
year?
get tennis elbow.
Because
it was different.
Well, what happens is with a PlayStation with like 15 buttons and complex games, is the music better? Yes. Gameplay better? Everything's better. But in order to learn those games, like the market, it's pretty much 10 to 25-year-olds have the time and dexterity to learn those games and actually get good at them. But why does Nintendo always outsell the Wii? Always outsell it every year? Because
the Wii,
that's that interface with only 4 buttons and you swing your arm like my
It's
2-year-old daughter
all-
was playing with my
like
father when he was 60. Yeah,
I used
we're
to play
bowling.
tennis all the time with people around the world, literally doing the same movements, or golf or whatever, racing.
Yeah,
and it's simple.
So
You
it was
turn
more-
it on and it works.
So it was more accessible, right? So that's that whole thing with disruptive. So actually, that was actually one of our kind of design directions with Floramax was the line had to be disruptive because we're trying to. So there are things like pH. A lot of pH is critical to cultivation. A lot of growers don't want to know about it. A lot of people don't own a pH meter. The ones that do, only half of them actually use it, and then only half of them actually even calibrate their pens once in a while. That kind of thing. So, but knowing how critical pH is, with Floramax, we actually built in pH control into the line. So actually, it is actually possible for someone to grow without ever having to manage pH. Darcy, you may actually have some insight there.
Yeah, actually, yeah. As far as pH goes with Floramax, it's like Ken said, it's definitely user friendly. I mix my water because my water comes out of my tap was in the wintertime, it comes out at between 7.8 and 8.1 with a pH. So if you were to feed that to your plants, you're going to get lockouts like crazy.
Deficiencies, yellow leaves.
Like crazy.
Yeah.
So the good thing with that Floramax is when you pour it in, it'll lower that water right down to anywhere between, I've seen it as low as 5.8, and I've seen it as high as 6.3, 6.4. So that's perfect.
So from a plant biology standpoint, the key number is 6.5. Okay, so anything above 6.5, iron is the first thing to start locking out there. So we typically see iron deficiencies where plants are fed water or root zone pH is higher than 6.5. Okay, so that's actually, so with what Darcy's describing is in our base nutrient, we put in a pH buffering technology. It's actually a water conditioning technology that will drop the pH. So the benefit, Mary Jane, for someone like yourself is that, I don't know if you check, do you check pH, Mary Jane, when you grow?
It's funny because as you were talking about people who have pH meters or pH pens and don't use them,
She went, "Oh yeah, I have one in the cupboard."
I have one. I took it to the hydroponic store. They showed me how to use it. They made sure that the solution was in it. I bought the right solution, and it's still in the bag with the ppm.
It's kind of like having type 2 diabetes and not using your meter. It's the same fucking thing.
Guess what, MJ? I bet you if you were to go check that, I bet you there'd be very little water left in that.
Oh yeah, it was completely dry when I took it to the hydroponics store. They're like, "How is this thing's even working?" Like,
yeah, that's not good.
That's not
yeah,
good.
that's what they said. But I have extremely good luck, and it's still working. I mean, I think I don't use it.
Okay, so we got about 10 minutes left. So we should let Ken tell everybody where they can get a hold of him. And you have stores in Canada?
Yeah, where can you get Floramax, like if you don't know a guy?
Sorry?
Can we go online?
Oh,
can you purchase it online? Is there stores set up in Canada?
Yeah, definitely. So the way to check, so we actually launched Floramax in Canada, I think it would have been maybe August officially last year. So we haven't been quite going a year, but there are a number of shops across the country now carrying us. The best way to find that is on our webpage, on our website, www.floramax.com. There's a dealer page. Go to Canada, and then you'll see all the fine Canadian retailers that support us, and we try to support them as well. So, and that list is growing literally weekly, because there's so for a lot of listeners, most shops will not take on a line unless they actually test it first.
Yeah.
So, which is that's fine. That's good business practice. We have nothing to hide. We're happy for people to do that. So we've got sort of shops, I think, in almost every province now that are carrying us. So that testing process, there's a number of people that sort of started sort of October to December, and then they're just sort of getting things lined up now and stuff. So but there are I know a couple GrowDaddy in Prince Edward Island. They sell online across the country. There's Green Island Joe's on Vancouver on the other coast. I don't know, I can name, but there's dealers all over, and that list is growing. So they are able to get it. Mary Jane, I was going to say.
Also, they have them in for the U.S., Australia, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. So if you're listening from any of those, you can still get Formax products there.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, I was going to say that we'll connect after the call here on Facebook or something like that and stuff, and I can get you some samples. And Al, I think I might owe you some. Did you actually get a grow going?
I did. I ended up with a couple pounds for my first grow last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't know what's happening yet this year. I'll know in a few.
Okay.
weeks.
Well, look, certainly you guys there get a hold of me and stuff, and I can get you some to try.
Sure.
That kind of thing. But Mary Jane, you may see some benefit right away, because we actually do make a 1-part base as well.
Okay.
Veg 1, Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about before, Sarcy.
That's the one I compared with the Mantis last year.
Okay.
So
I tried the Mantis because, once again, 1 part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're a fan of 1-parts, we do one there, but ours will be different in terms of that. We'll have that pH thing in there. So I'd actually, I think you would definitely see benefit from that if you're not using a pH meter.
Yeah, I definitely need that.
But we're gonna have Ken. We're gonna have Ken on again soon.
Well, before we let Ken go, I have a really, really important question, because technically it's tomorrow where you are, right?
Yeah. So you want to know what's going to happen tomorrow?
No, I want to know what the lottery numbers are for tonight.
No, I want to know, because technically it's the day of the Global Marijuana March around the world, right?
It's Saturday there right now, Saturday morning.
It's the first Saturday in May. So I'm just wondering, like, is there like
the
a
6th is
thing
generally worldwide, I believe. The 6th.
Well, tomorrow it'll be here.
Yes.
And I did actually want to touch. See, this is my way of like sneaking this in, right? Because I want to make sure that I mention that tomorrow at Queen's Park from high noon to 4:20, you can find the Doobie.
That's Toronto.
Yes, in Toronto. You're going to be able to find me. Obviously, this event is happening all over the world. There are different locations where you can go and show your support for global legalization, not just, your own country. But I will be doing something special tomorrow. If you find me and you say the magic words, I will give you a chance to win tickets to Lift, which is coming up next week. Oh, and before I forget, the magic words are newbie, doobie, do.
And I won't be here next Friday because I'm going to be at Lift.
No, you'll be with me.
I'm going to be out. Yes, you'll be there too.
I will. We're partying Friday night. We're going
maybe you guys should come on
arcade
together Friday night.
Oh fuck! I got some plans.
Okay, Saturday then.
Yeah, we're definitely going to arcade.
Oh wait, I
I'll
forgot.
probably
Saturday
be around on
after
Saturday or
party.
Sunday. I'm not going to the thing this weekend because I'm going to go cut my lawn for the first time this year.
Oh, Leafy Things is going to be there tomorrow. They're going to be handing out suckers and swag and.
So Mary Jane, just to recap, if I can get there for tomorrow, so if I actually go back in time, then it's newbie doobie doo, right?
Yes, and if you go back in time, then you're my new favorite person because like that's never been done.
I'm pretty sure Michael J. Fox
that we know of.
Hey, I'm gonna give a quick shout out to our buddy Jack Lloyd.
Fuck was that?
I don't know.
Love Jack. Why are we shouting out to Jack this time?
Yeah.
Because Jack and his buddy Kirk Tusaw are going to do some ass kicking
Again.
in
Yeah,
Manitoba.
yes, the rights to
Manitoba
grow.
was one of the provinces that refused rights for homegrown, and they're now being taken to task. And
Good.
Jack and Kirk are the ones that are leading that charge.
There you go.
Good.
Yeah.
It's about time. It's been what, since 2018?
Well,
Yeah,
since
we gotta
legalization.
we got to boost those Manitoba floor max sales. Come on.
But there's a distributor in Manitoba for selling Floor
Well,
Max
I'm
products.
just making fun of the government.
Yeah.
There
could be a lot more.
Who's tapping?
Me. What?
You've been
Lenny's
doing it
getting
all night, dude.
restless.
You've
Are
been
you
doing it all
excited?
night.
What's up?
Were you excited?
No, I don't know.
It's like, wait.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Ken, it's a blast
So,
having you on, buddy.
Yeah, it's always
thanks very
a
much.
good,
Let's do this
good
again
listen there,
sometime.
buddy. Yeah.
Very, very educational.
We'll see you in a year again.
No,
Oh,
we'll have him on again in August.
in bud time.
Ooh, is that
In
Harvest Fest
August
time?
At
From Harvest Fest?
Yes.
Oh,
We
Harvest
were
Fest.
talking about going live from Harvest Fest.
Yes, we got to figure that out.
We've tried to do it before. So we're going to try and do it again. If Al can't make it down,
Or we'll be
then-
live anyways. It won't matter
then we'll
if I'm
use
there
my
or not.
phone.
Yeah,
Right.
we'll figure it out.
And then we'll go live from Harvest Fest. Well, we're all partying and Al's sitting at home because he didn't want to drive down. But he might have plants
you
in the
not
ground
just
too,
see-
so he might have to stay home and take care of his plants.
Yeah. Listen, I just saw an article that says we're going up again in the gas prices, and it's supposed to be up in the $2 range by the time the summer comes. So yeah, nobody might be going anywhere.
That just
Yeah.
sounds to me like we need to get another sponsor for the event.
There you go.
Yeah, get a sponsor for the event. Pay Al's way to Harvest Fest.
There you go.
Yeah, if you want us to cover the event, right?
I'll start a 420 GoFundMe for
GoFundMe.
Harvest Fest.
Yeah, no, don't.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh yeah,
Lenny,
but now
Lenny,
I'm
Lenny,
kidding.
Lenny, are you going to be at Harvest Fest?
I'll be down part of the day for sure.
He'll be around.
I'm not
He's a
staying.
busy
I'll
man.
tell you right
He's a
now, I'm
busy
not
man.
staying overnight.
Look, he likes to travel. He's a busy
That's
guy.
how I
He's
feel
busy
too.
giving people drugs. Just leave him alone. Just let him.
No,
do
no,
his
I don't fucking camp.
I want to
that's
bet.
right, yeah.
I'm doing Thursday to Sunday.
I'm 4.5-star hotel, guys.
Can you
And I'll do
guys find a spot with
6
like
a.m. till
cabins?
1 a.m. Pardon?
There's
You guys,
cabins
can you
there.
find a spot with cabins?
There's some there.
So there's like,
You
oh,
better
wait,
be
where are
quick.
the
You better,
bathrooms?
better reserve them. Pardon?
Where are the bathrooms? In the cabin?
Yeah.
Oh, we moved up.
So
Well, the cabins are more like motorhomes, trailers, that type of thing that have been
Oh,
redone
that's
over
okay.
with
You
permanent
say
decks.
cabin, I think like wood with like
No.
bunk beds.
No, these are trailers and things with
it's
decks
a
built
trailer
onto them.
park, is what it is. A campground.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's an actual
not like- it's
campground.
not
I guess
like
I
where we
better
were-
send Debbie a message.
It's not like where we were
There's-
last time, Mary Jane, where it was in the bush. I mean, it's in the bush.
That
but
was literally just a field, and you're like, "Here's your
Yeah.
spot."
Yeah.
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 No,
I
this
couldn't
one
stay
is,
there. It was so hot. I needed a fan.
but it has washrooms, it has showers,
Okay, cool.
Nice.
so it has everything. And it'll have
So,
Ken that we're
We're
hoping.
gonna let Ken go because it's like really early and then
It's
now he
11.
needs breakfast. He
Oh,
needs
look how
breakfast now.
beautiful it is.
Yeah.
Go enjoy
There you
your
go.
day,
I'm going to
Ken.
Oh,
leave
it's
you
9
guys.
o'clock
I'm
in the
going to leave
morning.
you guys. I'm going
Oh,
to leave
it's
you guys
11
a
over
view.
there now. Isn't
Go,
Oh,
it?
look
go,
at the
for,
beach
Saturday
out.
morning.
go for a swim, Ken.
Saturday
Go on.
morning. That's what Saturday morning looks like. So
Strip it down
Anyway.
and go, buddy. Come on.
Enjoy tomorrow.
Nice winter there, Ken.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
we will be back. I'm looking for my stuff here that I gotta do. We didn't do the second segment though, Darcy. It's all your fault because Darcy didn't do his grow segment. But it was
That's
one
all
big
right.
gross
You'll
segment.
have to
It
do an
was a
extra
gross
long
segment.
one next
It was
week
a long
because
one.
I'm
No,
gonna start tapping out.
we won't be here.
I'm gonna do both. And hey Len, hey Lenny.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle.
Video duty here. I've got the camera on MJ for this broadcast, but she also wants her own video, so I've got this video right here. Look, there's her on my camera. Then we got to figure out how we're going to video this while I'm taking a photo of us with Tommy. I don't know how we're going to do all this. I know how we're going to do it because we're the newbie and the doobie. That's how we're going to do it.
You figure it out.
Here we go.
She's also
please.
she's also
I'll
our
be
new
FaceTime
high
promo.
So yeah.
They just jumped the line.
Uh-oh. See a wiener?
That's what we did earlier to get in the building.
He's a
At the
wiener.
back of the line, and we're like, we're the newbie and the doobie, and next thing you know, here we are. We got no badge. Okay. Because that's the way we roll. All right, here she goes. It's exciting.
You know what? That's what you looked like the first time we met. It was about 3 a.m. February 2nd, 2018. You performed at Casino Rama up in Aurelia. It was just after Shelby's birthday in Ontario. 2018. Yes. Yes. And it was Shelby's birthday the day before. We had an interview where I gave you a present, you and Teach. You asked me a very important question, and I still brag about it. You asked me, do you suck or blow? And my response was, well, you gotta suck before you blow. I'm glad it hits just as hard the second time around. With that, I'd like to present the newest version of the Shatterizer. It's called the Bubbler. So this is a Canadian company. They absolutely adore you, as I do as well. And we also have one for your son, because I know how hard he works to help keep you going. And there's the info on it. And I just want to say, I seen a movie the other day that I had never seen before that you did with your family. Far Out Man. Yeah. That fucking movie is so hilarious, and I love that you pulled the family in. It's great. I love it.
It got stuck away.
You know what? I found it on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm definitely telling everybody. So this is my partner. When I first met him, he didn't know anybody that consumed cannabis at all. I told him bullshit. No, he doesn't do either. That's my job. But now we do a cannabis podcast together, and we educate other people. And actually, one of the first cinema reviews he did was on Evil Bong.
Oh,
yeah. I've watched all of your stuff. My dad had me watch even the Corsican Brothers, which is, I will say, it's not my favorite, but it's still good. Still good. No, and it's definitely no what is that, after the smoke? Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. All right.
Mary Jane
Baker. I'm the doobie. That's the newbie. We have a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie.
Doobie?
Newbie and the doobie. Because he's a newbie.
I'm the
And I'm the doobie. All right. Do you want to get a selfie?
Yeah, can we get a picture with you?
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. Or doobie? I'm the newbie.
Yeah, he's the newbie. All right. Do you want to flip it selfie-wise?
Yeah, I'm going to flip this.
Too many technology here, Tommy. Too much technology. Here, I'm going to set you down. Do you mind? Can I sneak over here? I'm really tiny. I promise I won't. Okay. We do this thing called the newbie and the doobie sandwich, and you're the meat. Okay? All right.
You mean head?
No, definitely not.
We've
Ready?
lost your video, by the way, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I'll move back in there.
Yay! Newbie and the
Newbie and the doobie.
Please tell Paris I said hello. I know he's keep the scroll. You're busy. And this is our card here. That's us. Can you tell we like to have fun? It was so nice to meet you, Tommy, again. Oh, you're fine. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I've seen it. Thank you so much for your time. You've always been awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Those are for him. Yeah. Thank you so much. One's for Paris, though. Okay. All right. Let him know.
There they go. Newbie
Oh
and
my
the
God,
doobie
I'm
got
sweating.
the Shatterizer in them.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca.